still, you've got D-Day coming up soon. Fans' questions are an equal kit. Died. How are they going to compensate them? They'll have to compensate their family. Finding the time, I know that.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, well, our first race of the day is underway much earlier than expected, so therefore we're going to jump straight into the racing here as our Formula Ford pre-99s have gone green into turn number 1. Now as they roar the way on through the corner and charging the way on through, well, right now it's all going to be nip and tuck between our drivers, as we do have the grid up on screen for you there, and well, that gives you an idea of who were qualified where. But as our drivers roar their way down in towards turn number 2, well, with the grid on screen, that's how they lined up. We're focusing as they make the way on through the Cooper S's of screen. Exactly, well, they're roaring their way on through right now, but do keep in mind, of course, that we did have what was none other than Richard Frey, who we did have an interview for before the race. Unfortunately, we had to play that interview after the fact. We may catch up with it a little bit later, but Frey on pole. And a bit further down, we did have Bernie Hale and what was Ian Wood at the back, but Frey leads after one lap of racing. So our drivers roar their way down towards turn number 1, and well, as they do, everyone absolutely on a charge here and making the way in towards turn 1 for the second time of asking. We'll still plenty of racing to come in this first of what is 12 races, but as they make the way through turn 1, absolutely astonishing the speed that our drivers are able to carry in these Formula Fords from apex to apex. But that's why they're lightweight chassis and absolutely loved as they make the way down into the Cooper S's once again. Now in terms of how that order is after what is one lap of racing, well, we'll give you an update on that very shortly. You can see the time tower on the left-hand side of the screen as well. While they make the way down into the hairpin, no changes at the moment. They're definitely starting to get a bit nip and tuck between our drivers as they make the way on down through there. And as Ray makes his way out to Devil's Elbow once again, we have got a close battle building between Mason and Hawkins, as Hawkins right now on the charge, looking to try and find his way past Mason in towards turn number 1 as they roar their way down into the opening braking zone. And well, as they do a little bit further back, we do have the 51 of Wood pushing on, but as our drivers head in towards turn 1 and down, well, meanwhile with Frey leading, open up a gap of almost 2 seconds now. Well, the real fight is on between Mason and Hawkins behind, with Daly in P4 keeping within arm's reach of that battle, a further 6 tenths behind as they come on through the right-hander of the Cooper S's once again, turns 2 and 3. The corners that catch out many a driver given the rapid-fire direction change, and well, as the drivers make the way on out of there, well, nobody looking for a move at this time around. Indeed, the order as they were as they started, so as they come towards the end of what is lap number 3, it is still Frey leading this race ahead of Mason, followed by Hawkins, and then we have Daly in P4 ahead of Hunt, followed by Britton, and then Stones, Vickers, Porter, Buckton. Make them lead your top 10. And well, speaking of what is Porter and Buckton, they're getting close in their battle for P9 as they make the way up towards turn number 1. But as they do so, meanwhile, all the way down in P11 is Fernie Hugh, and we have Wood, last but not least, in P12 as they go on to another tour of the circuit. Now, one thing to consider about these machines as well, in the fact open wheelers and whatnot, they can go toe-to-toe, they can go wheel to wheel, but of course, very sensitive machines. In the slightest rub between them can be enough to unsettle the car, so therefore our drivers having to be quite smart where they decide to go for moves. But they do pick up quite a toe down the long straights here, including the start straight and also run down the step straight and back straight out of turn 1 in towards 2-3. So therefore we can expect some toe assisted moves, but Frey still leading as he makes his way onto another lap. And well, meanwhile in that battle for P2, no change at the moment. Meanwhile, what we can definitely tell you is that number 42 of what is there, Britain, is starting to close up to Hunt. And I did have the chance to catch up with Britain in the build up to what was the qualifying session yesterday, and he was saying about the fact feeling quite confident with going at racing here, and we're grateful for the clear skies, no doubt about it. Whenever I spoke to any of our drivers in the Formula Ford series, they were all saying they wanted clear skies, no rain whatsoever. These cars become incredibly tenuous in terms of the amount of grip when they do go into wet conditions, and well, absolutely blue skies here. We've got nothing to worry about with regards to the rain. But right now, as our drivers continue to push on here and building up that lap time, Frey absolutely leading the way. Fastest lap of the race as well so far, 50.278, albeit only by 100 faster than Mason. And in fact, on this lap, as they come towards the end of another tour of the circuit, it does look as though Frey now starting to be reeled in a little bit by both Mason and Hawkins. Gap moving down to 1.1 seconds as they come across the timeline, and onwards they go in towards turn 1 once again. But as they do, order still as it was previous lap, and therefore it's all kind of about a long-term tactical game of chess, if you will, albeit in excess of 100 miles an hour. And do keep in mind, of course, if a driver is setting a lap time of sub 50 minutes, you're looking at an average lap speed in excess of 100, if not 110 miles an hour. And our drivers are pushing very close to that already, as new fastest lap race has gone to Hawkins, who on what is there, I do believe, a 49.967, one of a number of drivers, well, in fact 957 I should say, is one of only 2 drivers to break into what is the what is the 49 so far. The other driver being Mason, who did that on his previous lap, a 9.66. But as the drivers make the way on now, we can see the top three are getting closer and closer together. And well, that battle is not going anywhere, but into closer proximity between our trio of heroes at the front of the field. And as they make the way in towards turn one this time, still green flag conditions. We've still got 10 minutes of racing to go in our first race of the day here on this fine Sunday. And as they make the way on through turn number one, well, right now, as the field continues to spread out, it's our top three separated by only 1.6 seconds, and then you do have a growing battle for P4 between Daly, Hunt and Britain, which is separated by only 2.5 seconds apiece. So therefore little clusters of battling building up, and meanwhile as Wood continues to push on a bit further down the order in P12, we may not be in the pace of his rolls, about 3-4 seconds of the pace currently, but still out there and keeping it alive to bring the car home, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Because remember, whilst they are racing in a championship as well, the BRSCC Super Classic 399 Formula Championship, it is also about making sure these cars stay alive and we get to see them in their full splendour as our drivers make the way onto lap number 8. And as they do, well, further down the order, Hunt versus Britain. Britain getting much closer this time. Gap across the line being 3 tenths, with Britain picking up a huge time at the devil's elbow. And therefore, right now, he'll be hoping that translates into a heavenly move, going through turn 1 and onwards onto the step straight. But as they make the way on around, it does look as though, in fact, that Hunt is able to pull away a little bit. And, well, when we say about Hunt there, of course, an infamous surname when it comes to Formula Machines, with the legendary James Hunt being a one-time Formula 1 champion. And, well, I can imagine Hunt trying to channel one of his synonymous namesakes there as he makes his way in the chase of what is Daly, but looking to keep Britain behind. As the drivers come on down towards what is another lap. Well, the leader's incredibly close. In fact, Frey under major pressure from Mason now. Mason looking for the move around the outside in towards turn number 1. Literally dead level as they cross the line. Mason is flying out there, but does he get the move done through the opening right hander? Well, they make their way on around the corner, and as they do, coming out of it, it's still Frey ahead. And well, Mason being quite the opportunist, looking for the move around the outside, but now Frey under huge pressure in the Van Diemen as they make their way down the step straight. And it's going to move up the inside here from what is Mason as he goes all in for it. Can't quite find it. The door's squeezed shut there, and will Frey playing it to the limits, giving his rival a little bit of breathing room, but not too much other than to be able to take that sneak peek. But right now, Frey under huge pressure as they make their way down towards the hairpin. And well, this battle definitely right now absolutely going to the wire. And we're only at the halfway point of this race, as Shu pointed out. We've still got plenty more racing to come in this first race of the day, but this is only going to serve to bring Hawkins into the fight as they make their way past us. Onto the next lap they go. And well, at this rate, this three-way battle is only going to get tighter and tighter. 7 tenths covers the top three. Meanwhile, Daly and P4 has been able to open up quite the gap to Hunt now of 2.2 seconds, and then Britain falling back off of Hunt to 1.1 seconds. So therefore, all eyes now down here in terms of spectators on that lead battle as they make the way on through down the step straight. And well, I can tell you an update. Frey has found his way into lead this race, coming out of turn number 1 versus what is May. Well, in fact, Mason's got ahead of Frey, I should say. They're getting the drivers mixed up, but it is now Mason leading as they come down towards the hairpin, and you can see that on your camera as they make their way into the braking zone. But of course, the pass is just one part of the story, and now will he be able to hold on to it all the way to what will be the checkered flag? As they make the way out the devil's elbow, we do have a blue flag wave, and that will be for Wood being asked to step aside, and he does so as our top three make the way on around and towards another lap. And there's your confirmation that Mason now leads ahead of Frey, the Swift ahead of the Van Diemen, and then another Swift in pursuit here. It is the Swift sandwich of Van Diemen filler as they make the way into turn 1 this time. And as they do, all three drivers there will be pushing it to the limit, but also now they've got 2 races today, and therefore they want to finish both of them. It's not just going to be about the one result, it's going to be about both results. But me on the step straight will Frey's back ahead of Mason as they make the way on down a better run out of turn number 1, and up the inside he goes. Meanwhile there, Hawkins trying to take a cheeky peek to the inside, trying to see if he can make Frey give up 2 places for the price of 1 corner. But in the end, Frey saying no, 1 shot, that's all you're going to get, as they make their way down in towards the hairpin. And as they do, coming on down there in towards the braking zone, well, there you could see what is Mason still holding on. Well, in fact, what was Frey holding off Mason there, with Hawkins coming on through, and Frey leading again. But still, they've got the best part of what is 5 minutes left in this race as they head towards the timeline and charging their way on around, where it's going to be Frey ahead of Mason, followed by Hawkins coming on for that right hander. But looking there for a potential move is what is Mason as he tries to go around the outside. Indeed, plenty of space to be able to go for what is the move there. But as our drivers make the way on around, well, our drivers coming in towards turn number 2 now, and very close between them as they go in towards the braking zone there for turn number 2, but no way through. But Hawkins right now absolutely getting the dream double toe as he makes his way in towards the hairpin. And now will he be able to find that move? Well, at the moment I think Hawkins has got to play the long game here, which he's got to think about his two rivals in front of him, just simply battling each other and holding each other up, and can Hawkins potentially do the double here as they make their way through? Well, there has been a change of leader once again as they come out the hairpin, and that is Mason now ahead of Frey, but again Hawkins now very close to the back of Frey as they head into turn number 1. Now will Hawkins be able to make this move happen? Will Mason in turn be given a bit of breathing room here? And that's the devil in the detail that Hawkins has now got to decide what he wants to do with it. And in fact, if he battles with Frey here, then it might allow Mason to pull away. Hawkins does not go for the move, instead backs off there, and instead looking now to try and stay with Frey as they chase down Mason once more. The fastest lap of this race still in the hands of what is Mason on that 49.654, as meanwhile the rest of the field behind the top 3 is Daly, Hunt, Stones, Britton, Porter and Vickers and Buckton to P10, and Inferno P11 ahead of Woods. Complete your 12 runners in this race with just under 5 minutes left on the clock, and well, with those 5 minutes remaining, well, Hawkins still in the pursuit there in P3, but it is Mason who leads as they come around for another time, and as they make their way down towards turn 1 this time, well, it does mean now for Mason the pressure is on as the laps continue to tick up, and meanwhile the time continues to tick down, and now it will all be for Frey to just think about, okay, when does he want to go for this move? When does he decide the time is right? And again, very close, only 2 tenths separating them as they make their way onto the step straight. Well, they power the way on down. Meanwhile, Hawkins just waiting behind there, falling back a little bit, and as they make their way into the Cooper S's, no change between them, but Frey definitely sizing up a potential move here as they come on through the corners. Into the hairpin they will go shortly, and as they do, we'll get our eyes on here as to whether there's going to be a forthcoming move between the drivers, and in the end, well, it is going to be Mason who has to go very defensive. Frey goes for the cutback there, lovely attempt at a cutback, and it's not going to be enough, but it does put him right in the wheel tracks his rivals. They come down the start finish straight, and as they do, well, Frey here is not going to be looking for more of a golden opportunity than this. He's in the toe, he's got the overspeed, but can he go over it into turn 1? And the answer is going to be no, he does not. But these 3 now separated by less than half a second as they cross the line, and as they make the way on towards what is turn number 2. Coming out of turn 1, I can see once again Hawkins falling back a little bit. The car doesn't look as comfortable in the dirty air of 2 machines in front, and therefore right now Frey and Mason really pushing each other to the limit, and Hawkins just waiting there, waiting for the opportunity each and every time. And as our drivers make the way on into the hairpin, will we see a potential move here come from Frey versus Mason? I don't think so at the moment. In fact, I think it does seem so. In fact, he's going to look around the outside there. He's going all for it. Now Mason's going to make him have to work for it and give him the minimum space available to him, and in the end Frey has to back out. No, there's not enough room to manoeuvre, and as they make the way across the timeline, well, now it's started to get closer and closer between these two as Mason still leads, but Frey absolutely chomping left, right and centre, trying to find an opening, and with only 2 minutes left. Well, this is building up to be an absolutely scintillating end to this first race of the pre-99 Formula Ford 1600 Championship here at the Mallory Park circuit. And as they make their way onwards, well, you can see they're Frey looking for the move, switching to the outside now. Meanwhile, Mason going defensive here as they head onto the brakes. It's going to be too wide going in, and Wood's going to give Frey the opportunity to get the inside of turn 3, but he'll be on the outside in towards the hairpin. They're absolutely net by net, a little bit of rub between the two of them, and as they make their way in towards the hairpin, will it be Frey, will it be Mason who's ahead under braking here? Will they still go too wide? Well, it's going to be up the inside there for Frey, but still Mason goes a bit wide, but it's going to be Frey who does get ahead. Here they come onto the start of this straight. They'll have 2 more laps of racing, but it's not over yet. Mason now coming back, Hawkins just watching in the wings there as they make their way in towards turn 1, and as they do, side by side they enter the corner, but it will be defense from Frey as they make their way around for the opening right-hander. But as they exit it, who's going to be leading? It is Frey. He's been able to pull himself just back in front, and will therefore right now he'll be able to hold on as here comes Mason again, here comes Hawkins as well. Frey looking very vulnerable as it's going to be Mason looking around the outside. It's deja vu from the previous lap, but swap the cars around. Meanwhile, Hawkins looking for an opportunity to squeeze his way and backs out of it. No, Frieda's not going to 1 through there, and as they come up towards the hairpin, well, right now it is going to be Frey who's a nose ahead at the moment, but meanwhile Mason trying to go around the outside absolutely tight as you like through the hairpin, and as they come out of the corner into Devil's Elbow, who is going to be all good as me, and well, I think there's been an instant subscription, and there's been contact. There's been contact between Frey and Mason. Frey has had to pull off. Meanwhile, it means that Hawkins goes through to lead this race, and with the front left wheel of what is, I do believe, what is Hawkins' car not pointing in a straight line, and meanwhile with that contact it means Hawkins now leads, Daly's up to P2, and then we have Hunt, Stones, Mason, Frey, but they're dropping down the order. Mason, Frey, there has been contact between them on this final lap. It's absolutely dramatic, and the closing stage of this race, and well, I can definitely tell you that Frey is nowhere to be seen, but meanwhile Hawkins right now in control of this race and just run it on home, and in the end playing the game of being the opportunist. Playing the game of being the opportunist here has really paid off, for as they make the way on through the final corner, there he is, and well, patience was the key word of their first race of the day, and as he makes it out the final corner, it is going to be Hawkins who takes the win in the Swift SC95 as he crosses the line to the checker flag. We're then going to have some time but coming on through Devil's Elbow as well to take P2 in the end. It will be none other than Daly in the Van Diemen RF88, and in completing your top three it will be Hunt in the Mondial M92. Behind them it will be Stones, followed by Britain, who completes your top five, and then we will have Vickers who comes over in the 15 to take P6, but there has been that drama of course further down for Mason and Frey. Meanwhile Porter coming across the line with Buckton, and well, they will take P7 and P8 with Buckton on the charge here, but too late in the day. And then I think your final two drivers to see the checker flag in due course will firstly be Fernihue in P9 in the 47 as he comes to the line. That good drive there from the Titan Mark 6 driver, and then we will have it finishing effectively a lap down as it stands. It will be Wood who will be taking P12, I do believe. We'll get confirmation out shortly. Or will he be promoted to P10? It will be P10 for Wood, albeit a lap down, and Mason and Frey with that contact coming out the hairpin that we didn't quite catch it fully on camera. Will both drivers retiring from the race, and well, we could definitely confirm that Frey having that damaged front suspension on what was from the driver's perspective the front right, I want to say, and the wheel was not pointing a straight line. But goodness me, what a race. In fact, we are going to get you a replay. We were able to just about capture the incident, and we are going to see it now on your replay camera, ladies and gentlemen. And well, as you can see, as they made the way on through and off in the distance there, and as they made the way on down, well, this was the initial battling between the two drivers on that fateful lap, and well, as they made the way around, fantastic battling between it. It's so unfortunate they ended up the way, and well, we can actually give up, we weren't able to quite get the footage, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise for that. If we can get a replay of what happened, then we will do so. But the most important thing, of course, is that I do believe both drivers are okay. Of course, there will be a little bit upset for both drivers, given the fact that these machines, well, they are priceless machines as they go racing, but to be fair, both of them wanted to go racing, and we got to see some brilliant battling in action. And well, in the meantime, when we can, we will get those provisional results up on the board for you. But I can tell you, I do believe that Mason's car is still on the run out of the, where's the hairpin, in towards Devil's Elbow. We have got the marshals down there, so we'll give you some updates when we can. But in the meantime, as we do just wait for the race to settle. In fact, we do have the instant now coming up on screen, and you could just see there was what was in the background of your picture. That was Frey pulling off. So after some contact in the end, as he made his way down through Devil's Elbows, we saw him pull off here from our little nest where we're providing the commentary today. And well, that's all we got to see in the end. Unfortunately, we didn't see the contact, so it must have happened just coming out the hairpin and slightly off the camera shot. They were too wide out the hairpin, and I suspect there was a touch between what was the wheels and perhaps also a wheel to rod contact, and that is what led to both drivers having a difficult end. But there's your results on screen. Tom Hawkins, your winner. Patience paying off there ahead of Peter Daly, winner in class P2 overall. Then it was none other than Neil Hunt, P3, ahead of Christopher Stones, Paul Britton at P5, Lorna Vickers, David Porter, Oliver Buckton, Ian Fernihue, and then Ian will complete your top 10. And then our two retirees, 2 laps down of Paul Mason and Richard Frey. Now, we do apologise for the fact that we did have a little bit of a shuffle to this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, but the Formula Ford race did get underway much earlier than expected. So what we're going to do now is we're going to cut away to the introduction for today, so therefore a little bit out of sequence, but still I'm sure you won't mind as we do introduce all the races today, and we'll take you through that schedule. Of course, keep in mind our first race of the day has already been completed. We'll catch up with you again very shortly. Well, good morning and hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here at Mallory Park once again. It is Sunday the 19th of May, and you're back for even more racing, and the one and only Classic and Modern Motorsports Festival for 2024 as brought to you by the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern in collaboration with Classic Touring Car Racing Championships. And well, with that in mind, of course, cars are running around on circuit behind me already. It is an absolutely beautiful day here at Mallory Park. There was the big question, of course, yesterday with the clouds coming over, particularly in the morning and the early part of the afternoon. Would we see some rain. We didn't see any rain. Indeed, the only downpour we saw was an absolute downpour of absolutely brilliant racing out on circuit. And whilst we had 8 races yesterday, we've got 12 today. We've currently got some qualifying sessions going on behind us for the series that did not run yesterday. So therefore, we're a little bit away from going racing at the moment. But one thing I can definitely tell you is it's blue skies, and with some blue sky thinking, we've got 12 races coming up. But let's take you through what we got on the schedule for today. We're going to be kicking off at what will be at 11:15 this morning with race number 9, and that will be the Super Classic 399 Formula Fords. And if you're a big fan of open wheel racing, you didn't get to see any yesterday, of course, but you're in for a treat today because you've got 2 series that will be open wheel, and they'll be kicking off with those pre-99 Formula Fords at 10:45. After that, we've got our 10th race of the weekend. That will be the ADRIAN FLUX Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. And if you're a big MG fan, then you're going to be seeing a whole assortment of historical machines all the way up to modern MGs racing. And then in race number 11, we are going to be having the classic and modern motorsport clubs, ASHTONE, MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops. That's going to get incredibly crowded, and indeed they're going to be doing their first of 2 races here today. Indeed, all these series doing the first of their 2 races before lunchtime. And then last but not least, before lunch, we've got race number 12, and that is going to be the 500 Owners Association Championship, where you're going to see some historical Formula cars ranging from the 1940s all the way up to the early 1960s. And I can tell you, those historical machines, they may look old, but they're still menacing, and this Mallory Park circuit will enable them to be absolutely unleashed. We're then going to have a lunch break that will run approximately from what will be 12:30 up through to 1:30. Give everybody a chance to get some food in them and give us a chance to rest up here before we go into the afternoon. And when we do kick off with the racing once again, expect to kick off at 20:22. Firstly, we're going to have the CTCRC's Classic Thunder Saloons, their second race of this weekend. And I can tell you, after an absolutely brilliant race done, one that was curtailed somewhat by a red flag, where everyone's hoping for what is clear conditions, no red flags there to see them go for the full 15 minutes. Then at race number 14 will follow. That will be at the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Fords. Once again, they'll have their second race this weekend. And then we're going to be having at race number 15, which will be the CTCRC's second Pre-66 touring car race. And well, those old 66 machines, we saw a 20+ car grid there. We're going to see plenty more of that. Then race number 16, I get ahead of myself, will be the ADRIAN FLUX Insurance MG Owners Club for the second and final time today, before we do have race number 17, the CTCRC's Pre-83 touring cars. And then we will have race number 18, that will be the second of the CMMC's ASHTONE, MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops. And as we wear our way and wind our way down for this weekend, the penultimate race, race number 19, will be the CTCRC's Pre-93s, Pre-2003s, and also the boss of the Blue Oval Saloon Series all out together. And you may remember, we ended on that yesterday after it was a rescheduled restart of the race, and it ended on an absolutely thrilling conclusion in that 5-minute super sprint. And then we bring everything to a close. If all runs to schedule, of course, with race 20 of 20 this weekend, and it'll be the 500 Owners Association Championship with their second race of the day. And quite poetic, they take us into lunch, and they also take us to the end of what has been a marvellous weekend. Now, with regards to weather, we are expecting clear skies all the way through the day. 21 degrees centigrade is the rumour that we're going to be seeing ambient, and therefore this track temperature is going to be absolutely scorching. And many people are already putting on what is the sun lotion. Indeed, I've had to as well to keep my lovely white skin, and our cameraman, well, he's getting a tan at the moment as well. But as our drivers all get set, we'd like to take this moment to say a big thank you, of course, the unsung heroes of motorsport, and that is our Orange Army, the marshals around the circuit. They enable things to flow absolutely butterly smoothly, and well, they're there to react to when things don't go right with yellow and red flags as needed. And they were involved quite heavily yesterday, and when I had a chance to catch up with some of them in the breakfast room before we went racing today, and definitely tell you one thing, they're looking forward to another great day of racing, and well, they're very happy to be there like everybody is at the wonderful Mallory Park circuit, located of course near Mallory Kirby in Leicestershire in the United Kingdom. And well, 1.35 miles of racing surface. It is a circuit that looks simple on paper, it's 5 corners, but it's anything but that. And who is going to rise to the challenge today? Well, that's what we're here to find out, and we'll very soon be going into our first race of the day. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, there was our slightly rearranged introduction to today. Of course, our first race is over for the day, as it did run 15 minutes ahead of schedule. But understand it, if you're wondering the context behind that, so whenever you go to a race event, whether as a spectator or a participant, the marshals and the organisers do try to run the races ahead of schedule to build in time for red flags, yellow flags, safety cars, etc. Because at the end of the day, we want to see all the races get underway, and any time that can be built in, all that is always a graceful item. But still, with plenty more racing to come, our next race up after an absolutely brilliant opener was, of course, we've now got coming up race number 10 of the weekend, and that's the ADRIAN FLUX Insurance MG Owners Club race number 1. And well, we're going to be cutting to an interview of none other than Ollie Olsen, who's going to be talking to us a little bit about his more modern MG. We'll see you shortly. Okay, well, in the build-up to was our MG Owners Club Championship races today, I've got none other than Ollie Olsen here, stirred up by his wonderful number 3 machine. I mean, it's looking an absolute monster, and that's not just because of the livery on it, Ollie. But how are you feeling going into today?
It's all right around Brands Hatch, not brilliant, but we're trying, and Miss Cadwell, so we're back out today. Had a bit of problems with this car, but now it's my mate Bruce sorted it all out, and it seems to be going well today.
Oh, it's all sounding good so far, and a big thank you to your colleague Bruce for helping you out with regards to that. Now, this Mallory Park circuit, very different from Brands Hatch. Brands Hatch, much more about perhaps the corners and the handling aspects, whereas here, you've got to have good exits out the corners, but you've also got to have a lot of speed on the straights.
Yeah, you've got to have a good exit out of Gerrard's, really, and fast through the chicane, and fast through the twiddly bits, and then up to the hairpin, you know.
Now, speaking about the cars themselves, obviously the MGs, there's quite a following around them, and it's a mix of the older machines plus also much newer machines. I mean, you're running one of the more perhaps modern MGs on the grid, but to be fair, they all have their place and they all get to fight against one another.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, we've got a good grid of ZRs, probably the biggest now in the championship in the country, and we had combined with the older classic ones. It's a cracking series.
Oh, 100%. I do have to ask, of course, these machines are quite light as well, and they are quite prone from MG races I've seen in the past, so locking up on the brakes under heavy braking, particularly into the hairpin. I mean, is that something you're going to be wary of today?
You're going to be wary of that, but these have ABS, so it was cutting in quite dramatically up at the hairpin. So, yeah, see how we go.
And just lastly, of course, have you set yourself any targets for today?
I'm starting second on the grid on the front row, which is good. Anywhere in the top 5 would be good. I don't practice enough. All these boys are up here all week doing 100 laps, and I turn up on a Sunday and have a go.
Well, to be fair, for someone who turns up on a Sunday, have a go, putting yourself on the front row, that's brilliant in itself. Well, Ollie, we won't keep you any longer. Best of luck for today, and we'll see you at the checker flag.
Thanks very much indeed. Cheers. Cheers.
Well, you don't want to do that, don't you? Roll that flat, and then know very well it's going to be a full lift.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was our interview with Ollie Olsen and that wonderful Monster MG. And, well, we did notice one little thing. I don't know if you spotted it as well in his interview, and the fact that the car might be covered with Monster Energy decals, but he was also carrying a bottle of Lucozade. I do wonder if there's a little bit of contention with the sponsors there. But joking aside and whatnot, an energy drink's about whether you're a rock star all the way through to a Lucozade fan. Well, I can tell you, we've got rock stars on this MG grid. And for the uninitiated, of course, what is it all about, the MG Owners Club? Well, you can imagine a whole variety of cars on that grid, and we're going to take you through the grid for the purposes of that race. And, well, with regards to how they're going to be starting up for what is their first race of the day, we're going to be having, starting on pole, none other than Steve McDermott with Adrian Olsen there, or Ollie Olsen alongside on the front row. Then we're going to be seeing what will be Eddie Sharp and Mark Grant on row number 2, followed by row 3 going to what is none other than Riley Bryce and Luke Boniface. Then we have on row number 4 the combination of Jimmy Work and Phil Walker, and then on your top 10 completion it is going to be none other than, I do believe, they're Jake McDermott and Joshua Addison. Behind them on the 6th row of the grid we will be having what will be the pairing of, as we do bring it up on the screen for you there, where it's going to be none other than Darren Leonard and also Andy Heitman, who was having some issues with the car down in the paddock. We did try to catch up with him, but he needed all the time and attention on the car, completely understandable. David Amplit starts what is their P13 ahead of Jim Bainham, and then we do have Gary Puxty and what is none other than Mark Ryhorsch there in P16. Then we do have Ashley Barnes at P17 ahead of, I do believe, Mal Best, and then William Sharp and Robert Fisher complete what is your top 20. Absolutely packed grid, no doubt about it. Multiple classes as well, and well, from them that concludes your grid. So 20 starters for the purposes of this first MG race of the day, and as all of our drivers absolutely get set and ready to go, well, as we say, whether it's Sharp all the way down the back of the grid or alternatively Steve McDermott all the way at the front of the grid, well, it is going to be an absolutely packed setting. But in terms of what you can expect out here, well, you can expect modern MGs, but you can also expect much older MGs out there, all the way back to the old V8 MGs of the older days, including the MGVs and whatnot. And therefore this is a treat, guys. If you're an MG fan, whether historical or more modern, you are going to be in for an absolute appetizer. And I can tell you, with the rubber laid down with our Formula Ford drivers there, and this circuit will be coming more and more live, we are just still in the process, I do believe, of recovering what was the car of Mason from that first race of the day in the pre-99 Formula Ford. So therefore there is going to be a little bit of a delay before we do go racing again. But again, as you can see on the pictures, absolutely a lovely day. We've got blue skies aplenty still. We might have a small amount of cloud decide to pop its way over around 2-3 o'clock, but we're not expecting any rain here at all. Indeed, that'll be against the grain as we understand it. And well, talking about Mallory Park then as a circuit, of course, it's a racing circuit first and foremost, but one thing that many people were saying to me over the course of yesterday and even today as well is the fact that you don't just come here for what is racing, you also come here for some wonderful scenery with 2 lakes being on the inside and a very unusual configuration in the fact that this circuit and 2 lakes on its inside paddock, so it does get very crowded down in the paddock. But also, speaking of lakes, we do have the lakeside diner and bar. We're under new management as of October 2023, and we're having gone in there early this morning to go get some breakfast. And tell you one thing, if you do decide to visit, go ask them about their full English breakfast, because you will not be disappointed. And that's fueled us up for the day here, no doubt about it. But we are hearing the rumble of some engines further down the paddock towards the assembly area. We have also got some marshals right now across the start-finish line, and therefore we might be starting to see what will be our MG drivers making their way out shortly. Again, we are just keeping our eyes peeled for that. But as we can see in the hairpin camera here, we can see the recovery underway of Mason's car from race number 1 of today, or race number 9 in your schedule, and that recovery work ongoing. So it does seem to be moving along, and in fact we can just see as we look from our position in terms of our little commentary tower where we're situated for today, we can see the car just gradually being pulled along there on the winch. And indeed, sad to see the car in such a state, but as they make the way on forward, and as they do, well, as they make the way on down here, going very slowly, of course, they don't want that car to shake around at all. They just want to get safely on through. And of course, you never know what might happen if it does shake around a bit. Some bits may come off the car, and the marshals need to clear those off, because of course those can lead to punches in the tyres. And whilst a number of our races do involve slicks, also some drivers here bring treaded tyres as well, not just for wet conditions. We do apologise if we cut in and out. Well, there we go. Gentlemen, slight little technical issues, but let's get them out of the way before the racing gets underway, and therefore we don't have any panic in the racing. At the end of the day, you want all the racing action, the best possible quality, and it was great to see so many of you tuning in on the respective YouTube channels. And again, just to remind you, you could be tuning in to this broadcast on what is YouTube at both the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern, and also what is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club YouTube channels. Or if you want to search them, if you want to share them with your friends right now or family members, well, all you need to say to them is go onto YouTube and search for the following: CMMCS Mallory Park, and you'll see the links there for the Sunday broadcast. Alternatively, say CTCRC Mallory Park, and you'll be able to tune in there. And the broadcast being synchronous, we're covering all the racing action here today. We're not going to be particular about what we cover. We haven't covered qualifying, of course, because qualifying, whilst it can be very intriguing, we've used that time in order to get as many interviews in with our drivers and talk to the drivers down in the paddock, and therefore we are focusing on that racing action. But as we are seeing off in the distance what is the wounded car of Mason making its way, it's now off circuit and it is near the scrutineering bay and being dropped off. I'm really sad to see that car. It does look as though the suspension has taken quite a hit. Well, we hope that both Frey and Mason are able to get their cars repaired for their second race later this afternoon. But we are going to be taking a brief breather, because at the moment we are waiting for the confirmation of when our next race of the day will get underway. So don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you some scenic shots of the Mallory Park circuit for you to adore, but we'll be back as soon as possible to get our next race underway.
Really like a chat? Yeah. No, I ain't seen him for a couple of years. Unless he's passed on.
Well, ladies and gents, just as soon as we take the opportunity to step away, well, would you know it, we now do have our MG drivers making their way out onto the circuit, and well, perhaps that's a little bit of the devil's, not the devil's elbow here at Mallory Park, but it's great to see that we're getting back out there already, going into our second race today, or race number 10 of this weekend. So the drivers make the way on through, and you have that lovely view, and on the ticker tape at the bottom of your screen, we do, of course, have the running order as they have qualified for the purposes of the race. And let's just take you through that grid one more time again. It's Steve McDermott who has taken pole position ahead of our interview from earlier of what is Ollie Olsen. Then we do have what is Eddie Sharp starting P3 ahead of Mark Grant, with Riley Price there P5 ahead of Luke Boniface, Jake McDermott and Joshua Addison completing your top 10. Then Darren Leonard and Andy Heitman starting on the 6th row of the grid. David Amphlett and what is Jim Baynam starting on your 7th row of the grid. Then Gary Puxley and Mark Ryhorski getting the surname right this time. Apologies for butchering his surname earlier on. And well, he'll be starting on what is the 8th row of the grid. Ashley Barnes starts on the 9th row, joined by Malk Best. And then we do have on row number 10 William Sharp and Robert Fisher, who complete your top 20 starters. And well, as they make the way on down towards the hairpin here, indeed getting a little bit of tyre warming in. This is going to be a standing start procedure. Our marshals on the start finish line waiting to go. As always, the Orange Army are ready to bring our army of MG drivers to a halt before they will clear the circuit. And we'll have to try and make the way around. One thing we did notice was that our marshals were going out there in between the races and also sweeping up the circuit through Devil's Elbow, and I think also laying down a little bit of what was, well, I believe it might have been salt or sand, just to potentially get rid of any excess oil. As our drivers make their way now down onto the start-finish line straight, an absolute array of MGs there, starting with perhaps some of the more modern MGs at the front of the grid, and then as we make our way further on down, you'll see with some of the older MGs, but a whole variety of machines here, and the MG Owners Club going as strong as ever going into 2024. They make their way on down, and well, absolutely brilliant to see as everyone being brought into position. And of course, the big question is going to be the battle of the monster versus what will be McDermott, in the fact that we do have Olsen on the right hand side of the grid on the outside P2, just behind McDermott, who is your pole sitter, but will they be that way once they come through turn number 1? Well, that is the fundamental question, and we are going to try and answer that through what is the best part of 15 minutes of racing here in our first race for their weekend. And well, who out of our drivers is going to be the one who comes away the victor? Well, as they get themselves set and ready to go, everyone absolutely in position to go racing. And in fact, it's 20 minutes. We do apologise for that, in the fact that we're so used to 15-minute races, they're getting a little bit more time out on the circuit. And well, as our driver, and it is going to be the only one of our races or one of our groups that does have a 20-minute race, everyone else on 15 minutes. Well, there we go, we're completely programmed in. We're trying to sell you short, but as the last couple of drivers pull into position on the grid, well, we are only moments away now, as we do have the number 1 and the 172 at the back of the order getting into their final spots. They're being pointed exactly to where they need to start. Everyone in position, the green flag going up at the back of the grid. That means we're ready to go. 5 seconds on the clock, and here it is, ladies and gentlemen, our second race of the day, the first of the MG Owners Club, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go for the second time today. It's a good start for McDermott and the same for Olsen. Both drivers now under green flag, getting a brilliant start, but which of the two is going to be leading out of turn number 1? Well, here they go, going on through the opening right-hander, sweeping around, and it looks as though McDermott's been able to hold on, as Olsen meanwhile on the attack, but under attack himself now from both Sharp and Grant, as we can see the two drivers close behind him. McDermott, in fact, making such a stellar start, he's leaving everybody behind, and as the Monster Energy Drink machine tries to hold on here, making the way down, in fact, it looks like it's dropped a bit back. No, it has not. It's still in P2 there, as we get our colours confused. And as they come in towards turn number 2, well, up the inside there, the 83. We're getting side by side between the 83 and also what is the number 17 on Walker, having a lightning start, making his way up into P5. But he's now going to be under some pressure there from what his Price is battling back with him. Into the hairpin they go. And as they do, we're all stamping down the anchors for the first time. Whilst these cars do have anti-lock braking systems, you can't push them too hard early on, otherwise you will lock up the brakes, and it's a nasty place to be at that hairpin. But as they take their way out and on to the start-finish straight, well, it is McDermott who leads after one lap ahead of Olsen, followed by the number 17 there of Wesnarden Price, who's made up 2 places on the open lap. And then we do have Sharp, who's dropped down to P4, Work P5, Walker P6, Boniface P7, McDermott P8, and then it will be Leonard at P9 and Addison completing the top 10 as they make the way on to another lap. I do believe there, as they make their way through that sweeping right-hander, we have 2 drivers listed at McDermott on our timing tower, and well, we'll try and understand the difference between the two of them shortly. But meanwhile, as our race leader in the number 77 makes his way roaring on through, well, the number 3 behind right now, Olsen, really building up along. Oh goodness, big contact at turn number 2. 2 cars going around onto the grass, and there they go, spinning around, and well, nasty incident between the two of them now. I think just a small touch, and in the end, one went into the other. We do have a yellow flag down at turn 2. We'll keep you apprised should that evolve into anything more than that. But it looks like both drivers, once out in the grass, just sliding to the barrier. Marshall's immediately responding, but meanwhile, your race leaders, they come around to complete lap number 2. It's still McDermott ahead of Olsen, followed by Price, Sharp, and then as they make the way turn on row. But meanwhile, as the orders making its way up, that was contact between both Walker and Boniface there, and the two coming together. 2 went into 1, and in the end, they couldn't do the dance together. And as I try to make the way on this next lap, we still do have double yellows being waved into the Cooper S's there. So there'll be no action into turns 2 and 3, which really have been the hot spot of a lot of battling over the course of this weekend. So drivers, of course, under double yellows need to be prepared to stop if required, but must go through at a safe pace there, and nowhere to overtaking permitted. So therefore, it will bring a bit of a halt to the key overtaking zones in this race. But as they make the way on past with both drivers, I do believe, we can't quite see from where we're standing, but I do believe slightly off camera, they are currently beached in that grass, and there's going to be no way out. This grass still waterlogged despite the amount of sunshine we've had. Indeed, it feels like a little bit of a swamp. But as our race leader continues to tear his way away, McDermott going on to another lap in the MG ZR 170, and well, he has got Olsen, who right now is in the chase, albeit as they make the way across the line. Price there in P3 and Sharp in P4, and we do have a red flag to this race, ladies and gentlemen. And well, after only 3 minutes, our drivers are brought down to a crawl here, and the places will be locked in, as we do see coming across the line there was the 59 and also the 26 of Barnes and Best drag racing their way to that line. Well, in at the end, our drivers now being given the call to gradually come down to what is a halt pace on the start finish line, being told to slow and take their positions. Most of the field making its way around, of course, so therefore this has brought a halt to what is our race, but still at the same time it's all in the right manner of making sure that our drivers are okay. I'm going to show you the replay of the contact, and here it is, ladies and gentlemen, that contact between our two drivers, and as they made their way into the corner, as it is going to appear on screen very shortly for you, and as you can see, it is going to be absolutely close between them. And then the smallest of taps, it sends both drivers round, and in the end, both going to what is that tyre barrier and making further secondary contact to each other, and indeed, absolutely tied together there. You can understand why that looked for the move in the early stages, but it just did not work out. Now, so you may be wondering, of course, about with regards to that barrier. And well, this is not to try and essentially give too much of an insight into drives, but when they do make that contact with the barrier, we have had a number of drivers make contact with it. The one good thing about it, when I was speaking to what was Alan, our driver in the Boss series yesterday, who had a trip to that barrier, he was saying to me the fact the good thing about it is it's a plastic sheet over the top of a whole wall of tyres, so that means when you do slide into it, it's actually a relatively soft impact, and those tyre barriers normally being, well, made out of tyres first and foremost, not made out of any hard metal or sheets, for the simple reason to try and cushion the blow, minimise the damage to the car, but most importantly, minimise the potential impact to the driver. Safety being paramount, of course, in motorsport around the world and here in the UK, and indeed, therefore, both our drivers, well, they will have definitely received a bit of a knock, and we are trying to give you an update on whether both drivers are okay. Of course, the medical teams are on site to make the way over as well, to make sure both drivers are okay, and that is a standard precaution. Just because you do see the medical team there does not mean it is absolutely grave, but it's always right. It doesn't matter whether you're in motorsport or whether you do go to a track day in the United Kingdom. When you do have an off, when you do have a bump, the first and foremost thing is that the medical team gets out there to check the drivers over and make sure they're both doing okay. And whilst they are a little bit off camera at the moment, we do have this red flag to race number 10 of the weekend, and as soon as we get you an update, we will. But all of our other drivers who are still in this race currently parked up on the grid, and well, a big conversation going on between what is our marshals and drivers there to sort out the situation. And I do believe at the moment we do have one of our drivers who was towards the back of the field, right towards the front of the grid. I think having a conversation to say what happens here, and the fact that they're right at the front of the whole running order. Do they need to be swapped around or whatnot? I think they're being confirmed just to hold position and let the marshals do their thing. And in the end, they will sort things out once the red flag situation has been settled. But in the meantime, of course, a very fiery start to race. Feel free to give your thoughts as well with regards to what is the racing so far. That's what the chat there's for. And also, one of the questions for today that we do have to ask: what's been your favourite livery you've seen so far on any of the machines? Feel free to tell us which car it is or what series it's in, and also give us the door number. There's no prizes for the best livery here, at least on the broadcast, but I do believe some series do run what is called their Best Prepared Awards for the race weekends, whereby the driver who's come along with the best prepared car, it's in the cleanest possible state, looking all sharp and in the trimming, they may get a little mini trophy or one. That's always great to see. It's not just necessarily about who's the fastest out there, but also who's doing the best to take care of the car. But as I say, for those who have not tuned in, And well, we have seen on the cameras there the recovery getting underway. It looks like both drivers are out of their respective cars, so everyone does seem to be safe. And we do have the recovery pickups there now to get ready to load the cars on. And just to remind you as well, if you're wondering why, when we've had incidents so far, even if they've been small incidents on a relative scale like what we've just seen, why we do have the recovery trucks there, we do keep in mind this is something that's been mandated by the clerk of the course and also our marshalling teams, in the fact that given how waterlogged the grass is, if you do have an off round here, you are not getting that car back onto the circuit anytime soon. Indeed, there's a high risk that if you do try to, you're going to beach and dig the car further into that grass, and therefore it's to be lifted and shifted out. And whether they can carry on racing or not after that, well, that will be a discussion between the drivers, the marshals and the clerk of the course. But as our drivers do get set once again, we are currently under red flag. For those tuning in, indeed, we've had a very dramatic start to our racing here on Sunday of day number 2 of 2 of what is the Classic and Modern Motorsport Festival here at Mallory Park. In race number 1 in the pre-99 Formula Fords, it was a brilliant battle up front, which did end up in a yellow flag at the end as our 2 race leaders made contact, which saw Hawkins, our P3 driver, come through to take victory. And we're in our second race of the day with the MG Owners Club, where we have had a coming together of 2 of our drivers. And just to reiterate, the 2 drivers who did have that coming together were none other. As we do just double get our data up on screen, it was contact between Walker and Boniface going into the Cooper S's on what was at the time lap number 2, and in making up that contact, well, the race has come to a premature end. But as our drivers have just been talked to by the marshals right now on the start-finish line, all being given told what the order will be in terms of how they're going to get back into a running order. I presume we're going to have another standing start, much like how we saw this race start, which does give us a brilliant opportunity here to take a look over some of the machinery. And we'll also keep in mind, the one thing that our drivers will not be keen on here, if you are being a little bit selfish as a driver, is the fact that when the cars are sat on the grid like this, well, when they do have their engines running in a bit of an idle mode, this can lead to a bit of excess temperature under the engine. Of course, our drivers will do everything to keep their cars as cool as possible. But as we saw yesterday, given the fact we're having very hot temperatures, and in fact a number of drivers have said across the series, and this has been a running theme, that this is the first race weekend they've had in 2024 where they've actually not had rain or cold conditions. So this is a really different weekend compared to what they're used to, and therefore these machines, they're going to be feeling that heat. And we have been seeing a number of teams and drivers actually drilling holes into the front bumpers of their cars in order to let more air in over the front so they can't cool the engine down. But the problem is, that's when the car is going at speed. But right now when it's parked up on the grid, well, of course the engines are running, but they're getting hot and they're not having cool air blown over them as such. We have got a gentle wind here, which is cool for the spectators, but for these cars they need a lot more than that. They need to be running at close to top speed in the air to be able to keep the cool air over the engines. So therefore a number of drivers will be mindful of that, and they might need to just approach things a little bit tentatively when they do go back to green flag racing. But as we do wait the order, well, that was on the timetable. We will confirm the order for when we resume the race when we can, ladies and gentlemen. But I suspect we are going to be what is just a couple more minutes away. We are noticing that both of the cars involved in the incident are now being towed off circuit. They've been brought back into the paddock, and there's the little entry door where you'd have the standard oval. Of course, we're running on the road racing course layout here, and therefore not using the full oval. We're using the best part of which 90% of it as our drivers make their way on into the pit lane. There also, I should say, our off drivers, in terms of those who are involved in that incident, are being pulled into the pit lane. Well, and we can see what will be very shortly a camera feed that gives you that confirmation. We do see the 2 cars being brought down on the recovery tracks there, and you can see both being towed along. And well, a bit of a disappointing start to both where's the day of Walker and Boniface, but still it does happen in motorsport. That's what close racing is about, and I'm sure it will be a little bit of a bruise to their ego and their pride, and that's not to besmirch them, of course, but it always is a bit of a wound when the racing doesn't go the way you want it to. But we get the good feeling they'll be back for what is race number 2 this afternoon in the MG Owners Club. But as we do look back to what is the front of the circuit, well, in the meantime, now the marshals are going to be starting to give the marching orders for all the drivers in this race remaining. And do keep in mind, of course, we are going to get a restart of this race. Now, whether we will get a restart for a full 20 minutes, we're not sure. What we can see is the number 2 right now, which is why the car's back towards the back of the grid, is gradually reversing its way down the grid order. So I think everyone's now going to go through the shuffle on the grid. Thankfully, the start-finish line grid area is actually quite wide, so it does mean that they can start to form into 2 lines of traffic. Those who just park up in position on the left, or what will be on the right of your camera shot looking down, and those who are coming coming forward on what will be the left of your picture, the right to us, when they're now getting into position. But again, we will see McDermott and Olsen on that front row of the grid, and they will get to do much like they did in the first run of this race. They'll get the opportunity to go for their drag race in towards turn number 1. And it does seem as though whoever starts on that inside line has a little bit of an advantage, albeit, of course, they've got to bring themselves back onto the racing line, and that's why you do see these two wide battles normally flow into turn 1 and all the way through to the middle of its apex. And that outside line, it's where you want to be, but of course the disadvantage beyond that outside line is Dan, you start off with a little bit less rubber on the circuit compared to on that inside line, because the only time you start to make your way back across the circuit is just after you've cleared what is the start-finish line going in towards turn number 1, and therefore the grip is on the inside of the road for our starters, and on the outside you've got to have an even better launch in order to leapfrog ahead. And well, as everybody gets shuffled back in, we are only now approximately, I would say no more than about a minute and a half to 2 away before we do get the restart here, and we'll, based on the information available to me, we are going to go back to 20 minutes of racing, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting 3 minutes back, and that's a treat for us. And well, that's what happens when you start off the day ahead of schedule. And of course, we were running 15 minutes ahead of schedule with the mishmash of what was this broadcast slate and having to jump straight into the racing action. And well, we can promise you we're not out of sequence here, but we are respecting the fact that things are being run ahead of time. But that gives us the time back here to go for more racing. And well, as our drivers all gradually get into position, just now having what is the second half of the field being told to come forward and get into the right slot. We're not too far away, and will Mallory Park starting to warm up here with even more racing machines. We've still got more spectators. We've got plenty of spectators out there, out on the banks, on the grass. Indeed, we'll see quite a few caravans out there, also some motorhomes. It's great to see so many people turning out for what is a fine Sunday afternoon in the middle of May. Indeed, summer has come nice and on time in the United Kingdom. We wondered if it would ever come, and of course the first bank holiday weekend of May had those absolutely beautiful conditions, and then we had an absolute ton of rain after it, and many said, well, summer was done in the United Kingdom. Well, today, this broadcast, if you ever wanted proof that summer is here to stay, it is today here at Mallory Park. And well, now only a couple more cars to get into position, and we are going to get this second race back underway. We're not too far away from doing so. And I can imagine right now a lot of our drivers getting the itch to go racing once again, and well, they'll be getting the opportunity to scratch it very shortly. We are just having the last 2 cars on the grid now making into position. A couple of cars actually having to be pushed by our marshals in order to help them get backwards. Indeed, a lot of these cars won't want to go into reverse gear. They'll want to go into first gear, not reverse, and at the very most go into neutral if needed. But as the last 2 cars now peel into position, it'll be the 172 and the 150. Oh, not the 150, the number 50. They'll be the last of our runners. Our marshals tell them exactly where to go. They'll be in your distant camera shot. And well, everybody now ready to go. We should point out as well that the car number 1, as we understand it, does not have a working transponder, so therefore on your timing tag you might see the car number 1 out of position. Alternatively, you may see a different name for that car. Just to explain that there, if you do see a glitch on the timing tower. But otherwise, our drivers' engines absolutely now turning over. We've also got some more movement down the paddock as our next race. Well, our drivers for that one already getting ready to make their way into the assembly area, so therefore it is getting busier and busier. And of course, that will be the ASHTONE MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops that comes after this one. But staying on the focus of today, as everybody now into position, the last car's been pushed into place here. It is going to be a resumption, green flag initially, and well, drivers making the way on around here. So this is not quite the race start, or is it? Was everyone being told to peel away? We'll have to see whether we are going green flag racing. In fact, we are resuming the racing, ladies and gentlemen. It would seem at least our timer is, and in fact we've now had an update to say we're down to 12 minutes of racing. But I suspect as our drivers make the way on around, we are just trying to understand whether we are racing. It looks like not everyone's at full pace. I think we are getting a formation lap here, and well, we are going to have a 12-minute race to complete this, so a little bit of a mixture going on. But as we just wait, we do have the time on screen saying it's 20 minutes, so we are going to try and get clarity on that as soon as possible. Again, what we're getting here on our handheld device is 12 minutes. Of course, timing tower being fed through to us is 20, but now we're getting it back to 12 minutes, so we apologise for any confusion there. Indeed, we're having to work to the same timing sheet as what is all our marshals down here, but everyone right now on a formation lap. We are not racing right now. I suspect the next time we come around, our drivers will, if they're not getting into position for a standing start, then it will be a green flag procedure where they'll go 2 by 2 and go racing. So I do look into the start-finish straight. We've still got marshals out there, so I think they are going to bring everyone into a standing start ADRIAN just making their way on around through the Cooper S's. Now, at this time, of course, this is where things are going to get a bit interesting because the engine's now quite hot. They've been sat around for some time. Tyres have lost temperature. Brakes have also lost a little bit of temperature. So, therefore, these cars are going to feel very different from this race the first time around. The first time around, of course, the cars will have felt absolutely verdant, felt calm in terms of ready to go racing. But could we see some cars potentially not quite be able to achieve the pace they had in race 1 from the start? Of course, McDermott, who is your pole sitter, we'll be hoping that's not the case. Meanwhile, Olsen in the Monster Energy drink machine alongside him will be hoping that he can get a better start and not be under huge pressure into the opening couple of corners. And we'll have the company of the number 17 and number 85 right behind. And well, we did have a thrilling battle building for P2. As they make the way on down, indeed, it will be a standing restart. So we are going to go for a grid start once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be attempt number 2 here at the first race of the weekend for the ADRIAN FLUX Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. And well, I do believe it's going to be race number 5 on their schedule, round 5 I should say, but it's round 10 on our schedule here at Mallory Park. Everyone now getting into their final positions. Last couple of cars to take up their slots, and when they do, it's going to be go, go, go. Last couple of cars getting themselves in place now, and well, only 2 or 3 more to do so. The crowd is absolutely pumped up for another round of racing here, and well, as the 172 at the back of the order takes to its slot, everyone in place, and well, the 5-second board is up. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. We had a difficult first run of this race, an instant brought it to a halt. We're going to go green flag racing once again, and here we go, lights out and away we go, and immediately McDermott getting a good start here as Olsen once again struggling off the line as they roar their way in towards turn number 1, but as they go charging in towards the opening sweeping corner and come on past our static camera. We'll make the way through McDermott holding on to lead, and Olsen holding on as well as they make the way on around there. But you can see already Olsen under huge pressure here for P2, and indeed right now the rest of the top 10 are absolutely nipping at his heels. And here comes a potential move from Price, perhaps even Sharp will try and get involved. In fact, Price having to go defensive here, looking up the inside of Olsen. The best defense is a good offense, as they say, and when the end having to go tight and tight inside, that is number 85 there. That's in fact Sharp that's got ahead of Price, and as they make the way through the Cooper S is too wide, they make the way on around there, nothing between them at the moment, and in the end Sharp has been able to hold on to that advantage. Further down the order, we've also got a battle between Amplet and Sharp, the other member of the Sharp family, on down further down the order, and as they come down into the hairpin right now, ADRIAN's under hard and heavy braking for the first time in this restarted race, and it is a 12-minute restarted race here, but McDermott makes his way on past us onto another lap. So after 1 lap since the restart, it's McDermott that leads by a great advantage already. And what is 1.7 seconds, then Olsen P2, Sharp in B3 ahead of Price, followed by Wirt, then Grant, McDermott behind there in what is the number 1 car, albeit we believe there's a bit of a transponder issue in that one, in fact the 67 there, and then we do have what is Leonard, Addison and Heitman completing to the Sharp family. B12 ahead of Bainham, Best, Puxley, Royalski, Fisher, Barnes and Boniface, of course, at the very back of the order. Then Boniface not on this grid for the second race. As the drivers make the way on down in towards the Cooper S's will P2 drive as they make the way on through, but already falling back a little bit further is Price. He's under pressure and work now, as we've got a bump hanging off the rear, I think, of Leonard's car there in P8, slightly hanging loose. Perhaps there's been a bit of a tap on the open lap that we don't know about, but the one key thing, meanwhile, a little bit further down the order, is that we have Royalski and Fisher battling in P16, P17, as meanwhile our leader makes the way onto the start finish line, and also meanwhile under major pressure here from what is Sharp as they make the way down the 85, looking around the outside, also too wide behind between what is Price and Work, and as they make the way in towards turn number 1, well, who'll be ahead? Olsen will hold on to P2, but meanwhile in the battle for what is P4 here, I believe, that as they make the way down, Olsen still under major pressure and on towards the Cooper S's, and also having to defend time and time again, but as they do, making the way on as they right hander at turn number 2, the right and to left they go, and as they make the way on around through the corner, there's still more to come here as they make the way down towards turn number 4, and well, as they head on towards the braking zone, towards the what is the hairpin, well, the drivers right now still nip and tuck as they make the way on through, but as we can see, your P2 driver Olsen doing everything right so far to keep everybody else behind you. Meanwhile, the number 67 sweeping out of Devil's Elbow, and that is going to go up the inside there of what is Price to take what will be P5 and getting the job done. And as they make the way in towards turn number 1, well, it's going to be a lovely move there. And well, can he now hold on to it, McDermott, in the P5 machine as they make the way on around? But as they do, well, it is going to be the number 77 still leading this race by a growing advantage now of what is 4.5 seconds, absolutely running away at the front of the field. Meanwhile, third behind the number 17, falling and now under pressure from the 46 of Grant as they come into the S's. Meanwhile, the 76 there, away is Leonard, rear bumper hanging off and flapping in the wind. I get the feeling that is going to be getting what will be a car scrutiny flag in short order, or the Meeple flag as it's also known. That will be with the orange and black on it in order to signal that needs to be repaired, as it could come flying off into other competitors behind. But as the drivers make the way on down towards turn 1 once more, whereas your leader continues to pull away. Olsen now starting to stabilise his advantage, but meanwhile the battle between the 76 and the 99, will Leonard keeping Addison behind for now for P8, but I get the feeling they could be getting closer and closer shortly. As meanwhile we do have what is Ryoski and Barnes at the 2MG, the older MGs in Class A, falling down P17, P18, and falling a bit further down the order there as our drivers make the way across that timeline. And well, as the 10 of this field, indeed this top 10 right now getting absolutely intense, and well, beside your race leaders, just 7.5 minutes still left on the clock, and all our drivers now absolutely going full pace if they weren't already. Indeed, those tyres and brakes fully up to temperature here. And whilst it is a shortened race, this restart definitely proven to be absolutely thrilling. But as they make the way on down towards the end of the hairpin and then another lap, well, still it is McDermott who is just running away. Advantage extending even more, but also under major pressure as he comes down towards the start finish line. And here comes the 85 of Sharp looking for that move. Also a little bit behind, we've got Grant and Price absolutely in way. That's work. And McDermott, the second member of the McDermott family, under what is a charge here as they come for the opening corner side by side there between our battlers for what is P4. And as they make the way out the corner, will it be Work or will it be McDermott who leads this? Well, right now it's still practically two abreast, but in the end, coming through Steb, it is going to be a move made there, and in the end it is going to be the 67 that does get ahead and forces what is their rival behind as they come on down through the Cooper S's, but rolling on through. Meanwhile, the 76 under pressure, that's the 17 looking up the inside. That is Price, who has fallen behind Leonard. Now, was there a mistake into the opening corner? Because right now Price looking very vulnerable as they come down in towards the hairpin. And Price losing a number of places in quick succession, and therefore that's going to be a frustrating end to this lap for him. He knows he's got all the work to do now as the drivers make the way out of the hairpin and onwards they'll go. But as they do, well, right now the battle for P2 is now becoming a four-way fight, with Olsen continuing just to dig in here with half the distance to go. Still 6 minutes on the clock, so that is going to be worth where's the best part of another 8 laps or so, including the one they've just gone on to. But as our leader just continues to store away with also a driver who's now a lap down between them, and that being the car there, I do believe, of what is none other than Ryos, in fact not Ryoski, Heitman, who is behind as they make the way on down in towards what will be the Cooper S's. And well, can he hold on or will he lose out here? I get the feeling he's going to hold on for now, but it's going to be very narrow there with what was the car of Fisher having to steer clear, and as a result that's Fisher, the car we were telling you about, which was a lap down, and Fisher just trying to respect the blue flags as best he possibly can and doing an admirable job to do so. And as the driver make their way out of the hairpin, well, right now that battle for P2 really being our focus, and well, it's still Olsen holds on, but again right now it's McDermott who is extremely close to that 67 and looking to make the move this time. Only what is a tenth between the two drivers across the line, so it's as close as you like it to be. But can Olsen hold on here for a little bit longer? Yes, he can, as he makes his way through the first turn, and as he comes all the way out of Gerard's corner there, which we called Gollards at the start of yesterday's broadcast. We've got it right this in the 67, and it's going to be a look around the outside here as they make the way out the step straight in towards the Cooper S's, but in the end deciding the 67 to go for the cutback move. They're trying to get the better run towards the hairpin. It's going to be a really good launch here, but Olsen gets an even better run. He's going to hold on for now as they make the way down in towards turn number 4, and as they do, well, meanwhile elsewhere down the order, everything now line astern for the brief moment, but I suspect we might see some change in due order. But as our leaders make the way on around, well, it is our leader that's just run away in the centre of McDermott, and meanwhile behind them, well, you see too wide now. It's going to be Olsen coming out the final corner. He's going to lose out to the 67, but looks up the inside now to the outside to turn 1. But can Olsen use the better grip available on that inside line and initially in the run down towards turn 1 in order to be able to hold on? Not at the moment, Alex, or yes he can. In fact, he manages to outbrake his rival, and in the end says, if we're going to see this happen, but getting his elbows out as much as possible with 4 minutes to go here. It's brilliant defensive 27 absolutely on the attack here, looking around the outside every which way, but Olsen just showing how wide you can make one of these MG ZRs, and in fact making it so wide right now you'd think it was a lorry. But as they make the way up towards turn number 4, we do have a yellow flag being waved at what is the Devil's Elbow corner, and I do wonder where the car bring down. In fact, we can confirm coming out the final corner, you may not be able to see it in camera shot, we've got the 172 broken down on the exit of the corner, literally ready to be pushed into the pit lane. Double yellows are being waved, side by side battling, but they're going to have to halt that battling as they make the way through, and indeed great respect being shown there between what is the number 3 and the 67 to halt their battle for a brief moment, a thrilling side by side. And well, with 3 minutes to go, the 172 is pushed off the circuit, and therefore I don't think we're going to see a red flag here. We're going to see this run green all the way to the end of the race, as McDermott has just run off into the distance, 10 seconds clear, and he'll be the focus towards the end of the race. But meanwhile, we have had a shuffle to what in place, his car off on the grass. They're somehow able to survive it, and that was, I do believe, as the 46 gets on through, I think that was the number 82 of Work that was making it hard working, trimming the grass, but manages to survive going off there. Brilliant car control from Work, and well, as Jimmy Work now looks to try and go hunting back after Grant, and also Leonard chasing after him. Well, meanwhile, it is going to be the number 67 that's going to try and break away in what is that battle for P2, and make Olsen have to deal with the pack behind him. As they make the way on through, in fact, we can confirm that now Sharp has got ahead as well in the number 85, so Olsen dropping to P4 as they make the way onto 3 laps of the finish here, charging away in towards turn 1 once again. And as they come on in, well, that battle now for what is the podium positions, it's taken a new turn. And speaking of a new 5 now out off track, but he won't be wanting to lose it for very long, as he's all over the back here of what will be Grant as a Work in towards the S's. Can he find it? No, he can't, and in the end not quite able to make that move happen, and the driver's making the way from right into left. No, it's the tout still, and meanwhile Leonard still with the bump hanging off the rear of the car. We staying in it to win it, as meanwhile our race leader is having to deal with both the number 26 and the 50 of Best and Puxty, who are battling for third place in Class A and find themselves intermingling with the overall race leader. As they make their way down the start-finish straight, we're charging in towards what will be the next lap, the penultimate lap of racing here. Will still Work looking for the move versus what is Grant as they head across the timeline, but no change in positions this time inside the top 10. And as our drivers make the way on around, it's still absolutely nail-biting racing all the way to the conclusion here, as your race leader is just tearing off into the distance. But meanwhile, as we do look to the turn 1 camera, as you can see there, well, the field making the majority of the way through, and now we come on back to what is the running to turns 2 and 3, and we're right now the number 67 there, also a member of the McDermott family, holding on for a little bit longer. Here the class said it's going to be, where's the 77 and the 67 that try and make it a 1-2 here, as they make the way on towards what will be the hairpin and then the final lap of this race. And we're speaking of which, race leader has already made his way to the timing line to go on to one last lap, and then you do have that sizable gap, what is the best part of almost 15 seconds now to the rest of the field. And as they make the way for the hairpin, whole variety of lines through there, you can experiment given the amount of camber on the high side of the road. As I try to make the way across that timing line and on down towards the S's, well, right now it is our focus that's on the race leader all the way to the end here on this final lap, and looking completely in control right now is McDermott, and doesn't need to do anything more than this, just needs to get the car to the checker flag here, and with a gap standing at 11.3 seconds he can choose to back it off and save the car for race number 2. Absolutely in control. Meanwhile, further on behind, well, the battle for P2 through to P4 seems to have settled, albeit the 85 of Sharp goes a little bit deeper to the Cooper S's, but it's not going to open an opportunity, and therefore we stay at the hairpin here with your race leader. And as he makes his way through what will be the last corner, Devil's Elbow, it's been a controlled race, and with the number 77 McDermott, it's the first win of the day in the MG Owners Club. Races here in round number 5 of their series, the crossing line to the checker flag. Meanwhile, 11 seconds or so behind, well, we are going to see it's going to be McDermott at 1-2, with the 67 coming on through to take the runner-up spot, and then it overall podium ahead of Olsen, Grant, Work, Leonard, and then we are going to have what will be Addison. What will be your top 10 as they make the way to the finish, albeit Price a little bit further behind after a great start, falling down the order, but does take the final spot in the overall top 10. Yet to come across the line with what is the second member of the Sharp surname there, P13 ahead of Best and Puxty. And well, we did have what was 20 starters in this race, but in the end we are going to have 10 of them on the lead lap, as our last drivers make the way to the finish. across the line there to conclude what is race number 10 of this weekend. But ladies and gentlemen, with the race conclude, well, we're going to bring up the results, and as the results appear on screen, and as we can see there, confirmation that Steve ahead of fellow family member Jake McDermott there in the 67. Eddie Sharp P3, and a brilliant drive from what is Sharp to make his way through the field. Adrian Olsen losing 2 places but still finishing in a valiant P4 ahead of Mark Grant, with Jimmy Work P6 ahead of Darren Leonard, Joshua Addison, and then Andy Heitman ahead of Riley Price to complete your top 10. And then as we can see, David Amphlett, winner of his class Malk Best, completing your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap of the race, the 77 driver Steve McDermott, a 55.35 there, and an astonishing drive. Well, that was our second race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got plenty more to come. We do appreciate the microphone's been cutting in and out, so we're going to take a brief breather in the build up to our next race of the day, and that is going to be our ASHTONE, MEP, Super Saloons and Tin Tops. But as we do, well, we're going to cue that up with what is an interview that we had the chance to do earlier on. So we'll be back in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, for what is our third race of the weekend. Okay, so in the build-up to what is our Tin Top Super Saloons, and you name it, well, we have got none other than Sam Hayward with us, and it's absolutely a wonderful Renault Clio RS. I mean, Sam, it's a beautiful-looking car, it's a beautiful-looking day, and well, right now, things are looking beautiful for you in the series as, well, the favourites, if not the favourite.
Yeah, we've had a really successful start to the season in T1. The car's gone, it's the first time this season this car's ever run as a race car. It's a track day car before, but it's run a lot quicker than any of us expected, so it's been a pleasant surprise, this start to the season.
Well, welcome surprise, no doubt about that. And not just that as well, yourself and also your family racing for a great cause, which we can see on the bonnet here. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so we're racing for Encephalitis International. In January, my sister had it. It's a disease, it's a swelling of the brain. In January the 11th, my sister came down with it. She was sitting on the sofa and started having seizures. No real warning. She was in a coma for 4 weeks, so she's on the road to recovery. She is recovering. And so the charity helped us out a massive amount when we needed them. So we thought we'd do something, give them a little bit back. So we're running the stickers on the car for the charity, and we raised over £500 at Brands Hatch. So hopefully we can keep that going as well through the rest of the season.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic to hear. And well, you were telling me earlier, look out for drafts on the cars, and that's all the drivers running in support of the charity. And we're coming back to the race, and of course, this Mallory Park circuit, a very technical circuit, albeit for different reasons compared to the previous venues. Here, it's all about carrying the speed, whereas the other venues is all about corner entry. I mean, a change of circuit, a change of style of circuit, is that going to mix things up?
I think it might. Obviously, that balance front to rear wheel drive, that first corner is so long. Understeer is going to be the absolute enemy there. Always is, and that's not great in a front-wheel drive car. You know, my rival for this weekend is Rick Scalesy in the compact. He's in a rear-wheel drive car, so through there, he's probably going to have the edge on me, and it's up to me to make it up on the rest of the lap.
Well, you say it's going to be the rest of the lap where you'll make it up. Are there any corners in particular you're feeling as though you can have the confidence to really pull away?
I'm hoping coming out of that hairpin. Got a turbo in here, so hopefully I can give it a little bit more of a punch out of the hairpin, and that might just make the difference.
Well, we look forward to seeing whether it does or not. But with that, Sam, thank you for your time this morning, and best of luck in your races for today.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after that interview, we've got even more racing to come, because what I can tell you right now is that our CMMC ASHTONE NEP Tin Tops and Super Saloons are making their way around on circuit, and when we can, we're going to bring that grid up for you. But in the meantime, as they all make their way through, this is going to be in your programs what will be race number 11 of this weekend, or our third race of the Sunday, and all the drivers getting themselves absolutely set. And our grid, as we do, we'll get it on screen when we can, but let's walk you through it as we do have it available to us here in the commentary perch. And there's the grid up on screen, and as we see, they're going to line up as follows. It is going to be on what will be pole position Adrian Bradley with what will be Ronan Bradley. I do believe both related line up together. There will be Paul Watson and Dave Avis, followed by Jax Whitehead and Chris Bassett, then Danny Cassar and Martin Reynolds and Sam Hayward, who we spoke to earlier, alongside what will be Mark Cripps completing your top 10 of the first 5 rows. Then behind them, as it will appear on the screen for you very shortly, we can see the second half of the grid, and this is going to be as follows. It will be James Hunt, and the more famous James Hunt compared to the Formula 1 driver, ahead of what will be Neil Gardner, with Matt Rowling and Martin Scott. Then Lee Clue ahead of what will be Adrian Matthews, Rich Skelsey I should say, and what will be Wayne Shawnee, and then Ian James Sill, who was involved in that major shunt, of course, at Brands Hatch in round number 4 of their series, where they've been able to get the car back out on circuit and were absolutely set to go. But that is going to be your grid for what will be our third race of this fine Sunday. Everyone in position. It is going to be a standing start, and as all of our drivers get themselves set, we are now just waiting for what will be the 5-second board. The marshals there having a chat with a couple of the drivers, I think, just to make sure all is okay and everyone's in the right spot, and well, that gives us ample time there in order to make sure that we're in the right spot to catch all the racing action when we can. But as our drivers get set, and indeed around me right now we've got a lot of fans absolutely eager to see this race get underway. Indeed, there are some huge favourites on this grid as well, but you can understand it. They've been waiting the whole weekend to get their first race, round number 5 of this series, underway, and everybody is set and itching to go here. Not long before we do go to green flag. The last couple of cars now pulling themselves into position, and when they do, it will be at lights on and away we go. And well, definitely has been a very challenging opening 2 races of the day for a number of reasons. We've had some incidents, but also some brilliant battles out and then the change being laid down. But I get the feeling this is going to be even more intense. 15 minutes of racing, and let's confirm this is a 15-minute race, not 20 minutes. We return it to the 15 that you're used to now. 15 minutes seems like a long time, but it's not really. But it is the best part of what is 17 to 18 laps of these guys, and what a lovely array of front engine, front wheel drive machines, and also front engine rear wheel drive machines. And remember, those who are front wheel drive, they will struggle on the start, so they'll get a lot of wheel spin, but they will have the cornering advantage once they're up to temperature. Meanwhile, those who've got the rear engine machines, so well, in fact, not the rear engine machines, the rear wheel drive machines, they are going to have a little bit more of a favourable launch off line, particularly those BMW M3s that you do see. But also on top of that, it does mean they have the initial advantage, but once all the tyres up to a temperature, you would expect the more handling based machines of what will be those front engine, front wheel drive cars will start to close the gap down within their respective disciplines. And in fact, we do have what is the lead car there in front, so it is going to be a run behind what will be the lead car to a rolling start. We should correct ourselves there. And well, as they make the way away, green flag waves, we are on the formation lap, and the next time they come around, ladies and gentlemen, it will be green flag full speed racing for what will be here round number 5 of the classic and modern motorsport clubs, none other than what will be the Super Saloons and Tin Tops. It's a crowded grid. It was a crowded grid, of course, at Brands Hatch, but we also had the Super Silhouettes thrown into the mix, or the Intermark Silhouettes, I should say, to be correct. But here today, you've saw the Silhouettes over the course of Saturday, so they're not on the grid for the race here, nor the race later on in the day. But as our drivers make the way on around, of course, they'll be trying to get as much heat in the tyres as they can, although it is a warm day here, so that track temperature is going to mean those tyres come up to temperature quite nicely, quite rapidly indeed, as they make the way on behind the lead car. Of course, the lead car dictates the pace for the majority of what is this formation lap, but then it will be your race leader or your pole sitter who will then dictate the last little bit in the run out of Devil's Elbow. They'll go 2 by 2, and then it will be on the call and command of what will be your pole sitter in order to get the field underway. But as they make the way on down, and you see a majority of the front of the field being the BMW M3s. Indeed, those BMWs are very fast, it must be said, absolutely able to maximise both the handling characteristics and also the power characteristics. But as we see a little bit further down the order, keep your eyes on for Sam Hayward in that Renault Clio RS, and he'll be looking to try and put some pressure on there once he does get up to speed. We've also got that wonderful Audi TT further down the order, as being piloted by Clue. And well, one little thing about Clue's machine, it refers to it as what is the hobo car, as we have a car peeling off circuit, in fact, there. And that, I believe, is one of our Honda Civics that's coming for a technical issue. So therefore, we are going to lose one of our drivers before we get underway. As soon as we know who that is, we'll confirm, ladies and gentlemen. But coming back to Clue, the hobo car, for the simple reason it's on a budget. They haven't spent more than £3,000 on that car, and well, they're trying to prove the point you don't need big pockets to put in a big result in racing. And whilst our drivers make the way on through the final corner, it's our race leaders to dictate the pace. We are green flag. We wait for the roar of the engines, and it is going to be lights out, away we go as they make the way underway for 15 minutes of racing action here in round number 5 of the series. And it's Bradley ahead of Bradley at the 2. Bradley family members battling side by side into turn of 1, but who's going to be leading coming on through the corner? Well, it is going to be what will be the 612 ahead of the 78 as they make the way all through the right hand. And meanwhile, behind them, Will Watson immediately trying to go onto the attack here, looking for an opportunity. As you can see, it's sniffing all over the rear at the second of the Bradley family car machines as they make the way on down towards what will be the Cooper S's for the first time in anger. And as they come to the brakes, well, nothing between them. Meanwhile, there a little bit of back and forth battling between what was, I do believe, believe, the BMW AM3s of Avis and Whitehead. Avis still holding on as they make the way out of what is turns 2 and 3, and onwards they go up towards the hairpin, in towards that braking zone as they come down hard on the anchors. Well, there we can see a little bit of too wide there, as it does look as though it's going to be Whitehead looking for Avis as they come on round. So complete one lap and go again, but look at that Peugeot behind, and that is Bassett in the Peugeot in the 33, who is absolutely on a rip and tear through the order right now as they make the way onto lap number 2, and the order after one lap is it's the two Bradley family members ahead of each other, which is the 612 ahead of Sentier, followed by Watson, then Bassett, then Whitehead, then Avis, then Reynolds, then Cripps, followed by Haywood and Gardner to complete your top 10. Hunt as in James Hunt falling down to P11 there, but still plenty of racing to come as they make the way in towards the Cooper S's. But as they do, and well, we do see two retirees on camera there, and well, that is the confirmed retirees of what is the Civic Type R of Rolling, and also the Volkswagen Golf of Scott there. So both having the races curtailed well before they could well and truly get underway. Unfortunate, but as we do now cut back to our cameras on trackside, as they make the way in towards the hairpin, roaring the way on around here, and well, it's the 612 of Bradley that's still just running away. The Invitational car, it should be pointed out here. So the real big battle that you're going to be looking out for is that battle for P2, or really, what is the overall win when you discount Invitational cars? And that is the number 78 of Bradley that's looking to hold on versus Watson, and they are the big fight at the front of the field in Class B, as they look to go toe-to-toe all the way through. Meanwhile, a little bit further down, Reynolds has got ahead of Avis on this lap in the battle for what is P6 as they make the way on down the step straight, but that's already coming back. And again, Reynolds in the Ford Escort under huge pressure from the BMW M3 of Avis, and that BMW looking very fast out of the corners, but the Escort absolutely roaring as it goes a little bit deep into the Cooper S's, and that's going to cost him the line up towards the hairpin. But it looks as though that Avis not able to capitalise on that, and in fact getting caught in the wash out of his rival's car, and therefore having to sit behind. But as the drivers make the way on around, well, your race leader has already made the way out of the hairpin and on towards what is turn number 1, but we are staying focused here on what is the battle for P2 as that makes its way on past us, and we just look over, and I can confirm that the car of Rolling is being pushed past us in the paddock, so therefore a difficult start to the race today. And well, we are going to just give you a quick view of that. As you can see, it's being pushed along there. The 147 definitely walking along right now, and hopefully we'll see it at running speed again in their second race or round 6 of the series later on this afternoon. But meanwhile, coming on over to the Cooper S's, and as the drivers make the way on down, well, as we can see that battle for P2 now taking a brief pause, but meanwhile everywhere you look there's a bit of battling to go on, and well, meanwhile Haywood up into P9, now looking to hunt down Cripps for P8, and well, Haywood already doesn't need to do anything more to take his class win if he's only aiming for that, given the fact he is the class leader with the closest car to him being Skelsey, who's down in P16, so therefore he'll be feeling confident here that he can just gradually pull away with this one. But as we look back towards what is the rundown towards turn number 1, Will Bassett right now making more progress as he heads on down towards what is turn number 1, and that Peugeot 306 GTI, I don't know what it's had for breakfast, but I can tell you one thing, it's eating up the BMWs in front of it as it goes. And well, his next target, of course, will be to chase down Watson. It's a gap of 4 seconds, in fact 3 seconds, let's correct ourselves there, as you can see that Peugeot still being held on to by what is none other than Whitehead in the number 3, and the green machine. Whitehead's going to look for the move here into the Cooper S's. Is he close enough to be able to make the lunge? No, he's not, and he doesn't want to risk it, as we have got a lot more races to go. But notice there the difference in lines between the two drivers, whereby given the amount of grip available on the front end of that Peugeot, Bassett absolutely going as deep as he wants to, really extending that late apex, and Neville getting the better run up towards the hairpin, and the difference to the drivetrain is becoming more and more pronounced. They make the way on through and towards the end of this lap, as they make the way through the hairpin and upwards towards turn number 1 they go. Well, meanwhile, Bassett does have a long line of cars behind him. In fact, now what's getting more and more contentious is the fact that whilst Bassett is holding on to P4, Whitehead's being caught by both Reynolds and Avis here as they make the way through the opening corner, and we could start to see what is a growing battle for P5 instead, with Reynolds under what is the charge here, and he's got some pressure on himself, of course, because Avis staying right behind him. And well, it is the case of follow the leader now, but when do you not want to be following the leader anymore? Well, it's going to be the battle of the Escort versus the M3 as they come on down the step straight, and it's going to look as though the Escort will hold on for a little bit longer. We still do have 10 minutes of this race to go, so we've got a long time left, and when we say a long time, 10 minutes isn't that long, but for our drivers it will feel like an eternity versus what 1 minute will feel like, and therefore it means that this battle does continue to just push onwards and onwards, and I can imagine will gradually build to a crescendo. Meanwhile, as we do see what our leaders making the way down towards turn number 1 once again, well, you can see there the car of Seal in the Ford Fiesta running a lap down now, and also I believe Shawnee being caught up too. So therefore we do have a couple of cars that are off the lead lap at this point in time. The difference in pace between the classes being notable. But as we do continue to focus on what is the lead battle inside the top 5, well, right now, as our battle for P2 continues to stay in a little bit of limbo, meanwhile, the fight between Bassett and Whitehead makes his way towards the Cooper S's, and this time, nowhere near close enough. But meanwhile, behind, what you can notice is the fact that off of the Ford Escort of Reynolds, Avis, and also Cripps now right on his 6. And Cripps has really closed up to his battle over the last couple of laps, and I think that's more the frustration of Avis not able to find a way to really be able to plant a move past what is Reynolds there, the Ford Escort, maybe one of the older cars in this group, but to be fair, absolutely doing what it needs to do in order to be able to hold on to that advantage as they make the way on towards another lap. And you'll see here in the rear of your picture, whilst the leaders have already made the way through, you do have that long line of cars that Bassett is leading as they go on to lap number 8, almost to the halfway point of this race. And Bassett right now, well, in his mind, there's going to be one thing and one thing only he's going to look to do here, and he's going to try and frustrate what will be Whitehead as much as possible. But as they make the way out to turn number 1, well, this is going to be a major opportunity. Looking around the outside is going to be what will be Whitehead as he goes for it. It's a drag race now down the steps straight, and as they make the way on through, which side by side, he's going to look around the outside, but Bassett's not backing out. Too wide they go. It's going to be all about the grip here, and it looks as though it's going to be Whitehead who just stays a nose ahead. But as they come up towards the hairpin, as they make the way in towards that braking zone, well, we can tell you right now they're still side by side as they go on through the corner. And well, as they do, making the way on down, it's going to be the Peugeot on the inside through the hairpin as they make the way on out. But as they clear the corner over Devil's Elbow, it's going to be the Peugeot back ahead for now. But the BMW is not done. This is getting personal as they make the way onto another lap. Side by side they go as they make the way roaring down towards turn number 1. And as they do right now, well, the problem is the Peugeot has got the speed in the lower speed corners, but BMW has got the strength out of the sweepers, and therefore this is going to be a game of back and forth all the way through. But remember, as they make the way down, we're going to see a deja vu. Meanwhile, behind them, you also got the Ford Escort being overtaken potentially here. In fact, no move in the BMW, but as they make the way on through the corners, well, meanwhile, it is going to be a move there from Bassett to hold his position. The Escort, meanwhile, now going defensive on through what is the S's, and well, it's going to be the Escort that's under huge pressure all the way up towards the hairpin as they come on through the right-hander. And as they do, we're making the way on through that corner. You can see the Peugeot now pulling clear, and everyone falling back into the line formation for a brief time, but we still do have plenty of time in this race. It's not over yet as they make the way on through, and well, meanwhile, as they do, now to the back of this pack as well, it's the number 11, and that is the number 11 of Cripps, who's fallen right into formation. We effectively have what is the best part of none other than 6 cars fighting over, whilst it will be P4 as listed on your timing screens. Do keep in mind your leader is in the invitation class, and that is our first member of the Bradley family, and therefore already your overall leader for what is the series in this race is currently in P2. But as they make the way through in towards what is the S's, well, right now no moves coming, but the Escort having a poor run on through the S's, and this is going to open up the door for Avis to look for a move this time, or will he? No, he doesn't quite get the line he'd like to, and therefore they stay as they were as they make the way out of the corners. But as they do, still more to come between our drivers here. As meanwhile, further down the order, Hayward still chased after Hunt for what is P9 now, trying to pick off another car if he can, but he doesn't need to do anything major in order to be able to get this done, of course. But as our leaders make the way down towards turn number 1, well, roaring the way on down, it's going to be that continued game of a chase afoot, as we do have what is the best part of 6 minutes remaining in this race. And as you can see there, the Escort now under increasing pressure. We've got a car going slowly on the outside there of turn number 1, I believe, to respect blue flags, and well, I can't quite discern who that is, but I know as Cripps has had to peel off, and Cripps is into the pit lane, so the number 11 has had to retire from this race. It does look as though there's some grass on the car. I wonder if it has had a little bit of an off on its journey into the paddock. But meanwhile, staying glued to the racing that's occurring in front of us, well, as we look onto the start-finish straight there, well, as you can see, the leaders tearing the way on through. But as they do, still more to come as they make the way onwards in towards turn 1. That's the battle between P2 and P3 coming on past, and then we will have in due order what will be the Peugeot, the 306 there, Bassett making his way away as he's now pulled away from the number 3. But meanwhile, the big focus point now is really on that battle between the Escort and what is the BMW M3 of Avis, and the Ford Escort right now seemingly finding a way to stabilise its advantage with 5 minutes to go, and we'll have to wait to see as Bassett having a very poor run out of turn 1, in fact, in the fight for P4, and therefore it may be that Bassett right now is going to be under pressure here into the S's. Well, as they make the way on through, it still takes a late apex, still takes that natural line that the Peugeot does favour, and is able to just pull away. But as they make the way in towards the hairpin, well, of course, will it be that way by the time they come on to the next lap? The Peugeot Whitehead right now, giving it everything it's got. But I do wonder whether we might be seeing it starting to run out a little bit of running time as they come on down. Whether it's got the pace to go all the way to in those front tyres will definitely be bruised as they come charging on down towards what will be another lap. And you can see there that as they make the way across the timeline, Bassett now is only what is half a second clear of Whitehead, and Whitehead are back on the attack. And I can tell you one thing, when we did see them get alongside each other earlier, there was quite a round of applause from the fans that are around me cheering on Whitehead most definitely. But right now as they make the way in towards what is the step straight, here he comes. Can Whitehead look for the move this time? He's close. Is he close enough to think about a move? He thinks about the outside, but Bassett sees him coming. Meanwhile the Ford Escort holding off Ava still, and these two battles literally separated by only a second between them. But at the same time as well, two great little dynamics, always the BMW versus the other ways marks, and as they make the way on down in towards the hairpin, there's nothing between them right now. Indeed, they're absolutely glued to each other, and well, the only thing they can do is get closer and closer to their bumpers off each other. But other than that, fantastic racing between them. But as they do, ladies and gentlemen, and well, meanwhile, as we do look to our drivers making the way on to another lap, and as we can see there, where it is going to be the run for what will be Bassett still holding on for the time being, and well, our drivers absolutely on a mission here with 3.5 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race owned by our invitational driver at the front of the field being Bradley, who is now putting away a sizable advantage, has been opened up by your overall race leader, but the majority of our drivers still making the way on through. And as they do, well, right now we'll continue to focus on the Bassett versus Whitehead driver, and Whitehead looking around the outside, getting very close. No change between them as we do get that lovely shot there showing them making the way on around through the corner. And as they do, we're into the hairpin they go, onto the brakes they make it, and well, as they roll on through into the hairpin, Bassett's still defending here and doing everything to keep Whitehead at bay. But now these four cars are all back together again in the battle for P4 overall, and as they make the way on down, well, we haven't got long left in this race. Charging way across the timeline, Bassett gets the better run at the devil's elbow, still holding on for now as they make the way on around. Meanwhile, your leaders are coming up against more cars that are falling to a lap down, so they're having to negotiate those, but it seems as though the gaps between them are neutralised at the moment. So our focus for the time being until that final lap does stay on this battle for P4, and Bassett right now under pressure. Here comes Whitehead looking around the outside. He's going all in. The BMW's got the speed. Can he get the move done around the outside? Well, in the end, it's going to be too wide through there, all the way through. They continue their too wide, going up towards the hairpin, and it looks like Whitehead running out a little bit steam. He's going to be on the outside though. That could lead to the run and switch back for a devil's elbow. As they make the way down into the hairpin, who's it going to be? It is going to be there, what looks to be, as they've got some traffic in front of Bassett defending hard to the inside. The M3 continuing to hound and hassle every which way, but Bassett holds on. The Peugeot pushes onwards as they make the way on towards another lap, and as they do, well, this is going to be not quite the final lap. We still do have what is just over 1.5 minutes to have this lap plus another 2 if my maths is correct. And as they make the way on around, well, right now it is still the question of what's faster. Is it the Peugeot 306 or is it the BMW M3? There are two different classes, but you wouldn't think that. They're batting for overrides. It's going to be 3 wide here as they make the way past one of the BMWs. It's going a bit slower, and in the end Whitehead's going to go around. It's 3 wide. He's got a nose ahead, but Bassett comes back. He looks to go for the move under braking, and in the end the Peugeot's brakes just hold him ahead. In the end Whitehead is made to back off. Meanwhile the Escort still being chased by Overspine, and that's Reynolds under pressure as they make the way in towards the hairpin. Well, as they come on through, well, right now no change, and it is still going to be Bassett as we understand it who holds on here, but holding on by tendrils in the fact that right now his advantage is being slashed. Here they come once again onto the start finish straight, and with 2 laps to go, this battle continues to intensify. But how much more have they got to give us? Meanwhile, Avis has found his way ahead in the hairpin versus what is Reynolds. The Ford Escort finally falls to the BMW. The German mark stands ahead now of the American machinery, and as they make the way on down, when it's the step straight, here we go once again. It's part 6 of this battle as they make the way on through, and well, we love to see a sequel. Here comes Whitehead once again, and he's looking around the outside. He's got the grip. They're too wide through the right-hander, but this time Bassett gets ahead. The brakes work in the Peugeot's favour, and therefore he's going to have the lead run up towards the hairpin. And I wonder how much Whitehead will be able to save all the way to the end now as they make the way on through. We'll keep in mind, of course, our invitational leader much further up the road, ladies and gentlemen. With only 20 seconds left on the clock, we will be on the final lap the next time come around, and therefore we may be a little bit more focused on our leader on this final lap. But we'll keep you apprised of where's the Bassett-Whitehead battle where we can, as our leader already making their way on through. And as they do, well, it's quite some time as the checker flag waves, and it is is going to be Bradley, who takes the win overall, but we've still got more cars to come, and we're waiting to see when we'll have what is our driver who comes home P2, and that is going to be Watson, who'll be coming on through shortly. But we are looking back to that battle between what will be Bassett versus Whitehead, and well, here they go as they make their nest. Avis is going up the inside. It's going to be the battle of the BMWs. Bassett is going to be allowed to have breathing room as they make their way on through, side by side, all the way through. The two BMWs exchanging the road surface as much as they can as they come into the hairpin. Well, I can tell you already that Watson and Bradley have finished this race P2, P3, but we stay with their battles. They go side by side through the hairpin. It's brilliant racing between them, and as they make their way onto the final corner, here they come. Bassett is going to come home P4. He's going to hold on. There's a roar from the crowd, and as they make their way to the line, Whitehead holds on to P5. It's going to be Avis P6 in the end, but what an end to this race. It may not be in the front of the field, but it was close enough, and a brilliant battle all the way to the end. Your top 6 finishing on the lead lap, and then Reynolds P7, Hunt P8, Hayward P9 taking the win in the T1 class, and Garner completing your top 10. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, well, you could have cut the tension on that one with a knife. And well, as we gradually calm down now, goodness me, what an end to this race. And well, we've had 3 thrilling races so far, and as the results pop up on the screen very shortly, and indeed we'll try and bring those up for you as soon as we can, where it is going to be confirmation there that our invitational driver of what was none other than Adrian Bradley taking the overall win, the series winning then going to Paul Watson there P2, ahead of what was Ronan Bradley and Chris Bassett, and Will Bassett doing well to hold on to that P4 all the way to in. Jax Whitehead taking P5 ahead of Dave Avis, and then we see Martin Reynolds, James Hunt and Sam Hayward to complete your top 10. Hayward winner of his class with what was Neil Gardner P11 ahead of, well in fact P10 I should say, ahead of Adrian Matthews, and then to complete what was your top 14, Rod Burley, Rick Skelski and also Ian Silm. Rod Burley, of course, special mention in the fiberglass film machine. We talked to him yesterday as an organiser, and back out there today after that incident at Brands Hatch, and the same for Ian James Seal. Great to see them both out there enjoying the racing and giving it their everything. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race, our 3rd race of Sunday. And well, as we come back here to in our little commentary tower here, the fans around me, they have dissipated. They're running down to the paddock immediately to congratulate what was that brilliant drive there from both Bassett and also Whitehead. Fantastic entertainment. And just to think, that was only our 3rd race today. We've still got another 9 races to go, and coming up next, what we do head into our lunch break, is going to be the first race this weekend for the 500 Owners Association Championship. And you may be wondering, what about these 500s? Well, you saw some Formula Fords earlier, and if you haven't quite had your open wheel fix, we are going to be looking out at cars from the 1940s through to the early 1960s in the open wheel formula, and we've got quite a historic interview coming up here with one of our drivers, and a very special car that's very relevant to this circuit and Mallory Park. But without further ado, let's cut to our interview, and with our special driver, and that of course being Mr. Douglas. Okay, so I'm here with none other than the number 94 driver for our 500 owners, and there is Douglas McClay. Douglas, it's good to see you here today. Lovely blue skies, a lovely Mallory Park circuit, and a lovely machine to boot. I mean, you're smiling, it's looking good.
Yes, indeed. I'm very much looking forward to getting out on the track. This car actually is quite special for Mallory. It was owned by a chap called Bob Gerard, and that is the Bob Gerard after whom Gerard's Corner at Mallory Park was named. So it's quite nice to bring the car here and have a few laps around Gerard's.
Well, I mean, now that is a historic privilege. We're seeing a piece of history racing here today, and in some very capable hands as well. I mean, it sounds as though you've been enjoying the championship so far. There's been plenty of rounds, and we've still got plenty to go. Yeah,
we have, yes. I think the highlight this year is likely to be we're going to the Red Bull Ring in Austria in about 3 weeks' time. And then after that, we've got 3 or 4 more rounds left, and then some of us will be lucky enough to get a drive at Goodwood, because there's a 500 race in the revival of Goodwood in September.
Oh goodness me, what a privilege to be racing these machines. And talking a little bit more about how the car feels at this circuit. I mean, of course, Mallory Park being a very high speed circuit, and these open wheel machines, they're very lightweight as well. They must be quite tricky to drive, at least consistently.
Well, they are, and also they're very temperamental. They've got a single cylinder 500cc motorcycle engine driven through chains. They're very light, but they're also not a lot of power, less than 40 horsepower probably. So the trick here is to keep carrying as much speed through the corners as you can.
And I do have to ask, of course, because we've got another open Formula Series here in the form of the pre-99 Formula Fords as well. They pick up a lot of speed in the draft. What about these machines? They pick up a lot in the tow?
Not as much as a Formula Ford, I wouldn't say. But drafting is part of everybody's skill set for motor racing. Oh, that's absolutely fair. Well, have you set yourself any targets for today?
Well, of course, Mallory Park being a very high speed circuit, and these open wheel machines, they're very lightweight as well. They must be quite tricky to drive, at least consistently.
Well, usually we all go out hoping to come back safely with a smile on our face. So that's my target for today.
Absolutely love it. Well, with that, all the best for today, and we'll see you out of the circuit a little bit later.
Thank you very much. Bye.
How did it go last night?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for us to get our grid order for our next race of the day, and it is going to be the last one before our lunch break, and it is going to be our grid for our 500 Owners Association. Now, as that grid appears on screen, it's going to be as follows. Alex Wilson lined up on the front row in pole position, joined by a fellow Wilson family member, that's Chris Wilson. Then Simon Dedman taking at P3 ahead of Xavier Kingsland, and then we do have Mike Fowler starting on what is P5 ahead of Stuart Wright. Then we have what is none other than JB Jones starting P7 ahead of Richard Fuller, and row at number 5 to complete your top 10 is Finlay McIntosh and Mike Painter. That's the first of 3 pages of your grid. This is quite the stacked grid, ladies and gentlemen. On what is row number 6, we have the pair of none other than Chaz Reynolds and also Roy Wright, followed by Richard Kelly and Andy Rayner. Then we do have on P15 Kerry Horan and what is Jack Bond, followed by John Chisholm and Douglas McClay, and then we do have none other than Martin Shepherd and also what is Andrew Turner. But then as we come on through into the final order of our grid, of course we had that interview with Douglas McClay only moments ago. Well, we're going to be having just James Wilson by himself starting P21 on row number 11. It's a lonely row number 11, but I'm sure he'll be in good company as we do go to green flag conditions. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have got this race lined up, and as I say, if you're looking for old school racing machinery, here we are with regards to what is our drivers making their way underway very shortly in the 500 Association machines. They're currently all down, as I understand it, in what is the assembly area. A lot of photos being taken of these old racing machines as they get to make the way on out, and a lot of them having plenty of history behind them as well, and that also being on the minds. And well, as per our interviewee earlier, one of the big themes around here is the fact it's as much racing as it is with regards to making sure that these cars come home together and also intact, in the fact that they are quite historical machines, and indeed therefore it's, well, there is a bit of a championship going on, but also you can imagine this is also quite gentlemanly racing, in the fact that overtakes will happen. They do get a bit close to one another, but there is going to the mindset of wanting to preserve the machines as well. And you sometimes will see that in series with some of these older cars, that the overtakes may occur a little bit more openly, should we say. They may not be as close at wheel to wheel, but of course the inner racer may take over as time goes on. And with these cars also looking to go potentially to Goodwood later this year, and also the Red Bull Ring in Austria, therefore they want to make sure they make it all the way through the calendar, because they're going to some absolutely stellar scenery. But then again, saying that, we've also got some stellar scenery here in the heart of England at the Leicestershire Circuit at Mallory Park. And so therefore, let's not leave ourselves up towards MV as all the drivers get ready to make their way out onto the circuit. But as they do, of course, you've got an absolutely brilliant afternoon coming up a little bit later. But just to remind you, after this race, we will be taking a bit of a breather in order to get ourselves a bit of lunch, like all the drivers will be. But then we'll be coming back just before what will be at race number 5, or what will be, in terms of in your overall schedule, race number 13. And that will be the second of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Classic Thunder Saloons. And well, they absolutely roared around here yesterday, and you've got plenty to look forward to that. They'll kick off what is our second half of this day, and indeed start to lead us in towards the conclusion. But still plenty to come, and we are just waiting for what is our 500 owners to make the way on out. But as a car starts to make its way out, it does mean, in fact, they're bringing a car off circuit, and a car needed to be towed off, and that is why we're taking a little bit longer. And we have got what is the tow machine working there. It was one of our Audi TTs from the previous race, and that's why we are having a slight delay, ladies and gentlemen. Again, as always, our Orange Army of Marshals, most importantly favouring what is the safety and security of everybody involved here. And we don't want any errant cars or wayward cars out of the circuit there. We want a clean circuit for our drivers to really be able to go all in and avoid those yellow flags and whatnot, because of course everyone wants to be at green flag, full full pace racing, and particularly with these 500 owners. But as they get set, and I believe we might be able to get you a camera shot shortly of what is the car being towed on through. Well, in the meantime, we're near the 500s revving up a bit more, and here is what is the camera footage. You can see the number 50 TT there in the Grand Prix racewear livery, just gradually limping along there, and it looks as though the car's mostly intact, but perhaps a mechanical issue. I can't see anything which would say there's perhaps a suspension failure or whatnot. You may notice that the front left wheels are turned there. We'll just try to see, and well, we are going to stay with this. It may come back into vision shortly, depending on how far it goes along into this pit lane, but it looks like the car is mostly intact. And well, in the meantime, the 500 owners are now making their way out of the circuit. They're going to gradually, attentively make their way out there earlier before they roll on through. And we'll just say make the way on around, in the fact that one thing to note about this circuit is if you are inside the paddock, once you're in here, you're technically locked in here, in the fact that you have to travel across the circuit in order to make your way into the paddock, and therefore it could be a bit of a long day for those who finish earlier on today. But also it does mean that as you drive your way back onto the circuit, there's that cheeky want to be able to make your way back out of, well, there's that cheeky want as you make your way across to leave Mallory Park. And I felt this urge last night, I'm not going to lie. I actually wanted to try to sneak in a lap around the circuit, not at full pace in my own car, but just to see what it'd be like. But I suspect I'd be told by the marshals, well, I'll be given an absolute reprimand and probably told not to come back today, so therefore making sure that they're on the side of caution. But plenty of track days available at this circuit if you've got your own car and you want to take it around Mallory Park. Indeed, track day is the best place to get the bug. And one thing, when I was talking to some of the drivers last night after all the races, a number of them, based on the racing they saw on Saturday alone, are now absolutely set to one day to get out on circuit. And well, the best place to start is a track day in your own car. Work your way up there. But as our drivers make the way down, we've got this lovely shot coming on through of our 500 hours, and look at that mixture of machinery, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, would you believe it? Absolutely beautiful cars. And looking at some of the seating arrangements, they make the way on past the second of two lakes, and as they come through, some of our drivers sitting very far forward in the cars, meanwhile others sitting far back by comparison. And indeed, a show of what is a variety of Formula machines in the early years. And of course, series like Formula 1 dating all the way back to effectively the 40s, if not even earlier, and therefore all different types of machinery. And back then it really was a story of what was learning, what is the best setup of the car as they come into the hairpin. And well, they're behind the lead car. The lead car is going to peel off in due course, and this race 15 minutes in duration. And when the lead car pulls away, it'll be to our race leader to determine the pace as they go to green flag conditions across line. But I can tell you what, V, it's getting busy here with spectators currently. Everybody absolutely excited for the race to come, and as they make their way up towards Devil's Elbow right now, the lights are off in the lead car, I do believe. In fact, they are, if I could confirm it as it comes into my view, and therefore it's time for us to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 4 of the day here, race number 12 on our schedule, and as they crawl on past, it'll be to what will be the number 90 series car to make it way up towards the timeline and set the pace. The number 99 is going to get us away, and it is going to be green flag racing for the full time today as they roar their way across the timeline. And it's going to be both of the Wilsons who lead the way into turn number 1 as they charge away and through. The Cooper Mark 10 ahead of the Martin F3, and as they make their way through turn number 1, what's it going to be as they make the way on out there, as we hear the rumble of those engines making their way on past the opening corner. Well, as they do, it does look as though right now it is still the two Wilsons ahead, and still the number 99 that leads ahead of the 29. Meanwhile, further back, we've got a side-by-side battle here for P5 that's going on between Fowler and also right there the Cooper Mark 11 looking to make some progress but falling back in the end. Meanwhile, going up the inside into turn number 2, it is going to be none other than the 53 there of what is Deadman, making a lovely move there into the S's as a couple of drivers on cold tyres going a bit deep. We've also got a move being made there by what is, I do believe, the number 78 making some progress as they make the way out of the corner, and indeed about the 79 of Painter now moving up a couple of places on this open lap as they make the way into the hairpin. Some early moves being made. A couple of cars go a bit slower towards the back, and I do suspect they might be nursing some engine temperatures at the moment as they make the way on through to complete the first lap of racing. Well, it is going to be the number 99 of Wilson that leads. We'll then have the 53 that follows, with Deadman at the wheel of the 53 ahead of the number 29 of Wilson, ahead of Wright, followed by Fuller, then Reynolds, and then it will be Jones ahead of McIntosh, followed by Painter and Kelly, who complete your top 10. Best of FP11 is Rayner there as they make the way onto lap number 2, and plenty of laps to come in this race as they wind their way off through turn 1 once again. But you can already see what is our top 3 start to inch away from the rest of the field here, and now the field started to break apart, and we're going to start to move towards more isolated battles as they weave their way on to the Cooper S's. And of course, one thing to consider in these cars, very lightweight. Indeed, it's a driver, a shell and an engine, and therefore when they make their way through the S's here with the direction change and also those bumps and undulations in the road, and do keep in mind as well that run up towards where's the hairpin, it's not flat, it looks it, but it is massively uphill and it's got plenty of bumps in the road, which makes it very hard to get it right into the hairpin. It unsettles the car, it unsettles these cars massively as they make their way on down. Well, as they make their way out of the hairpin and we look back towards the front of the field, it is going to be what is your race leader of Wilson in number 99, Katina Bushon. Meanwhile, the Martin F3 of Wilson in the 29 has now moved back into P2 ahead of Deadman. Meanwhile, battle going on there behind, and that is going to be literally by a couple of attempts between what is Jones and Painter, where Jones trying to keep Painter behind as they make the way in towards turn number 1, and right now Painter on a mission to charge it through, as we have had one car peel into the pit, and well, I do believe that might be the car. As we try and understand it, I think it's Kingsland who's decided to make his way down pit lane. We have had a couple of cars retire from this race, it would seem. And well, meanwhile, looking back towards the S's, well, as they make the way on through there, it does look as though what is the number 67 trying to make some further progress. They will wind their way out of the S's, and well, as we said, there's no 67 on our sheet here. I think we might be confused with the 76 and Macintosh, who's continuing to make his way up the order as rapidly as he can. But into the hairpin they go, and as they do, well, meanwhile, our leaders now going to be pulling away as a very, very close call coming through Devil's Elbow for what is the number 29 of what was the second member of the Wilson family, and well, car crawling into the pit lane, it's peeled off, it's the 53, and the 53 of Deadman has come to an end, as meanwhile, heading down towards turn 1, we've got a side-by-side battle between the number 19 and the 78 there, and that is going to be what is Painter just getting ahead as they make the way on through in towards the opening corner, and Painter will have had, what is that inside line, and will have made that move count as they make their way on around the opening corner onto the step they go, and as they make the way onto the step straight, will it still be side by side between them? No, it looks like Painter has confirmed that move as they make the way on down towards the Cooper S's, but as they come on down in towards the right hander, going underneath me right now is what is the wounded car, the 53. Let's take a look at it already to see what might be wrong with the car, but I can't hear an engine, so perhaps it's just been rolled to a stop now. I think we might be able to get a camera shot of that in due course as the car makes its way along, and there you can see confirmation of Deadman's retirement, and right now I think fellow members of the team and family are looking to understand what exactly has gone wrong with the car as it's being pushed to its place in the paddock. Very unfortunate to see Deadman's race coming to a close there, but still, as we've got many drivers out there, and I'm sure we'll see it back in the afternoon race today, well, as our drivers mind their way on here, well, we still do have the best part of which 10 minutes or so in this race, and in terms of changes, well, let's take you through that top 10 once again here, now with the shuffle of a couple of drives. It is the two Wilson family members there, the number 99 ahead of the 29, then Wright, Holloway Fuller, then McIntosh in P5, Painter in P6, Jones P7, Wilson, the second member, well, in fact the third member of the Wilson family there in what is P8 ahead of Rayner, and Kelly Kaplicha top 10 ahead of the second member of the Painter family in P11. But as we do see it going on down, what is the S's there, while the driver's going a bit slowly respecting blue flags, and that is the number 37 of Shepherd and the FF Brian machine will right now opt in to stay off racing line and just let his fellow drivers on through that as per the blue flag rules, and showing great awareness to do so in such a short period of time. While the drivers make their way on still, we look to the hairpin here, and right now no moves of opportunity coming up, but I think it is going to be the calm before the proverbial storm as the drivers get themselves set to go on to the next lap. We are already into 6 laps of racing. The race leader is right now 6 seconds clear of the rest of the field, and it's continued to charge off to a storm, and well, as we hear the roar of Wright's car make its way past us for P4, Fuller and McIntosh separated, but only now what is 3 attempts as they come on down in towards turn number 1. Indeed, we could have quite the battle on our hands there between the two drivers. They make their way on around through the opening sweeper, and as they come on through what is turn number 1, well, right now our drivers making it around on the ragged edge here as they charge on down the step straight, and it is going to be what is 3 cars almost looking to start making moves, and it's going to be a potential move here coming from what we paint on McIntosh in towards the Cooper S's, but in the end backing out of it, returning to the outside line and staying there. But meanwhile, getting a brilliant run is the 78 of what is Painter there, and Painter looking for the moving turn on what will be McIntosh, and then it will be Fuller he goes hunting after as we do look to the hairpin, and as they make their way in towards that right hander, well, who's going to be ahead as they clear the corner? That will be the question. And in the end, it does look as though, well, right now the 78 being made to wait, but he's going to have the momentum sweeping out the corner into Devil's Elbow. And as they come down the hill, it's going to be too wide there. And it's a side-by-side run between what will be the number 76 and also 92. But here comes the 78 that makes its move to move up the inside and take another position. Meanwhile, another car into the pit lane as it makes its way past us. We'll try to understand what it is. Also the number 19 crawling to the pit lane. So a few more cars looking as though they might be retiring from this race. Unfortunately, it does seem as though this is going to be a race of attrition as our drivers make the way on around. But as they charge their way onto the next lap, we'll fill you in on the picture shortly in terms of what's happening there with regards to our potential retirees. As meanwhile, that fight in front versus what is right of McIntosh, where it's going to be right up the inside of McIntosh into good rest. Can't find it, has to back out completely. And the 78 away his Painter is going to sweep around the outside, make it too wide then in towards the hairpin. Onto the brakes they'll both go, but which of the two is going to be leading come the end of it? Well, here they go as they battle side by side. And as they head onto the brakes there, we'll come in on out of the corner. Still, it's not over until they get to the Devil's Elbow. And as they make the way on down, still under green flag conditions at the moment, despite a number of retirees. And it will be the number 78 that does, in the end, get ahead and moves up now into what will be none other than P5 in chasing after Fuller. Well, as they make the way down the start-finish line straight, it is going to be a brilliant run so far from Painter. In was the 78 machine up to, in fact, P4 there. We should get our numbers right as our drivers make the way on down to the round. And, well, indeed, our leader absolutely roaring away. 10 seconds clear. It's number 99 Wilson ahead of the 29 of that fellow family member Wilson C. And as they head on in towards what will be turn number 2. Meanwhile, further on down the order, we can still see that battle for what is P3 between Wright, Painter and McIntosh. Really taking centre stage at this point, as it's going to be a cheeky look up the inside there from the number 78, but he can't quite find it, but puts him right under pressure. And right now will know that into the hairpin he's able to pick his best possible line if he wants to hold on to that position all the way to the end of the run of this lap. And when you do have still 7 minutes left in this race, it is going to be a long battle all the way through as the relative pace of these cars pushing upwards of a minute a lap, as meanwhile they roll them down towards what will be the start finish straight coming out of the hairpin. And well, we do have the confirmation as they make way past us. We can see that number 78 makes the move, and well, now it's a drag race up towards turn number 1. But here comes what we right looking at a counter attack. McIntosh as well in that freeway battle as they head in towards the opening corner. Through the right hand they sweep, and as they come out of the corner, it is still going to be the 78 just ahead for now by looks of things, as they make the way out of the corner. But will it be a drag race then that settles the difference? And in fact, it looks like the 78 has a poor run through the opening corner. Oh, goodness me, that was very close towards a run to the tyre barrier there. And meanwhile, squeeze this one through, making a 2-for-1 special pass down step. That was none other than, I do believe, the car of what was Fuller, moving up into P4. Painting in holds on to P3, and as they make their way through, back, that's not Painter's mount P3, that's right, that's moved up into P3. Also, was a poor run for Painter, and also a near miss from McIntosh out the corner. But indeed, all the drivers there doing very well to keep it under control and not end up in what could have been a rather nasty incident. And well, it goes to show you that they're not just here to put on a show. These guys are masters of their machines, and they spent a lot of time behind the wheels of them. But as our drivers charge away down the start finish straight, it does mean now the number 16 that's coming up to lap the number 4. The number 4 being, of course, what is another member of the Wright family, and that will be in the special FLUX machine. Well, meanwhile, behind the number 16, it is going to be Fuller and McIntosh in the order now from P3 through to P5, with the other member of the Painter family still in the chase and a long way back. So still back and forth between all our drivers as they make the way onwards towards what will be the closing stage of this race. We have 5 minutes left on the clock, and well, as they continue to roar their way through, indeed the roar of these engines absolutely wonderful to hear. And well, it's going to be right now the 92 under pressure from what will be the 76 and McIntosh looking for an opportunity, and meanwhile right in the 60 continue to push on, but the 78 gradually falling away and falling out of that battle, and he's pushing hard in the early stages, but in the end that has come back to bite them, it would seem. And well, as the drivers charge their way on down in towards the hairpin, you can see there right now it is a little bit of a line astern. No real moves coming at this time, but we suspect before this race is over, we could yet see a bit more of a battle here between the 92 and also the 76 as they make the way down the start finish line straight, and the 92 immediately going to the outside. Fuller here just hoping that he's going to have the overspeed and the natural racing line. Meanwhile, it's now going to be on McIntosh whether he wants to look to scythe up the inside, but in the end decides not to, decides to follow his rival on through the corner, looking to stay within that toe. And as they head on down the step straight, well, by staying in the toe, charging their way on through. Well, we now look to the leaders as they make the way onwards towards what is turn number 1, and well, the gap there, as you can see, it is the number 99 of Wilson that's absolutely just roaring off into the distance now onto lap number 12, and well, the gap, so what is the second member of the Wilson family, we've got quite a bit of a gap there. Here comes the number 29, but such is the difference in the field, and we'll do keep in mind these machines, of course, whole different levels of what is engine and also machinery, and also some drivers perhaps not pushing as hard as others, given perhaps the fragility of their machines, but either way, we've got some brilliant battling as further on down the respective order, but our leaders will be catching up to it. We do have a little bit of entanglement. In fact, we are looking at number 9 times. It makes its way all past one of our back markers, and I believe that was the 36 of Horan being passed there, and the Horan being in P11 at this time. But as we continue to look down the start finish line straight, well, meanwhile, now we start to see what is that battle for P3 coming to view. The three drivers of Wright, Fuller and McIntosh separated by only a second between them as they come down through turn number 1, and upwards they'll go towards the step straight in towards turn 2. They roar, but as they do, keeping our eyes initially on the start finish straight, and we've got another car into the pits, another car retiring from this race, and we're not quite sure which car it is. As soon as we know, we will fill you in. But meanwhile, well, the number 92's made a move up the inside of the 16 through the S's, and it's Fuller who gets ahead of Wright for P3, but right now is going to be looking back, and it's a cutback move there. Brilliant defensive work there from the number 16 as he gets ahead. We go to the hairpin here, and as they battle under braking, it's not over yet as they make the way on around, and well, as they do, well, it's going to be too wide there initially, but you'll notice the number 92 on the outside line now under pressure from the P5 machine, and that's going to be McIntosh looking to also have an opportunity here as they charge way through, and here comes McIntosh looking for the run, but on the outside of the Devil's Elbow, the 76 doesn't quite have the speed, and therefore it is going to be the 16 successfully putting off what was a very good defense and using his knowledge of the circuit there in order to be able to just hold on for a little bit longer. But as our drivers make the way onwards towards what will be the next corners, well, of course, there's still plenty of time in this race. When you think the fact that the lap's been over a minute and we are always under 2 minutes remaining, our race leader just now going on to another lap, and therefore we have got some time left, and well, for our drivers have yet to be in lap, it does mean they're going to have plenty more time. As meanwhile, we do have a bit of a switchback here, and it looks as though going into the S's, we have had a move made there by what is the 76 and McIntosh getting ahead of both ways the 92 and also the 16 and moving into P3, and I do wonder whether the 92 might be now backing off of Fuller just simply because pushing so hard in what is the majority of this race, and I wonder whether now he's got to be mindful that this car's going to be doing another race today in some very hot conditions as they continue to push on. But still, as they make the way on around, and our leaders are starting to push their way onwards to what will be their final laps, as we see the 76 now making its way down the start for this straight, and confirmation it's now moved into P3 ahead of what is your P4 and P5 drivers there, and absolutely on the attack all the way to the very end. And well, with the clock striking now, it's less than a minute left, what it does now mean that the number 99 comes on through to go on to what will be the final tour of the circuit as he makes his way up towards turn number 1, and we're going to be staying with the leaders all the way through to the end of this race now to give you some admiration for what is that Cooper Mark 10 that absolutely sailing its way around this circuit right now in the P3 class, and we're absolutely looking beautiful, and the P3, P2 and P1 classes, of course, reflecting what is the relative period to these machines as he makes his way on down the step straight in towards the Cooper S's. And well, an absolute master of his craft is Wilson. Indeed, all these drivers are, to be fair, but Wilson today definitely showing the machine at its full potential around the Mallory Park circuit and dicing with each and every corner. But as he makes his way now out to the Cooper S's and up towards the hairpin, well, not long left in his journey towards the checker flag. It will be a 15th and final lap with 5 seconds on the clock. That will be the conclusion of this race when he makes his way through, and as he makes his way on through the hairpin and gets ready to head towards the timeline. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause here from a brilliant drive from what will be Wilson in the number 99, who comes through to take the checker flag by a significant margin there ahead of fellow family member in what is the number 29. As we do see what is the number 79 make its way across the line there initially, and well, as it does so, we then do see the number 98 as well, and they've been a lap down the number 19 of Jones. And then here comes what will be the number 4, as that's going to be the number 4 there of none other than Wright. But as we do wait for the 29 to make its way to the end of this race, and well, here is going to be the battle for P3 in the meantime, as we haven't quite seen the number 29 as of yet. I do wonder if, in fact, I think the 29 is still to come through. Has that had a late error? But meanwhile, we are looking at the battle for P3, and as they make their way on towards the timing line. It's going to be, I think, the battle for P2 in the end, and it is going to be the 76 in the end. Oh, it's McIntosh who is going to take the second place spot ahead of what will be the 16 of Wright, and then Fuller completing the top 4. And indeed, we've had a late end to the race for the other member of the Wilson family who's had to retire the car with a lap remaining. So unfortunate not to make it to that checkered flag, but it does mean that after what is 15 laps of racing, well, it brings us to a close there, and McIntosh in the end sliding on through to P2 after that brilliant freeway battle between himself, Wright and Fuller, and then in what used to be a battle for P3 became a battle for P2 for the simple reason he managed to keep his cool, and one of his rivals ended up retiring on that final lap. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring the results up on screen for you. And as we can see, well, we had plenty of starters, and in the end, our top 14 finishers were as follows. It was Alex Wilson who took the win in the end by the best part of almost 48 seconds over Finlay McIntosh in that thrilling battle for P2. Stuart Wright P3 ahead of Richard Fuller, and then class winner Chris Wilson taking P5 ahead of another class winner James Wilson there. Indeed, plenty of Wilsons on the grid and all doing well. And then it was Richard Kelly in what was P7 ahead of Mike Painter, with Roy Wright and Kerry Horan completing a top 10. Andy Rain at P11 ahead of Harry Painter, and then it was JB Jones and Andrew Turner completing what was your 14 finishers as classified, albeit multiple laps down in some instances, a fastest lap being set by Alex Wilson on what was lap number 5 in a completely controlled start to finish drive to victory. And well, as I did hear the rumble of the machines coming past me right now as they make their way into the pit lane, well, it's definitely been a brilliant opening half of the day here at the circuit, and we've still got plenty more races to come, of course, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we're now going to be getting ready for a lunch break here, but we do head into our racing. But when we do come back, we're going to be just giving you an update with regards to the racing that's to come this afternoon. You do, of course, have plenty of the classic touring car racing at clubs races coming up, including first and foremost what will be the classic Thunder Saloons when we return. Their race due to get underway of what is approximately at 22.2, but we can be mindful of the fact they may run that ahead of schedule. We've also got, as the schedule is going to appear on screen, in order to give you a pictorial view of this as well, we are going to have then race number 14, and that will be what will be at the Super Classics racing out there as well in the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 for the second time today. We'll then have race number 15, which will be the Pre-66 touring cars out there. Race number 16 will then be the ADRIAN FLUX Insurance, will be the MG Owners Club Championship. We saw them earlier today. Then we'll have the Pre-83 touring cars back out for race number 17. Race 18 will be the second race of the day, will be the CMMC ASHTONE MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops, and that was absolutely fiery this morning. Expect even more fireworks from them. Penultimate race of the day will be at the CTCRC Pre-93s, Pre-2003s, and also at the Blue Oval Saloon Series out there. And you remember that as our conclusion yesterday to all the racing, and goodness me, can you imagine what that's going to be like for the penultimate race? And then for our thrilling finale, of course, it is going to be the 500 Owners Club Association. We just saw them now, and they're going to fittingly bring everything to a close here at Mallory Park. But what a morning we've had. 4 races, and well, with all our drivers, we're now going to, much like our drivers and everyone down here, take a lunch break. But when we do come back, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit before, of course, our next race that kicks off, expected time will be at 22:02. We're going to be back at what will be at 1:15 or 1:15 at British summertime, and we're going to be back for even more racing here at the Classic and Modern Motorsports Festival at Mallory Park. We will see you shortly. we just had a lovely lunch at the Lakeside Diner and Bar, and we are back for what is the afternoon worth of racing. We've already had 4 races this morning, and if you did miss those out, well, you might be asking, what did I exactly miss this morning? Well, you got to miss out on some thrilling action for the MG Owners Club, also what was the 500 Owners Association, the ASHTONE MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops, and also got to see some brilliant racing out there from what was our pre-99 Formula 4s. But don't worry, this broadcast, of course, available on YouTube. You can always wind it back to catch up with what you missed. But still, what's looking ahead then? We've got 8 more races to wrap up our day, and they're expected to get underway at what is going to be just shy of 20 to 2 this afternoon. We're going to take you through. Our first race will be the second race of this weekend, and the final one for the Classic Touring Car Racing Clubs for Classic Thunder Saloons, and well, that is going to be a stormer to open us up. And then got what is race number 14 of the weekend, and that is going to be the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford 1600. And well, if you missed those this morning, you're in for a treat with those. We saw some brilliant racing this morning. We then got race number 15, which is going to be the Pre-66 touring cars with an absolutely packed grid. And we'll following from that, it'll be race number 16, the ADRIAN FLUX Insurance MG Owners Club, and we'll get to see those MGs, particularly the Z Series machines, absolutely roaring after one another after a fantastic battle for P2 in that race, but ended up being the best part of 4 or 5 contenders in that. And then we'll be going to race number 17, which will be the pre-83 touring cars coming back to the CTCRC, and well, they may be a little bit modern compared to their pre-66s, but by no means are they less racers. And then we're going to be seeing in race number 18 what will be the CMMC's ASHTONE MEPs, Super Saloons and Tin Tops for the final time today. Our penultimate race is going to be what will be an absolutely hotly contested pre-93, pre-2003 and also Blue Oval Series Saloons, and that will be the final of our Classic Touring Car Club Racing Championship Series races. And then last but not least, to wrap up, much like just before lunch, it'll be the 500 Owners Association with their final race of this weekend, and that will see us through here at Mallory Park. But we have still got an absolutely packed schedule, and to kick us off before we do go racing, well, let's take you back to an interview we had this morning with last winner, we've had yesterday's winner in what was the Classic Thunder Saloons, and it was Nick Vaughan from Team Braun Racing. And let's hear what he had to say going into today. Well, alrighty, so I'm here with none other than yesterday's race winner, Nick Vaughan, and we're absolutely excited for today. But let's hear from the man himself. Nick, how are you feeling for this afternoon's upcoming race?
I'm feeling positive. The weather's great, the sun's out, it's looking like a really good grid of cars again. We had a good number of cars finish the race yesterday, so really looking forward to it.
And well, this Mallory Park circuit, of course, favouring a lot of cars, but perhaps none more so than Nick and his flying A3. I mean, Nick, we caught up a little bit early this morning to talk about the car, and the fact really seems to be dialed in, but also a very bumpy road that even shakes around the rear end of this Audi.
It's a bumpy track. It's got old school vibes, kind of Thruxton, Castle Combe, Goodwood sort of vibes to it. I've never been here before. I was really enjoyed learning my way around it in quali yesterday and finding that it's so much more than it looks. The elevation changes are much kind of steeper than you think. We walked the track and you kind of stood there at the hairpin going, wow, there's so much camber in it. Yeah, really a lot more exciting than I expected, and loving it so far.
Oh, most definitely. We're loving to see you perform it so well. Though I've got to ask a little bit of a team question. I've got to ask about the name, Team Prawn Racing. Where does it come from, if you don't mind me asking?
Mr. Prawn, the friendly crustacean, apparently. Prawn rhymes with Vaughan. Stuck with me since I was 10. I tried to kind of kick it away at my teens. It didn't go, so I decided to embrace it instead, and here we are, Team Prawn Racing.
Well, that's absolutely fair, but from crustaceans to absolutely class-winning drivers. I mean, the target today, of course, will be to make it 2 out of 2. You're going to be having a start from the front row, as I understand it. So is it just going to be a simple launch into turn 1, or is it a little bit more complex than that?
Good friend AJ always said to finish, you've got to win, you've got to finish. You can't win a race in turn 1, but you can definitely lose it. So work our way into it, build up the pace, see how the tyres are feeling, see how the track is, and hopefully a repeat of yesterday will be fantastic.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this afternoon's race, but until then, Nick, happy preparations, and we'll see you out at the circuit.
Thanks very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was an interview with Nick Vaughan. Keep your eyes out for his Audi A3 when we do come back to the race. Now, the circuit is currently empty at the moment, albeit we are currently the best part of what is 15 minutes away from our next racer day. But in terms of giving you an update on the conditions out here, still a lovely day, still no clouds in the sky at all. Indeed, as I look all the way around me right now, no clouds whatsoever. However, a small cloud is hanging over what is our next race, which of course will be race race number 13 of the weekend and race number 2 for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Classic Thunder Saloons, because sadly one of the drivers who captivated our hearts, Jonathan Gill in number 32, you may remember that the car ended up being in the gravel coming on through the Devil's Elbow with the engine going up in smoke. Well, I'm sad to say I had to catch up with Jonathan as I made way through the paddock back up to a Conte perch, and he sadly informed us that the car won't be out on the grid today. He's still here with family to support the wider CTCRC, and it's absolutely great to see him down there smiling, obviously a bit gutted, but at the same time as well I'm sure we'll see him back on the grid later this year. But in the meantime, of course, right now as we do just wait patiently to go racing once again, well, we've had an absolutely brilliant lunch, no doubt about it. We talked a little bit about that earlier. And of course, a little bit of silence falling over the circuit right now because of the fact everyone's just recovering from lunch, although I have seen a few drivers already starting to make their way back into their cars, or making their way back to what is their temporary garages, if you will, and getting themselves set. And a couple of cars inching their way on down the pit lane and on down the paddock towards the pit lane. So it does mean we are getting closer and closer to race time. No grid at the moment, and we're not going to walk you through it just yet for the simple reason that would be a little bit ahead of the curve. But as we do get ready to go, we do have our grid on standby, and we will take you through how they'll line up for what will be round number 6 of the Edison Electrical Classic Thunder Touring Car Racing Series in due course. But as our drivers continue to get themselves ready, so other things, so of course, we have, of course, had what is the 4 races this morning, but we've still got another 8 to go. Indeed, we are in for an absolute treat this afternoon, and well, indeed, we couldn't ask for a better day here in May on Sunday the 19th of May. And well, if you have only just joined us since the lunch break, and you only just joined us now, of course, just to remind you, we've got another 8 races on the schedule. And well, as we do see there off in the distance, what is Nick Vaughan making his way on down. In fact, we're going to get the camera shot shortly, but cars are making their way on down the paddock at the moment. And also, I think there are cameramen focusing a little bit on the ice cream van, which does say Mr. Best, as you can see there making the way down. And well, could Nick Vaughan prove himself to be Mr. Best in this race or not, and will he be whippy up a storm? And well, if that hasn't made you seethe and cringe in the YouTube chat, I don't know what will do so. As with regards to the puns, they keep coming thick and fast, but as our drivers get ready to go, you can also see the 48 of Hughes gradually making its way down, and we're definitely very busy once again in the paddock. We've had a number of people quickly get their way out of the paddock and what is on towards the dirt track to lead out of the Mallory Park circuit, because remember, we are going to be closing the circuit off when our drivers do go racing. And as everybody gets themselves set at the moment, more cars are making their way on through, but we are looking to be running to what is our scheduled time, so we're not going to be jumping ahead necessarily of the schedule once again, or at least as far as we can see, as we've also just had the number 85 Nissan 350Z just make its way past us. And well, as our drivers all get set, we are taking a look down the paddock again once more. And well, you may be noticing there the 260 of AJ Howe, and you might be starting to get what is flashbacks as we see our driver there of AJ waving and giving the thumbs up, and you're probably thinking, is that Rickard Rydell? No, it's not a Volvo C70 estate. In fact, it's a Ford Focus ST estate there. And when I didn't get the chance to catch up with them, they were busy making a lot of tweaks to the car yesterday and today, but for good reason. That car has been absolutely stellar out there, and it's made its way on through. It does mean now the majority of our field into the assembly area, then we will be going racing shortly. And remember, it is a rolling start for this series, so therefore we will be seeing them going around behind the lead pace car, and once that pulls off and the lights are off, then it is to our leaders to be setting that order and the pace. But as we look back to a distant view and looking on around, and in fact, as our drivers continue to make the way down, and it is busy down the paddock, we continue to take the feed from what is our cameraman there. And indeed, a huge shout out to Sean for capturing all the action that's going down the paddock, as he does indeed, while the unsung heroes in the background as he gets himself set. And as we do look our way on downwards the start finish straight, well, we are still waiting for our drivers to make their way out onto circuit here, but indeed they've been given time. We've just had what is the number 29 of Cooper, the BMW M3, make its way past us down here in the paddock. So most cars now into that assembly area, and if they're not, they will be in due order, because you can imagine that right now the call is going to be coming for the racing. And as we do, well, we are going to be seeing what is there. A couple more cars making the way on down. And, well, I do believe we've also got our Honda Civic Type R. Can't quite discern the number on that one. But, indeed, all the cars absolutely set and ready to go. And, well, as we continue to look down the start-finish straight there, it's empty at the moment, but it is going to fill, no doubt about it, in the near future. And when we do get underway, well, it's going to be the first of 8 races to fill out this afternoon and see us to the conclusion of what will be this weekend in the Classic and Modern Motorsport Festival here at Mallory Park. But a couple of cars just gradually creeping their way now a bit deeper into the assembly area, so I suspect we will be seeing some cars out there within the next couple of minutes. And well, I can definitely see a number of you did enjoy that interview with what was Mr. Vaughan there, and well, the Team Prawn racing driver. He of course will be your pole sitter for this next race. But in terms of the conditions, again, with no cloud in the sky, the circuit continues to stay nice and hot, and well, as our drivers are getting themselves set, we can see also around us plenty of spectators here, all camped out. A lovely crowd here today at Mallory Park in support of their drivers, who they'll be cheering on, of course. And even if there's no favourite driver, well, of course, at the same time as well, it's a brilliant motorsporting weekend. And all this, of course, remember, for £15 a day or £30 for the entire weekend. And, well, as we look down towards the hairpin now, indeed, it has been one of those weekends whereby you don't need to necessarily go watch Formula One or anything on those lines to have a fantastic weekend of racing. And that's what we're seeing here. Indeed, it has been an absolutely fantastic weekend, and in only 4 races so far, we have had an absolutely brilliant what is quartet of races, albeit some red flags thrown into that mix, and it definitely has made a bit of a mix up there as we even look to more individuals having a bit of a picnic out on the bank in there and whatnot. And indeed, well, you've got to get yourself comfortable at the end of the day, and it really does become an outing as well with regard to what is going to these race weekends, and the fact you turn up to watch some racing but also to enjoy the sun, get yourself a tan, a big family get together, and at the same time as well, this could be inspiring the new generation of young racers who want to go racing, as our pace car is gradually making its way to the end of the assembly area, and it'll be out of the circuit very shortly. And when it does so, and then it will mean that we will have our drivers start to make their way out of the circuit. Indeed, what is there, one of our safety cars, not quite the lead car that's going to be set the pace. We are still waiting on about 3 or 4 more machines, so I do see the number 44 Jaguar XJR now getting into position and heading to the assembly area, keeping in mind, of course, that wonderful what is V8 engine underneath the hood of that, and you'll hear the supercharger whine out of it as it goes racing. But all our drivers right now, I think, absolutely itching to go racing. And, well, as everybody gets themselves set, well, I can tell you one thing. I'm getting a little bit of food envy right now, as I can see plenty of people going around with the Misty Whoopie ice creams and whatnot. And, well, still, at the end of the day, I can't have too much food. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to bring you this commentary. So, as our drivers all sit in the assembly area, we do have what is our Marshall car making its way on around there. Not our lead car at the moment, but I'm sure the MG6 lead car will be just waiting right now and getting that engine nice and ready. In the meantime, of course, you could be tuning in right now via multiple media platforms, but your main 2 central ones being on YouTube, and the first one being at the CMMC YouTube channel, the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern. And also we've got this broadcast going out simultaneously live to what is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club YouTube channel, the CTCRC. Remember, of course, our 2 premier communities running the racing this weekend, and then we do have the support, of course, of plenty of racers. We do look back down the paddock there off to the distant view, indeed the assembly area just off to the left of your shot, past the wonderful Mallory Park Tower. And as all of our drivers get themselves set, well, I can tell you one thing, I don't think anybody predicted the weather that would be this glorious. Indeed, in the weeks building up to it, there was the big question mark: would it be rain, would it be thunder? And we've had some thunder quite local, but right now no thunder in sight. The only thunder is those roar of those engines, of course. And as our drivers just continue to feed the way into the assembly area, drip feeding the way on in at the moment, well, as we do look to the Cooper S's in the meantime there, well, as you can see, it really has been one of the flashpoints of the racing today, the Cooper S's, with regards to potential incidents. And I think we're going to be seeing some battling there, but we're going to take you through the grid now with regards to how they're going to line up for what is race number 13 of the day, and it is going to be what is their race number 2, or round 6 of the Classic Thunder and Historic Thunder Saloons. And it will be Nick Vaughan who takes those back-to-back pole positions, looking to make it 2 wins in a row today. Colin Weiss will line up alongside him, a leader of his class there in P2 ahead of Joe Collier. Then we will have James Janicki in the Nissan Skyline P4 ahead of Gary Hufford, with Ian Barr completing row number 3. Row 4 goes to Kevin Denwood and also David Blackie, and there will be AJ Owen, leader of his class in the 1-2-3, who lines up P9, joined by Sean Morris. That's your top 10. But then as we come to what will be the row number 6 next up, it is going to be what will be Mike Nash and AJ Howe, and of course we're looking forward to seeing that Ford Focus Estate give us a good old roar, with Don Hughes starting P13 ahead of Cal Callan Trump, P14. David Davis will be starting in what will be P15 ahead of Steve Walden. Keep your eyes out for them. With Melvin Hooker in the Jaguar starting P17, battling with Vic Hope all the way through. Kevin Willis and Jonathan Cooper will complete your top 20. And then coming to the end of our grid here of what is 20 plus drivers. Indeed, we had 24 drivers out on the circuit as of yesterday. We are going to be missing a couple of them, of course. It will be Martin Reynolds and William Davidson who complete your final full row. And your final row, that is row at number 11. Of course, we do have the absence of a couple of drivers, and Gill, of course, being perhaps the most notable absence there. But as our drivers heat up there, well, we definitely see a nice ice cream there, and indeed hotted up right now. Perfect weather for an ice cream, no doubt about it. And well, as all of our drivers right now sit in that assembly area, and gradually just panning across there, indeed it falls silent, it falls still, and well, we haven't really got the roar of engines down this way, but we can hear what is off in the distance, the slight rumble of our engines over there as we have walked you through that grid. But we are still a couple of minutes from time, and well, I do believe we will be going racing very shortly, as I can see off it to my distant view that we have had the circuit closed off, so therefore I don't think anyone's going to be allowed to come across the circuit into the paddock, alternatively leaving now. And well, that means that the circuit is going to be primed and ready for green flag racing, but we're just waiting to see our drivers make their way on out. Bit of wind picking up as well. Again, much like yesterday, we did have that wind starting to blow upwards from what was the hairpin. And well, drivers talking about the fact it didn't really affect too much the racing there, but we do have quite a stronger wind today by comparison. I can definitely tell you one thing, it's feeling very cool right now for the best part of it's 23 degrees centigrade here. You'd think it was about 16 or 17 given how much that wind's blowing, but you feel it in that sun. And well, a wonderful day out here. And
How many runs did FLUX and they declared?
All declared?
6 wickets, they declared 6. 400. 700.
You're joking.
766.
Fucking hell.
Leicestershire trailed Gloucestershire by 496 runs.
Fucking hell.
Body found in with a second G is critical.
Yeah, I see that.
Fucking ridiculous.
Well, unfortunately, it catches a lot of people out. I think the water's warm until they jump in it. Derwent Park. That's Drute. South Newbold. That's got a big river through it. Biggest race that is near is Brandington.
Branding.
Travel.
We don't get involved in it, see, we just
Well, you just keep.
yeah, we just set it.
Right, what did you say?
He just said it.
What does that mean?
Well,
they're getting involved with that is not my job to do, it's your job to do, that's not obvious. But they don't get involved with it. In fact, our job's got a lot easier over the years. It's one job we can pick up
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing some movement down the end of the assembly area, so I think we are going to be getting underway, and we're going to be running at 2 time, literally dead on at 20 to 2. They're making the way out there, and we've walked you through the grid once already, and we'll just give you a quick recap of that grid. With the ticker tape at the bottom, we do have Nick Vaughan lining up on pole with Colin Voice alongside. I had the chance to catch up with Colin in the build-up to what is this race, and he was saying about the fact he's expected to work hard versus Joe Collier, who starts P3, and also James Janicki behind starting P4. Gary Hufford lines up P5 ahead of Ian Bower, with Kevin Denwood and David Blackie on row number 4. AJ Owen and Sean Morris on the 5th row of the grid to complete the top 10, ahead of Mike Nash and AJ Howe. And then we'll have Don Hughes and Callan Trump on the 7th row of the grid, ahead of David Davis and Steve Walden. We then have Melvin Hooker and Vic Hope line up on row number 9, with Kevin Willis and Joel Cooper completing what is your top 20. And Martin Mills and William Davison starting from the back. And William Davison having to start from the back after what has been a bit of a troubled weekend so far. But we look forward to seeing whether the troubles will fade away as our drivers make their way around behind what is the pace car, and as they do, under what is the wave flags at the moment, to get themselves all set and ready to go racing. Well, we're not too far away from the green flag with the field right now in single file formation, and well, as they do make their way through the hairpin, we're going to get this lovely shot of them making their way over what will be the Devil's Elbow very shortly, and they're going to come to the grid firstly, line up behind the marshals, and therefore what we'll have is what will be the marshals bringing them all down to the 2x2 formation, and of course it then will be a rolling start afterwards. The lead car will take our drivers through, and here they come in the order they've qualified for this one. Remember, they're starting as they finished for the most part from race number 1 yesterday, and therefore that's why Vaughan has really dominated the pole position all weekend. Colin Boyce as well in the different livery 21, previously running the Castrol livery but having to switch to a new livery, which does look absolutely spectacular, but also always that desire to want to stay with what is the livery of old, as we do see the second half of the field making their way on through. And keep your eyes out for, of course, what is that Nissan 350Z as it makes its way past number 89 there of the one and only Callan Trump. And will that Nissan not quite having the race one it wanted, but I get the feeling he'll be dicing it up with the number 48 of Hughes in due course. But as we do look down the grid now, everyone just being ushered into position little by little, and well, now it's the game of patience here. Of course, the engine's running hot, and we have seen for some of our other series over the course of today where warm engines seem to have worn away, and indeed right now they'll all be absolutely itching to race. They've been sat in what is the assembly area for some time, and as I try to make the way on down, as you can see, what will be our reverse angle to the grid there, as everyone just gradually gets themselves into position. There you can see Avis being pulled into position in number 97, the 31 line up alongside him there, that being Steve Walden. And as everyone gets on through, we've also just seen the 44 there, that Jaguar, the door open. I can imagine only how hot it is in that Jaguar XJ with its V8 engine. And well, the last couple of cars getting into position, as we do see the marshals ushering them on as quickly as possible. They've got to keep to schedule, and I think everyone here right now is absolutely eager to see more racing get underway. But the field is practically in position now, and we're going to have what is the 717 there. The green flag waves. It does mean that without further ado, we are now going to have what is the lead car pulling away very shortly. They will go around for the formation lap in the 2x2 file, and when they come around next time, it's going to be 15 minutes of racing. And well, this is going to kick off our afternoon here at the Mallory Park circuit. The spectators absolutely filled out, everyone's ready to go, the green flag's waving, and the pace car pulls away. And well, of course, it's going to be a short formation lap, and everyone will try and do everything they can in order to be able to get the best possible tyre temperature. But as they make the way on around and down towards what will be turn number 1, with the roar of the engines there, as the rear portion of the field get better launches in order to be able to use the gaps the rest of the field. They're a bit cheeky there, so I'll drive towards about delaying their pull-offs in order to just be able to run those tyres a little bit warmer. But then again, you take every advantage you can get, particularly if you're starting from the back, because you want to seize on every opportunity in front of you, particularly if you are out of position. I do think in particular the 717 of William Davison will feel as though that he's out of position, and he'll want to be fighting well up towards what will be at the top 10. But as they make their way on around the step straight right now, everyone's still there just building the way up. In fact, now in line formation, of course, and doing as much tyre weaving as possible in order to get some tyre temperature. And of course, the big game will be for Vaughan. He'll want to get the best possible start, and he'll just want to gradually pull off into distance. He is the favourite here, but keep your eyes out for Voice as they make their way down towards the Cooper S's, for the simple reason that Voice right now doesn't want to let Vaughan get away at all. But he's going to have the stiff competition of what will be Collier, and well, the Collier family having mixed fortunes so far on Saturday, and they'll be hoping for much stronger fortunes today. But will it come to them? That will be on their mind as they make the way on through, and well, as they do, in fact, it does look as though we've got 20 minutes on our schedule here according to our timing sheet, so we might be having a longer race than originally anticipated. Well, that's great if so, and well, there's still plenty to come as they make their way on down towards the hairpin, and well, as they do, it's going to be 20 minutes of absolutely incredible racing here. And well, as the drivers make their way through the hairpin, the green flag's still waving, the pace car's going to gradually pull away, the lights off, and you know what that means. It's time for what is race number 13 of the weekend, and indeed Vaughan is back in the field up. Here they all come round, and as they do, it's Vaughan who will dictate the pace as they make their way to the timing line. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the first race of the afternoon, and it's away we go for race number 13, round 6 of the championship, as they make their way on down. The pack further down the order having a bit of a delayed start, and as they roar their way into turn number 1, well, right now it's Vaughan who's lost out versus Voice. Voice is ahead through turn number 1. A great start there from Colin Voice as he roars his way on down the steps straight. There they go, and as they do, meanwhile, it looks like Vaughan are really having a slow start by comparison as they make their way in towards the Cooper S's. We can also see there the Skyline of Janiki absolutely tearing its way out the order. Battle side by side between the 45 and the 144 there, and with 441, in fact, get my numbers in the right order, and that's Hufford ahead of Boa, and as they make their way out of the S's and onwards towards the hairpin, well, right now seems as though we've also got a bit of battling further down. AJ Owen under pressure from Morris there, but finding his way ahead initially of what was a number of cars, and some brilliant battling coming on through the corner. Oh, goodness me, and as they make the way out to the hairpin, well, it's Voice who leads after one lap of racing ahead of what will be Vaughan and Collier as they make their way across the timeline. And in fact, now it's Janiki who's up in the P3, Collier and B4, Hufford P5, Barrow P6, ahead of Blackie P7, Denwood P8, Owen P9, and Morris completes your top 10 with Nash in P11, best the rest ahead of Hughes and company as they make their way on to another lap. But as they do already, coming on down the steps straight, and as you can see, as they make the way down, with Janiki right now using the speed of that Skyline, and Vaughan looking quite slow in the run into the S's there. I wonder if Vaughan's got a problem with that car, because it doesn't look anywhere near as fast as it did yesterday. But meanwhile, Janiki having a huge amount of pressure on him from everyone behind, and Janiki right now between a rock and a hard place. He wants to pass Vaughan, but Vaughan is not letting him go, and therefore Collier and Hufford are all bunched up as they come down into the hairpin here once again, and it is literally nose to tail. Voice makes his way past us, but meanwhile we now look at our battle for P2 as Vaughan's car is struggling. I think Vaughan's got a problem, and Janiki just sails through, and indeed Vaughan right now crawling along. It's heartbreak for Vaughan, who's looking to make it the perfect weekend, but it's not to be, as meanwhile the field charges on. We've also got Nash in the 148 into the pits, so therefore a couple of early retirements, but the race charges on all the same. Meanwhile, Hooker in the Jaguar XJS now up to P15 and making some progress as they make the way on around, but as our drivers charge their way on down towards what is the Cooper S's. Janiki again, that Skyline's got so much power out of turn 1, but as soon as he gets towards the second phase of that run down the steps straight, he just seems to struggle by comparison, and in return it means that Collier and Hufford right now are in a back and forth with Janiki in the battle of P2. But the one thing about this is that Voice is just able to pull away. His Voice going a bit sideways, going to Devil's Elbow, but right now just running rampant with this, and Janiki right now really becoming centre stage as they make their way on past the Devil's Elbow, and as they do, all the drivers right now pushing hard and fast here, but nobody making any more moves this time around. But as they make the way on down towards turn number 1, well, meanwhile a little bit out of shot, but they make the way onwards towards where is the start finish line. We do have what is there, the Peugeot making its way through. In fact, that's the Volkswagen Golf. Let's correct ourselves. A Hughes ahead of Avis right now, as Avis looking to move it to P10. But as further drivers coming on down, also it looks like there's a bit of a problem there for the 260 Ford, the Ford Focus Estate, as we've also got what is the 164 making its way past us in the Honda Civic. And as our drivers charge on, well, we do have confirmation of Nash and also Vaughan into the pit lane. But meanwhile, coming down towards the hairpin, well, as we can see there, battling hard, and as they make their way out of the corner, we'll all right now line the stern formation as they continue to push on. Janiki finally finding a bit of space to break away, and it seems as though now what's looking to be a very precarious situation for Janiki only 2 laps ago is looking much more stable. But meanwhile, as I try to make the way through the canvas shot there at the Devil's Elbow, the number 7 under pressure as well as they continue to push on in this race, and well, plenty of time left to go in this race, no doubt about it. But as all the drivers continue to charge onwards, well, right now that battle for what is P7, the number 97 of Denwood holding on, but he's got the pressure on Morris, that is inching closer and closer. But as the drivers make the way onwards towards what is another lap now onto their 5th lap already, and they've still got 16 minutes to go. This is a long race for them. Vaughan makes his way on past us here down in the paddock, so therefore definitely a difficult end to the race there for what is Vaughan. But meanwhile, as the drivers make the way up towards the hairpin, we're still under green flag conditions, and Royce right now leading, albeit Royce has been reeled in, and in fact Royce, has he got a problem? Because the gap has come down massively there, and it was previously the best part of 3 seconds. Now it's already come down to 1.2 seconds, and meanwhile side by side coming out of the final corner, it's going to be the 36 that holds its position, gets ahead of Denwood and moves up into P7. But as our drivers make the way on through, we're seeing the number 97 of Avis make its way. Meanwhile the 350Z, the number 89 there of what is Trump, holds on to P11 for a time being, with Hughes giving a rapid chase. And as our drivers make the way down towards turn 1, where it is still going to be what is Hughes, who is looking to bring down the Japanese giant of the Nissan, but will he be able to? Well, I get the feeling right now he'll be hoping to find a little bit more speed going through the corners as our drivers continue to roll on, but looking in towards the Cooper S's, and as they come down here, well, meanwhile Davis looking very, very lonely indeed in what is the number 97, but behind him you can see there that battle for best of the rest in the fight for P11 continues to rage on as our drivers make the way on up towards what will be the hairpin. But as they come in towards that braking zone, well, right now the fight for best of the rest continues to rage on, and elsewhere, well, we can tell you that right now the 36 of what is Morris is still holding on versus what is Denwood and Owen. But as we do look to what is the leaders as they make the way on around, while drivers continue to roar around this circuit, and still plenty of racing to come. All is said and over, but as we look there to what is turn number 1, where you can see the growing battle between what is the Nissan there and also the Volkswagen behind. Let's get it right then in terms of what car it is, but right now all back and forth everywhere you look. And well, as our drivers have made the way down into turn number 2, Avis still running away, holding on to that spot as well. I can tell you right now, indicators are on outside of my view from what is the car of AJ Owens. That Ford has definitely got a problem, it's letting cars go. But meanwhile, as we look to what's on our camera screens right now, you can see coming into the hairpin here, well, here comes Avis first and foremost, and then as they make the way on out of the corner, it's then going to be what is there, the Nissan 350Z still on a major lock-up on the front right tyre there, but what is our 350Z driver, and therefore Trump is going to be able to nurse that tyre as they roar their way on past us. Now making the way on down, Hughes are under pressure. Here comes the 95, looking for the potential move as they head in towards turn 1. Can he find it? However, it's going to be neck and neck as they make the way into the corner, going all in here. Can he make it happen? No, he can't. But meanwhile, under pressure on the BMW behind there, so the 95 right now absolutely caught between the rock and a hard place, and we'll keep using that term in regards to all the battling that's going on between our drivers here as they make the way on around. Meanwhile, elsewhere, more effort in the fact the 45 of what is Hufford under pressure on Blackie in the battle for P4 further up the order. And as we continue to see the battling going on, well, looking to what is turn number 2, and well, we've heard that somebody's come off circuit. Well, we're not quite sure where it's happened, but we will try and inform you when we do know. And well, as it's happening everywhere which are around us right now, we do look down to the hairpin here, and after what is the best part of what is 7 minutes of racing, we've still got plenty more to come. And well, it is still Royce who's leading this race, as he's already gone to lap number 8. And well, as our drivers make the way on and around the circuit, here comes past us what is the Jaguar XJR, the 44. But as we continue to try and see what's caused the yellow flag, I believe we've had one of our BMWs up at the Cooper S's. They've been able to rejoin. In fact, we can confirm now it's the Volkswagen, it's Hughes and the 48 who's had an off at what is turns 2 and 3, and the car is parked up there on the outside. Now there will be waved yellow flags for that incident, but will we see that potentially being suspension of the racing? We'll have to find out when we can, ladies and gentlemen. No red flag at the moment, but it's all over for what is our number 48 driver. And it's gone too soon for Hughes. In fact, he's got out of the car, he's doing okay, but he's just making his way to the marshals on the other side of the tyre barrier. But coming from what's happened there at turn number 2, and it might be in camera shot there, will mean, well, what we can tell you is that it's still Royce who's leading, and he's leading by only 7.5 tenths versus what is Janiki, as our drivers continue to push on here and the laps continue to trickle on through. But as the laps continue to build up here, this is going to be a long test of stamina for our drivers. And as our drivers make the way on around, we are going to get a replay of what exactly has happened with regards to I believe, Hughes' car. And here we go with the replay, if we can see it. And there it is, the rear of the car coming. In fact, that was the BMW losing control before we had the separate Hughes incident on the replay. And well, then I do believe 2 incidents occurring in separate from each other. So therefore, one of them being able to make the way on, the other not being able to continue their journey. And that was the story of their races. And unfortunate for Hughes, as meanwhile the racing continues on here. We're still under green flag. We're not seeing any potential red flag at this time, just yellow still down at the Cooper S's, but I suspect those yellows will continue to wave for some time. But as we continue on here, then we're reaching the halfway point of this absolutely titanic race. And well, as we look to your leader, returning to camera shot, there's Voice and Janiki a little bit further behind, and it does seem as though Voice having a couple of periods where he's being reeled back in as they make the way on out of the final corner. Now keep in mind, these drivers are in different classes, so therefore Voice, he won't be too upset if he doesn't take the overall win, but I suspect Voice will be pushing hard in the Historic Thunder class, Historic Thunder 2, to keep Janiki behind in the Classic Thunder Skyline. And right now, Janiki, of course, in race number 1 yesterday, absolutely feeling himself in terms of being in a tough situation with regards to back and forth battling, but today really now having the opportunity to flex the muscle of that Skyline engine and go on the attack. But as he sets the fastest lap of the race, set the fastest lap of the race previously, all the drives now back into the 50s here at the moment. We have seen some 49s earlier, and as we come in towards the hairpin, we'll continue to follow the story of our leaders as they come on through the tight right-hander. And well, the pace not in the cars at the moment, given the fact they're still trying to get the fuel out of the cars. They're at the halfway point as they make the way now onto the start-finish straight, and every time he makes his way across the timeline, Voice just maintains that gap at the moment, and Janiki's got growing pressure from Collier behind him as we looked at lovely planning view coming down at turn 4 and into turn 1 they go. And there are all your leaders, they make the way around, and indeed right now your top 5 separated by only 3.5 seconds at the close, and again absolutely closer and closer together from corner to corner. And right now it's going to be a question of when, not if, we see some more battling action between them. Meanwhile, update further down the order, Denwood has still got A-list close behind him, and that's the battle for P9. We're 4 attempts out between those two, but we are going to stay with the lead battle for now as they get ready to make the way into the hairpin. And here they come as they do. Well, right now Voice in that Ford Escort 2300 definitely making it punch above its weight as he makes his way on down through the corner, sliding out the corner there for what is Voice. And meanwhile Janiki right now, I think not wanting to take too much out of the car, as the 45 there of what is Hufford has got ahead of what is Collier, and in fact Blackie ahead as well now. And it seems as though Collier, well, I can hear an engine that's not quite firing the way it should do, and I do wonder whether it could be the end of the race for Collier, who's dropped down the order. We're trying to understand where he is in what is the 2-2-3, and as I try to make the way on past us here, well right now definitely the car of Collier losing 2 places for the price of 1 lap. And as we make our way up towards the Cooper S's here, well, your leaders still separated by around 1.5 seconds, nothing between the two of them. And as they come down towards the hairpin, which seems like Voice now afterwards looking a bit of a scary moment, as now to restabilise. Off camera update, Trump and Willis are side by side down the start finish straight, heading in towards turn 1. It's going to be Trump who is defending on the inside as our leaders make the way on past us here. We've got the Ford Escort still going to lap down as they make the way into turn number 1. We'll update on the Trump battle. Well, that is still Trump ahead of what is Willis going out of turn number 1, but on camera we see the leaders who are closing up to that battle, so that's going to make it even spicier in terms of the fact you're now going to have drivers on 2 different laps essentially coming together in very quick order. Also further down the order, we can tell you the 36 of what is none other than Morris under pressure from the 441 of Boa. The gap between them 2 attempts as they make the way across the timeline, so everywhere you look plenty of battles, but we stay transfixed on what is that lead battle as they make the way down towards what is the hairpin, as we continue to follow them in towards the hairpin now. And well, as they make the way on through there, Voice still ahead and gap opening up here. I think Janiki's huffed and puffed with that car as much as he can, but now having to back things off as he makes his way on past us. And as he does so, there's Janiki, and every time he comes through that corner, it does look as though the wheels are scraping against the arches, and that may just be costing him some pace in terms of going hunting. But as they make the way on through, well, meanwhile, charging down in towards turn number 1, gaps open in the field here, and well, as we can see, it's our top 4 who are absolutely running away as well. To give you an update, we can tell you that Collier in the 2-2-3 has fallen down to P5, but right now has got the closing presence of both what is Morris and Boa, who are moving closer and closer now within 3 seconds of him. So therefore we've also got that to watch out for off camera at this time as our leaders make the way on through the Cooper S's, and as they come out to there, well, we can start to see what is the battle for P3 getting much closer now. Hufford and Blackie separated by practically 3 attempts as they made the way on through the hairpin. or made their way down to the hairpin, I should say. And there you can see how close they are as they make the way on through the corner. But as they do, while leaders are coming through, and here comes the aforementioned battle for P3, and Hufford right now trying to hold on, just trying to extend that gap as long as he possibly can. But Blackie, I think, has got other ideas there, and in the all-black BMW M3, the absolutely trying to make it onto the podium here. And of course for them, it's a battle for the second place spot in the CTB class, that being of course the Classic Thunder B class, as they make the way on down in towards the Cooper S's. But as they do, well, right now it's going to be a potential move being looked for here, as Blackie once again looking to go around the outside, can't quite find it, he's close, but no cigar this time as they head in towards the hairpin. And well, with only 6 minutes left on the clock, we are almost 3/4 of this race complete. We've still got time to go, and indeed, as our leader makes their way on past us, here they come for turn number 4, and well, then it is going to be what is there, Janiki, who's a lap trump, and then we do have what is the run of the 45 and the 28, and Blackie staying close, but it does seem as though the 45 is just not quite able to be caught by Blackie at the moment. Indeed, Hufford looking comfortable, and I think just managing the pace of this race, and of course that's a nasty situation to be in if you are the chaser, for the simple reason you're the one who's got to find more and more pace. But if Hufford feels like he can drive at say 90% right now rather than 100%, then therefore he's saving more time in the bag. Meanwhile, on the start finish straight, we're seeing a potential move occur from what is Boa on Morris of P6, and I'm trying to get in the mix there a little bit further back. And well, as our drivers make the way out of the corner, well, we'll keep you updated on that being off camera as we look to the hairpin for our leaders. So battles occurring everywhere you look, and in the end, as our drivers have made the way on past us here, in towards another lap they go, and Voice right now reopen that gap up over Janiki, and the gap opening up. And so it's 4.6 seconds as they head across the line. Hufford and Blackie now separated by 8/10 as they head in towards turn number. A little bit of traffic there to be on their wariness, and as they head on through the opening corner, well, right now, with time gradually coming to a close in this race, well, it does seem as though it is now all going to be about consistency all the way to the end. But meanwhile, we've got a brilliant battle still between the 36 and the 441, and Morris still ahead of Boa as they make their way past us here at the start-finish line. And well, it's going to be Boa who is constantly trying to chisel his way into making a move, as meanwhile, looking back to the hairpin, your leaders will be coming to it shortly. And in terms of Voice right now, continue to hold the lead on, and a headlight on there for Voice as well, and he makes his way on past us. And well, from him we then do look to what is the Janiki, who right now, Janiki, interesting enough, losing the leader, but the gap between Janiki and what is their Hufford now down to 9/10. Now, is there a problem for Janiki, or has he just been caught with some traffic? Well, either way, right now the skyline has fallen back from the leader further still, and well, now lapping in the high 50s, whereas everyone else staying in the low 50s inside that top 4, and that could be something which could be a concern. Meanwhile, Voice lapping in the high 49s and looking very comfortable out there, just gradually flexing the muscle of that Ford Escort and showing it who is boss. But as Janiki under huge pressure now coming down towards the hairpin, and you're going to see this shortly, Hufford only 3/10, if so away, as they make the way through the slow speed corner. But as they make the way on through the right hander, could this be an opportunity for Hufford? Will Hufford be able to look for a move as they make the way up towards the Devil's Elbow, where it's going to be the Devil's in the detail, and as they make the way on around here they come, and well, in the end, Hufford not having the run he wanted, and instead it's going to be the 28 now. Oh, Blackie coming right back into this with 3 minutes left on the clock, and with a lap time on average of about 51 seconds, it does mean we've got this lap, plus where's the best part of perhaps another 3 or 4 to go. But meanwhile, as the leaders continue to push on here, and indeed right now going into a little bit of unknown territory with this 5-minute longer race compared to yesterday, so therefore they'll really be pushing the machines to the limit, and they will of course have where's low fuel. Ongoing battle as well, still the 36 head of the 441 off camera in the battle between Morris and Boa, and well, everywhere you look inside the top, then there's some fighting going, and we've also got a bit of a lonely 1-2-3 in the form of what is Owen there, as we continue to look at the hairpin, and well, as our leaders making the way over towards the hill now of the Devil's Elbow, well, Voice making his way on past us, but meanwhile further back, Janiki again continue to fall back, as meanwhile the 45 and the 28, they want to get close to that skyline, but they just don't seem to be able to, and I do wonder whether the skyline right now just absolutely pulling away on the straights, but in the corners that's where it seems to be struggling a little bit as they make their way through turn number 1. And meanwhile, Hufford and Blackie absolutely deadlocked with regards to the lap times, and indeed the last 6 laps between Hufford and Blackie, the average lap gap between them only what is a 10th or 2 tenths at most, so therefore they're both matching each other in pace, and they are locked into an absolutely brilliant battle for what is that third place spot, but both of them would also love to take on Janiki for what would be the win in the Classic Thunder B class. But the problem is, I think that Skyline, as much as it may be having some difficulty in the corners, it is also just able to pull away enough in the straights, and we saw that at the start of the race, and we're seeing it again as we now make our way onto what is the penultimate lap. Voice charges past us, and he's leading now by growing advantage. And meanwhile, the battle for P2, well, as Janiki sits, what is the best part of what is 7 seconds behind your leader. Meanwhile, it is only 1 second between Janiki, Hufford and Blackie in the battle for P2. And well, can the Skyline hold on for a little bit longer? As meanwhile, Hufford struggling to turn one, falling back towards Blackie. And therefore, I think now if a move is going to be made, then it is going to be all about trying to look for it. As we have had another car retire from this race, as we understand it, we are trying to see what's happened. And well, as we can see that on the camera shot, the car having to pull into the pits. As meanwhile, our drivers pushing on in the battle for what is P6. We should point out that Morris has broken away from Boa. The gap now up to what is 2 seconds between them. But meanwhile, as we continue to focus on the leaders here, and Will Voice makes his way through, one more lap to go for the 21 that seems to be unstoppable. But as he makes his way on through, here comes the rest of the battle for P2, and it is still Janiki holding on for now as they make the way in towards turn 1, into the opening sweeping right hander they go. And as they do, right now Blackie is right there, as in fact Janiki falling back on what is the runner stopping straight. Has the Skyline hit an issue? Yes, it has. The Skyline is crawling out to turn number 1, and therefore this now becomes a battle between Hufford and Blackie as they make the way down the back straight. And Hufford right now just giving it enough to hold on, and Blackie can't find a way alongside. Indeed, it's going to come down to the hairpin if he's going to make it happen, as you see them there. But meanwhile, we focus on your leader, because as he's led this race from start to finish, he got past Nick Vaughan at the start, and since then he's been absolutely untouchable. And as he makes his way through the final corner, he makes amends for yesterday by taking the overall win. It is Colin Voice who takes the checker flag, and then behind him in the battle between what will be Hufford and Blackie is a drag race to line, but the 45 does it for second place, and the win in the Classic Thunder B class goes to him. Voice taking the historic Thunder win in the number 2 class for them. And well, in the end, Janiki with what has been a Skyline that just couldn't make it one more lap. We've still got drivers to come on through, and let's take for it as they arrive. What I do believe your next finisher for P4 is going to be Janiki. He's going to crawl to the line. He will do it, however, and he'll hold on for P4 ahead of Collier, and then it will be Morris who comes on home after that brilliant battle between the 36 and the 441. And well, in the end, Morris holds off to P6, and then your last lead lap finisher is going to be shortly Avis, who makes his way out the final corner. He's had a bit of a lonely race, but to be fair, he is the winner in Classic Thunder class Woodies G, and therefore he's just had a absolutely comfortable race. But here come your top 14 results on screen, ladies and gentlemen, and there they are. And to walk you through them, Colin Voice taking the overall win and also the class win there, and after 24 laps of racing, by the best part of 7 seconds over Gary Hufford, who taken his own class win there. And David Blackie only by what was 3 tenths a line. James Janiki coming home P3 in class P4 overall after the Skyline just ran out of steam on the final couple of laps. Joe Collier completed your top 5, and then Sean Morris, class winner there, P6 ahead of Ian Bone. Their brilliant battle with David Avis P8 ahead of AJ Owen taking the class win as well there. And well, after that, completing your top 10 was Kevin Denwood, and then completing your top 14, Callan Trump, Vic Hope, Kevin Willis and AJ Howe. But what a race to start off our afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 20 minutes of racing there in round number 6 of the CTCRC Classic Thunder Saloons and Historic Thunder Saloons. A fantastic race to set us up, and well, as we do see the people on the hill, they're getting close to what is the fences. Indeed, I think right now everybody absolutely loving that race. And well, I can tell you one thing, if that's going to eat your appetite for racing, we still got the best part of what is another 7 races to come this afternoon. And well, that is the last race of the day for the Classic Thunder Saloons and the Historic Thunder Saloons in with them. But after this, we of course do have what is the Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford 1600s coming up next. And of course, we did have a little bit of a jumbling of what was the start of our broadcast, because they did run ahead of schedule prematurely. Well, that does give us an opportunity to do it, and you have to forgive things for being a little bit out of sequence. We did have an interview with one of our drivers in the build-up to that, and we're going to be playing you that interview shortly in order to get us set up, and that is going to be with one of our drivers there, and a good Mr. Richard is going to take us through. Richard Frey, that is going to take us through some of the specifics. But remember, of course, he did have that difficult race number 1, and therefore we hope to see him on the grid for race number 2 after that contact with Mason. And well, here is from the man himself, Richard Frey. With me now, ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Richard Frey. And Richard, it's a lovely day. We caught up yesterday briefly, but today is where you mean business. 2 races upcoming. How are you feeling for the challenge?
It is going to be a challenge, to be honest with you. I'm quite conscious that Paul's quite close. I think Hawkins has done a bit of a gearing change as well since quali yesterday, so it's going to be tricky. I don't think it's going to be an easy race, if I'm honest with you. So I'm quite concentrated, quite focused. Want to make sure I put in a nice, clean and consistent lap all the way through. So yeah, I'm excited, but I'm also conscious it's not going to be easy.
That's absolutely fair, and I mean, it's never easy in these lovely machines. I mean, open wheel racing at its core, of course, and the thing about these as well, they sit so low to the ground and over the undulations of this circuit. I mean, it must be squeaky bum time inside the car.
Yeah, massively. Everything's really, really close. You know, and you've got a race like this, you've got Mason, you've got Hawkins, you've got a lot of good drivers. Things are really close. You know, your awareness around you, your use of your periphery vision, all of that, and it is really intense. I mean, to me, there's absolutely nothing like it.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I do have to ask as well, with these machines and these short straights we have here, well, those straights do take a little bit of time, and these cars pick up quite a bit of speed in the draft off one another.
Yeah, massively so. Getting a tow is hugely important. Mason got a really nice tow yesterday, which really helped him in quali. I'm conscious I'm starting from the front, but that means people behind me can get a tow. So it's a difficult balance of trying to use the advantage if you can get it, but then if you haven't got the advantage, to protect it from somebody not getting it. It's going to be a difficult balance today.
So essentially a game of chess, albeit 100 miles an hour, if you will, and at very high speed under high braking. Have you set yourself any goals for this afternoon?
I think in terms of goals, I want to have a safe, consistent, clean race. I think that's important. I want to win. You know, I want to sort of be first. I'd like to get a new PB, but I'm also conscious of the heat and the tyres. So in terms of goals, safe, clean race, bring it home for the team and end up first. That's what I'd like to do. Just have to see how it goes.
Well, we wish you all the best with that, but until then, Richard, we'll see you around and good luck out on circuit.
No worries. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we build up to what is our next race of the day, we are here down in the paddock with none other than Team Form Racing's Nick Vaughan. I mean, Nick, what happened out there? We expected it to be a double today. It wasn't to be. Early on the race, it just seemed to all go wrong.
I was really looking forward to that. Everything felt great. The tyres came in great, came round. Start went really well, cautious through turn one. Went to put it into 5th gear from 4th as we got onto the back straight, and the breakage on the gear linkage snapped. So it wasn't something undone or anything. It's physically snapped in half, and the cable was flopping around. Car ended up in 2nd, was all I could get. So I tried to keep going for a lap or so, and realised it was fruitless and I was going to damage the engine. So unfortunately, that was it. Had to retire the car.
Well, wise choice there. Mechanical failure. They do happen, of course, when you're pushing to the absolute limit. But still, a lot of positives to take away from today, given the fact that, well, your first major visit to Mallory, and therefore plenty to go on to later in the championship.
Yeah, first visit to Mallory, really like the place. It's been a cracking weekend. Still come away with a pole and a win, so I'm not going home too disappointed, but it's an easy fix on the car. It's a very rare mechanical failure. I've not seen one of those break in 20 years on these cars, so reinforce it, weld it back up, I think, and go again at Brands in 5 weeks' time.
Or indeed, in the meantime, of course, 5 weeks' time, will there be plenty of testing going in once you've made the fix, or are you going to take it easy, given the fact we're now heading into the peak of the summer?
Well, seeing as the car's road legal, I'll probably drive it to work once I fix it to shake it down and give it a test. So, yeah, the benefits of still having number plates.
Oh, absolutely love it. Well, Nick, sorry to hear it didn't go quite well in race number 2, but still, like you say, a pole position plus a win in race number 1. There's always a silver lining, and we'll see you out of the circuit again in the coming weeks.
Thanks very much, Paul.
All the best. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. A word from Nick Vaughan and a difficult end to his weekend. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, well, after a brief silence as a couple of cars had to be recovered from the circuit after what was a brilliant race number 13 of this weekend, we now head into race number 14, and this is going to be race number 2 of what is the BRSCC Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship. Grid on screen there, and this is how our drivers do line up. It is going to be what will be Tom Hawkins starting in pole position with Peter Daly alongside. Row number 2 will go to Neil Hunt and Christopher Stones, with Paul Britton starting P5 ahead of Lorna Vickers, and then we do have David Porter and Oliver Buckton completing your top 8, with the top 10 being rounded off by Ian Fernihu and what is Ian Wood. And well, with them all in position, we also do have a couple more rows to take you through, and in fact it's our final row there, and it's going to be the two drivers who were leading up front until that very late instant, Paul Mason and Richard Frey, where all went wrong towards the very end of the race after a brilliant battle between them, as we do see our drivers making their way around on circuit at the moment, and not too far away from what is going to the racing now. And as they make the way on around here, well, it's definitely going to be one of those races whereby now it's going to be give it your all, because after this one they won't have any more racing this afternoon in those Wonder Formula Ford 1600s. But as our drivers make the way on around and over the hairpin and down towards what is the Devil's Elbow, well, here go our drivers, ladies and gentlemen, getting themselves all warmed up and ready to go. and trying to do as much tyre warming as they can here. And, well, an interesting situation, of course, in the fact that for what is Tom Hawkins, he finds himself in a pole position whereby he was an opportunist in race number 1. He waited and waited deservedly to take victory when it all went wrong for his rivals. But in race number 2 here, would it be as straightforward as just get a good start and pull away from Peter Daly? Or could we see Peter find a way to be able to get ahead and perhaps prevent what was the race 1 winner breakaway? Well, and of course, we do have towards the back of the field what will be both the cars of, well, in fact, I can't see Mason on this grid. It may just be the car of Richard Frey as they make the way on that. And in fact, coming into the pit lane, we do have the 44 of Paul Mason making its way on through. So therefore, I don't think they're quite happy with the state of the car. And as all the grid begin to line up, well, therefore, we may have already lost what is Paul Mason before we went going. So therefore, the driver to watch out for, the wild card, will actually be Richard Frey. Of course, he was a driver on the front row from qualifying going into race number 1. Arguing on paper, he's got race winning pace. But the problem is, he's got to now carve his way through a whole pack of cars to go hunting after what will be the favourite for this race, your pole sitter of Tom Hawkins. Can he do it? Well, the green flag's waved, the lights are going on, it's 5 seconds away, we've got another race to go, and 3, 2, 1, and it is going to be... Lights out and away we go for the second time today for the Formula Fords as they make the way down towards turn 1. But as they do, building up speed immediately here, it's a good start for most drivers. Everyone's safely away, and as they head through the opening right-hander, well, it's going to be Hawkins who gets the start that he wanted. Daly sitting in behind there as they make the way on through. Down to the step straight they go, and as they roar their way onto the back straight, what you can see immediately is the fact that whilst Hawkins is gradually inching off into the distance, meanwhile it is going to be Hunt who is going chasing here and looking up the inside already into this. Can't find it, decides to back out, decides to play it safe, knowing the tyres not warm enough yet to try and go for the move. But meanwhile, as they make the way on through, well, already major gains being made by what is Richard Frey. He's already halfway up the field as they make the way into the hairpin. Indeed, Richard Frey not wasting any time here in trying to carve his way through and go hunting after the win that escaped him in race number 1. But as the drivers make the way over the crest, well, Hawkins leading now as he makes his way onto lap number 2, and all the field behind, and already Frey up to P5 because this is your order after 1 lap. It is as follows. Your order is going to be Hawkins ahead of Daly, followed by Hunt, then Stones, then Britton, then Frey, then Porter, Vickers, Buckton, Fernie who completed the top 10, and best of SP11 is Wood to complete your 11 drivers on this grid, with Mason having to come into the pits immediately before going racing due to an issue with the car. But as our drivers make the way on down the step straight side by side in the distant view of your picture now, and it's going to be a move here from Frey. Meanwhile, it's going to put will be Britton out of sorts, and Porter looking to go around the outside here in the lime green machine as they make the way on through, but he can't quite get it. Defensive line being made there by what was from Britain, and therefore holding on to what is now P6 as Frey continues to carve his way through. And remember, Hawkins will need to use all these laps available to him to open up the gap. This is only a 15-minute race, it's not as long as our first race of the day, and there he's going to be feeling a bit more comfortable as now they make the way past us again, coming down towards turn 1 this time. And as they do, well, Frey looking for another move, peeling to the inside, going hunting after Stones, and as they make the way into the opening right-hand apex, it is going to be Frey who does get ahead just about there by looks things as they make the way on through. We'll see if he's confirmed the position as they make the way onto the step straight. And the answer is, it looks so he has that. It's going to be the battle of the two red machines for P. Frey. Frey looking up the inside here versus what is going to be Hunt. And well, going chasing and gets up the inside there. Hunt steering clear on the outside. I think conscious of the fact he's not going to have the pace to battle with Frey. So why expend the energy? Focusing instead on keeping Stones behind, as those two are much more similarly matched on pace. And sometimes you've got to be cold and methodical when you go racing and know who you're racing against. But as they make the way in towards the hairpin, well, right now, plenty to look forward to as Hawkins extracting that lead out to almost 2 seconds. But to be fair, Daly keeping them honest, and now we'll see the beast unleashed of Frey as they make the way down towards turn number 1, and the order makes its way past us, and as all of our drivers do, well, still plenty to come here as Hawkins right now, your leader, well, he's holding on to the lead by 1.6 seconds, but it's a further 2 seconds to Frey, and I get the feeling that the second of the Van Diemen cars right now will not be too far behind when this lap ends in terms of chasing after the leading car of the two models. But as they head on down towards the S's, well, now coming in towards that braking zone already, you can just see how quickly Frey is breaking away there from Hunt, and Stones meanwhile still just on the rear of Hunt as they come out to the right hander into left and up towards the hairpin they go, and we'll close the battle as well. Vickers and Buckton getting close and tasty in the battle for P8, no doubt about it. We'll have to keep our eyes on that as they make the way on through the hairpin, and well, as they charge their way on around and go on to what will be a lap number 5. Well, we've had the best part of what is 3.5 minutes of this race completed so far, and it is getting much tighter now in the battle for what is P4 as Hunt is only 4 tenths clear of Stones. Britain all over the back of Stones, and Porter also inching closer here, so we can definitely see a bit of a nip and tuck. As meanwhile the 51 of Wood just gradually falling away in the Royale, but at the same time as well looking to just bring the car home and bring it home safely, and that's what he's going to do today by looks of things as our drivers continue to charge onwards. But as they do, you can see that gap, and Hawkins now trying to just creep away from Daly a little bit more, and conscious again that Frey will be the one hunting him down, but Hawkins as well putting in purple laps at this time. He knows he's got to build up this lead as long as he can, and perhaps the car's set up to work better on high fuel and when the tyres are a lot fresher rather than when it's on low fuel, and therefore Hawkins is not going to leave anything to chance. He makes his way on down the start finish straight, and as he does, well, as I try to make the way out of the hairpin down there, well, you can see the top three in a bit of a distant run, and then it's the rest of the field as they make the way across the line. But now Frey responds, he sets the fastest lap of the race, it's a 50.199, and Frey immediately taken to task now and hoping he can put in fastest lap after fastest lap all the way to the checker flag, or at least until he hunts down Hawkins. That will be his mission here as the drivers make the way down Steb. But as they do, the number 14 right now really holding the rest of the field at bay, and Hunt here trying to do everything he can, but meanwhile looking up the inside into the S's, it's going to be Stones who goes all in for the move, and Hunt on the outside there is now also going to have always Britain looking for the move as they go side by side making the way out. But in the end Britain decides to back off there. 9-2 does not go into 1 coming out of turn number 3 with the undulations of the road. Instead he'll think about an opportunity into the hairpin, but will he be able to find it? We'll have to look here as they make the way through the corner, and it is going to get very tasty there. As you see one car going deep through the corner, but Britain still battling with Stones as they now make their way on past us, and everybody queuing up in long line fashion as we see the number 60 there of what is Buckton batting ahead of where is Porter. In fact, Porter losing 2 places as Britain fall in 1 and Vickers all the way up to P6. What an absolute back and forth battle between our drivers as they make their way towards turn 1 once again. And well, Lorna Vickers doing a fantastic job of gaining 2 places through the hairpin run, and therefore right now Vickers the one to watch out for. Of course, doing very well this season and looking to push into the top 5 before the end of this race is done. And then we really do have 2 races forming now. It's the battle for the top 3, and then it's the battle for P4 and best of the rest title effectively, as our top 3 seems to be in a different field of pace. And well, I can tell you our top 3 all setting personal best right now, as Hawkins on the previous lap finally set a 49, and as he crosses the line this time, what's he going to set will be the question. Well, let's hold that ball, as meanwhile Frey has found his way ahead of Daly at the hairpin, and whilst the 2 drivers make the way down the start finish straight, you can see confirmation there of Frey getting ahead of Daly, and as a result now Frey will be left to his own devices 3.8 seconds into the gap. Can he close down the distance to Hawkins, and can he then make the pass given the fact that we still have just over half of this race to go? There's quite some distance in it, and well, right now Hawkins will need to make sure the pressure does not get to him, but that's much easier said than done when you're in these machines. It's a sweltering hot day, it's hot inside the car, and whilst the wind's blinding your face, you've got a helmet and a full fire retardant suit on you, and as a result you're going to be absolutely sweating, and that's before you throw the pressure of your rivals on you. But meanwhile, as they continue to make the way onwards through the Cooper S's, all drives now and coming down into that hairpin, and as they do, well, as you can see here in that battle for P4, it is still going to be what is Stones holding on with Hunt behind as they now make the way past us here at the Devil's Elbow and on towards the start finish line. Straight they go, and well, everybody knows the tale here, and it of course is a big game of who's in the toe of whom as well, with some of these cars gaining a lot more speed in the toe than others. They do naturally gain a lot of time, but some, depending on the aerodynamics, have given them the opportunity to pick up a natural overspeed, and that can be enough of an advantage to force a move to happen. Well, as our drivers make their way out of turn 1 onto the step straight they go, and here they come. And well, as you can see there, when the fact that right now Stones really keeping the number 14 of Hunt at bay, and then just behind them we do have that encroaching presence of Vickers, and Vickers right now I don't think it's done. I think Vickers fancies a couple more places before this race is over. There at the hairpin we can see what is Frey continue to try and charge after Hawkins, and that gap is gradually coming down. Meanwhile, further behind, and 2 wide there at the hairpin, it's a run round the outside, and that is going to be, I believe, Hunt coming back, and indeed Hunt takes P14 over the number, not P14, P4 I should say, but the number 14 moves up a place, which we rely on as they make the way across the timeline and down towards turn number 1. And well, right now Hunt back ahead of Stones, and Vickers now in the attacking seat to try and look for the move for P5. But as they head in towards the corner, well, now for Vickers it's all going to be about a game of tic-tac-toe here, picking them off one by one, and again it's back and forth between Hunt and Stones. it's not over anytime soon. I think with them as they make the way on down, we can see Vickers taking a peek up the inside, but Stones in the end just able to outbreak Vickers to the corner on that outside line, and Vickers 9 is not going to be enough apex there to make the corner work, but it's left Vickers vulnerable to Britain, who's going to look for the move here into the hairpin. Now, does Britain get alongside under braking is the big question that we're all going to be asking here, and it looks as though an attempt was made, and in the end not quite able to do so, as meanwhile Stones decides to go high around the outside to try and build up the momentum. But here goes Vickers peeling out at the last possible moment, and is there going to be a move on into turn number 1? Well, Vickers is going to try and go for the move around the outside. Brilliant racing between these three right now, and Vickers continue to try and make that move happen here as we drift over the halfway point of the race. 6 minutes left on the clock, plenty of laps still in the distance, and well, no change at the moment. Vickers falls back, and we can also see there the long queue of cars. That's Britain, Porter and Buckton. They're all watching this right now, and well, indeed, it's becoming another game of patience, albeit all fighting for P4. But as the drivers make the way up the hill they go, and well, in towards the hairpin they'll roar. And to give you a quick update on our lead battle, Hawkins is holding Frey to a 3-second gap at the moment. That gap is not coming down quickly enough for Frey, so therefore Hawkins may, in clear air, just be feeling as though he's got everything finally dialed in. And meanwhile, in P4 it is still Hunt, who's holding on Vickers, who again pulls the outside here as they head down towards turn number 1. And was Vickers looking for that move on Stones. Stones taking that natural defensive line and knowing all the grips there, and with the understeer that is invoked on that overend corner, with it being a very heavily offloading corner to those left-hand side tyres, well, it does mean that right now Hunt really knows exactly where to put that car. In fact, Vickers with a poor run, falling back now as they make the way on down, and well, as they do, well, Stones breaking away and chasing after Hunt. Meanwhile, Vickers under pressure once again from Britain here. Porter also staying there in the lime green machine as they make the way up the hill in towards turn number 4, and well, in towards the hairpin they go. But right now that battle for P4 has 6 cars separated by only 2 seconds. They're all that close together, and one mistake could be the loss for the leader of that pack. Not just 1 place, but potentially 5 if it all plays out that way, as we see once again coming down the start finish straight. And in the rear of your picture you're going to see what is a move here as Porter looks to try and go around the outside of what will be Britain. They're practically neck and neck as they cross the line in the battle for P7. Vickers still attacking Stones, and right now it's 2 by 2 as they head into turn number 1. Brilliant battling between them, keeping it clean, keeping it sensible, and as they come on around, what it is going to be still what will be there, the battle ongoing, and that is going to be Porter looking up the inside of Britain in towards what will be the Cooper S's, but on that inside line, does he dare to try and outbreak his rival? No, he doesn't. He just doesn't quite have the overspeed there to be able to get the move made as they make the way on the rise. But as they do, well, meanwhile, the only drivers lapping right now in the low 50s are your top 2 drivers. Meanwhile, everybody else lapping in the mid 50s, if not higher, and I can tell you in that battle for P4, they're lapping in the mid 51s. They're taking so much time out of each other battling right now, and it's absolutely fantastic to see, but it means we're getting a bigger and bigger delta between the top 2 and the rest of the field, albeit Daly as well. Let's not forget about the fact that he's in that top 3, so in fact we should say the rest of the field's falling well behind the top 3, and well, as the drivers continue to make their way onwards, well, meanwhile the 47 makes its way past the Fernie Hugh in P10, ran a solid race so far, Wood still chasing in P11, but the gap between the two of them quite sizable now. But meanwhile, as we look to the S's here, and well, now we're getting a little bit of a lull in that battle. We've still got 3 minutes to go, and I do wonder here whether some of the drivers are perhaps settling down now, I think as though it's all for a push on the last lap, or the penultimate lap going into the last lap, because of course these cars, they're running hot and they're being pushed to the absolute limit, and whilst they will have been tested, they will have had quite modern parts retrofitted into them at the same time as well. You don't want to push the car for too long, and right now the number 14 driver of Hunt, well, not the best to run out of Devil's Elbow, and in fact as we do see there, Vickers getting closer, Stones in fact in P6 keeping Porter behind, and well, one thing we should talk about is the fact that Vickers has found their way in towards P5 versus Stones, so therefore there has been a change of position in all that battling as our drivers make the way in towards turn 1. But of course this pack not breaking away, although I say that, I can see the Vickers now looking for a potential move here, looking up the inside in towards the S's. Vickers is not going to back out of this as they come down to the brakes, going all in. Can Lorna Vickers get this done? Yes, Lorna can, as they make the way on through the right hand. A brilliant move, and Vickers moves up into P4. They're ahead of Hunt with only 2.5 minutes to go as they come in towards the hairpin. Your top 3 meanwhile continue to charge their way onwards, and well, all the action is outside the top 3 right now. No change. I can tell you that Hawkins has only got a 2.6 second gap to Frey, but right now the contention is going to be the rest of the top 5 as the top 3 are firmly set in stone. And meanwhile, to try and get into the top 5, here comes Porter looking to try and make the move up the inside of Stones into turn 1 for P6, but can the 2 Van Diemen drivers negotiate that battle And well, as they come on through the opening corner, well, we're going to see them make the way onto the step straight, and I think it is still going to be what will be there. Porter sitting behind for the time being, no change between them as they make the way down the step straight and onwards they go in towards what will be at the next sets of corners. Well, coming on down through there, and with no change in the cards right now, you can imagine for these drivers it's all going to be coming on to what will be that final lap. And well, as they make the way on around, well, meanwhile, everyone right now gearing themselves up for one last push as they roar their way on through. Timing does say we've got 1 minute 19 left on the clock, so we'll have 2 more laps to go, including the one that our drivers are currently on, and there's still plenty of racing to come before this is all over. But as they make the way on around, well, meanwhile, gearing up to the very end of this race, and well, our drivers now, if they haven't used up all of the points they've got, then they will be very shortly in the fact absolutely pushing all the way to the very end. But to keep you updated, no change in position as it currently stands, and our race leader right now of what is Hawkins, well, absolutely in control of this race. 2.8 seconds is the gap, and he makes his way past us here at what is the start finish line straight. He's gone to what will be the final lap of race 14 of the day, and what will be the final round of racing for the Formula Ford 1600s this weekend. The drivers make the way on past us. There goes Frey, there goes Daly. But meanwhile, what about the Vickers, Hunt, Stones, Porter and Britton battle? Well, Vickers seems to be in control, holding on to P4. Hunt still chasing the 49 there as well, but meanwhile side by side between the 60 and the 42 as they make the way down the start finish straight. And it's going to be a look for a move here between what we Buckton and Britton as they head into the corner. And well, as they do, keep updating that as we're going to focus on the leader here as Hawkins makes his way out of the S's, and onwards he'll go in towards what will be the hairpin. And as he gets ready to make his way in towards the final corner of the hairpin, it's been a race led up front. He's controlled it, he's kept it consistent. As he heads to the line, it is going to be Hawkins in the number 28 who takes victory as he waves his arm in the cockpit, and he will take the victory in the end. Mind what will be a gap of 3.3 seconds to Frey, who did well to finish P2, and then it will be the number 6 of Daly who completes your overall podium and will take class win in class SCB. It will then be Lorna Vickers who holds on to take P4 in a fantastic fight, and what is 4 places gained for Vickers, waving around in the air, and you can understand why. She's absolutely pleased with that battling all the way through, ahead of Hunt, Stones, Porter, Britton and Buckton. We will have in the end what will be Wood finishing a lap down in P11, and your last finisher yet to come through in P10. Give him a round of applause as well, he deserves it just as much as they all do. The number 47 of Fernie Hugh, who crosses the line there, last but not least of our finishers in P10. What a race, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, absolutely electric. And well, all 11 starters make it to the finish. Of course, we did have the one car that didn't make it to the grid, and that was none other than Paul Mason. But as we do get ready to bring those results up on the screen, and here are those full results, provisional of course, subject to any stewards' inquiries, and well, I don't think I have to worry about those in this race. As we can see, Tom Hawkins taking that win by 3.3 seconds in over Richard Frey, with Peter Daly rounding off the top 3 overall and taking the winning class just ahead of Lorna Vickers by the best part of 10 seconds. But Vickers doing well to come on through to P4. Neil Hunt P5 ahead of Christopher Stones, and then David Porter, Paul Britton, Oliver Buckton and Ian Fernie-Hugh completing a run to P9, with Ian Wood round off your top 10, a lap down, well, in fact not wrapping up your top 10 I should say, it was Fernie-Hugh completing your top 10 and Ian Wood completing the finish in order P11, with Paul Mason unfortunately not making it to the grid due to an issue with the machine. Oh, goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a second race of our afternoon. And to think we have still got even more to come, in the fact that next up on your schedule, that's going to be the last of the P99 Formula Fords for this weekend, but you can stay with them all the way through this year. They've got plenty more racing on their schedule. But next up, of course, is going to be none other than race number 15 of the weekend, and the second race for what will be the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Pre-66 Touring Cars. And well, in order to build you up to it, we've had an interview with one of our drivers, and we're going to be hearing from one of our drivers very well. In fact, we're going to be playing back the clip from earlier on. And whilst mine does escape me as to the driver we did interview then, and it will be Brendan Rooney who we'll be talking to. Brendan Rooney, I've just wanted to confirm that, and as a result we're going to be hearing from Brendan and the interview from earlier. So without that, we're going to leave you to that, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alrighty, so in the build-up to our Pre-66 race today, I'm here with a Hillman Imp specialist, none other than Brendan Rooney. Brendan, it's a lovely day. I mean, you had your first race yesterday, an absolute thrill of a race, and we've got more on the schedule today.
Yeah, hopefully good race today. Try and get off the start well, and try and catch the other Hillman Imps.
So a bit of a competition between all the Hillman Imps out there, of course. I mean, there's plenty of cars out on the grid. You're not just fighting with them, but there's a whole mix of machines.
Yeah, that's what's great about Pre-66 is the variety of cars. It's not dominated by one certain car. There's V8s to little 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders. It's wicked out there. It's best racing out there, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. I do have to ask, with the mix of machines, do you find yourself more on the side if you've got the speed in the corners but perhaps less on the straight, or the other way round?
Yeah, we're definitely a corner speed car. We struggle with a bit of straight line speed. We're only a little 1000cc engine, so we try and catch them in the corners, but sometimes straight line tracks, you struggle with it, but we do all right.
Well, to be fair, we saw some brilliant racing from yourself yesterday. And talking more about the sort of community you race with, of course, after the racing yesterday, there was the big barbecue, which we saw you and many at. It's more like a family in a way, rather than rivals on circuit.
Yeah, it's the CTCRC is a great club. Everyone's so friendly. You can talk to anyone, and you get a nice little barbecue on a lovely day. So it's good.
100%. And I have to ask, have you got any sort of friends turned rivals out there who you'll be targeted to beat today specifically?
No, still friends. Just maybe if I beat them, then they might be a bit sour, but hopefully not.
Oh, fair play. Well, we'll leave you to it. Best of luck for your race this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as quickly as we finished that race, we're now on to our event. It will be round 6 of the CTCRC Pre-66 touring cars, and here is your grid for their upcoming race. It is going to be as follows. In fact, as we can see there, Dan Lewis taking pole position, joined on the front row by Gary Townsend. Ian Thompson lines up P3 ahead of Ed Gibbs, with Kevin Swan and Edward Crossley line up in your third row. Then we do have James Ibbotson and Robin Slater on row number 4, with Jake Swan and Adrian Oliver completing your top 10, and we saw some feisty racing between them in race number 1. We expect plenty more in race number 2. Coming on then to what is moving into the rest of the top 20. Here we can see Brendan Rooney, who we had those words from only moments ago. He lines up best of SP11, joined by Paul Clayton. And keep your eyes out there for Clayton in the fact that he wasn't quite able to make the progress he wanted in race 1. I think he's looking for more in race number 2. With Luke Wilson and Michael Loveland just behind. And there's Keith Wright and Jim Henshaw on row number 8, ahead of Stuart Bradford and Tim Dodwell. And then Billy Kenley and also Andy Jones completing that top 20. And I think we have got a couple more cars making up our grid in excess of 20 cars, and well, in the end we do have what is here the last car of Steve Evans, who will be starting at P21. Now unfortunately it does mean we haven't quite got the 24 cars of the grid that we did see yesterday. We might be missing a 3, but still, what we might be have lost in quantity, we still have plenty of quality here on the grid, as the little 171 Mini makes its way down towards its starting position, and it really did capture the hearts of many a spectator yesterday with a brilliant drive. But also keep your eyes out for what will be the battle between the 223 and the 71 and the 102 there, and we'll put you in the frame of the pitch. That's Gary Townsend, Ian Thompson and Ed Gibbs, all 3 of them exchanging places all the way throughout. And we've also got the 539 of Kevin Swan, who'll be looking to pinch some places should they arise. But as our drivers get set into position here, everyone making their way into place, and what I can tell you, around me it's getting a little bit busy at the moment. Spectators wanting to see all these Pre-66 machines get themselves underway, and well, we're expecting some absolutely brilliant racing here as our drivers get themselves set. And well, only the last couple of cars to get themselves into place right now. A couple of minis at the back of the order as well. Expect them to look to try and nip their way up the inside of their rows. They are the handling cars, of course, and the minis, whilst they lack the grunt on the straights, well, the thing is about them, they barely have to brake for most of the corners here, bar perhaps a little bit more on the hairpin. But that's always been the classic note of the adage of old, in the fact that the mini may not have the straight line speed, but does it ever need to shave its speed compared to the beasts it's got around it? Well, as everybody gets themselves into position, last couple of cars now just gradually crawling on in. The marshals telling them exactly where they need to go. Indeed, it feels as though in a way they've been instructed like school children once again, but sometimes drivers can be like children. That's not to besmirch them or be disrespectful, but just simply hear the fact down here. All they want to do, understandably, is go racing. And well, I think all you guys and girls at home are going to be saying, sir, please, can I have some more racing? Well, you've got plenty more to come this afternoon. And well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as our drivers line up on the grid, that grid is going to set. The green flag waves, the 5-second board is up. It means we're time for another race. Engines are revving, but who's going to be leading out of turn number 1? Well, here we go. It is going to be lights out and away we go for the final race of the Pre-66 today, and it's a brilliant start for what is there. Townsend, Lewis meanwhile struggling to get off the line, and the Austin Mini is going to fall all the way down the order into turn 1 potentially as they make their way up to speed. Well, here they go through turn number 1. And everyone roaring and romping the way now up towards Steb. And as they come onto the Steb straight here, it's going to be absolutely brilliant here, as we do see all of our thunderous machines making the way down. But you can see there right now, well, here comes Lewis looking immediately, try and come back at the 71. Thompson is going to try and look for the move. He can't quite find it versus Townsend. And meanwhile, further back, we've also got some battling further down the road. I think Bradford and Dodwell exchanging places as our drivers make the way on and through what is the S's, and now heading down towards the hairpin. But of course that hairpin has been the place that's made or lost number of races, and as our drivers get ready to make their way on through the hairpin and down into what will be, they're coming through at Devil's Elbow. Well, this is going to be an absolutely beautiful view, ladies and gentlemen. Here they come, and as they roar their way around, well, here they come, and it is after one lap of racing, it is going to be the 223 at Townsend that leads ahead of the 171 at Lewis, that has been able to find the place back up. Side by side battling further down the order between the 538 there and Whistle 73 of Slater and Swan. And right now Slater trying to make more progress. Loveland has gained 6 places on this open lap. A brilliant start to the race for Loveland. 5 for Henshaw as well, who's moved all the way out to P11. So right now plenty of gains being made further down the order, and as they head down in towards what is the S's, well, right now we still want more to go side by side at the front of the field, and here comes Lewis. He's looking to go around the outside. He believes in the Mini. The Mini's got the cornering speed, and he does exactly what it does best, and that is runs his way around the outside. And now it means that Lewis is back to where he started, but he's done it the hard way. And as they make the way in towards turn number 4, going in towards the hairpin, well, they make the way on through there, and right now, well, it's going to be Lewis looking to try and hold on for as long as possible. But now as they make the way over the hairpin and onwards they go in towards the Devil's Elbow, there's the Mini sliding its way through the corner, as right now there comes some machines behind, look to give chase. Also keep your eyes out for the Morris Mini of Crosley in P5 as he looks to try and gain on what is Swan there, as they make the way across that timeline. Further down the order we can see the number 62 of Wes Clayton under increasing pressure from Wilson, as the drivers now make the way onwards towards lap number 3. This race being 15 minutes in length, and therefore they've got to get things done quite quickly if they want to take victory in class, if not overall. But as the spoils continue to be chased after by many a driver here, we're now heading in towards the Cooper S's, and as we can see, everyone now falling into formation, deciding now that all the side by side is to calm down for a brief moment. And in that moment, in the brevity, this is where you now start to, as a driver, tunnel in. I think, right, what have I got to do? I've got to get the consistency locked in, and well, drivers who won't be able to get the consistency locked in do include what is a bit further down the order, the number 96 of Wes Henshaw ahead of Clayton, followed by Rooney and Wilson, as they have a 4-way fight. But as they make the way on around here, well, as we can see, the 171 leading itself away ahead of Townsend, and the 71 of Thompson still giving chase. The top 5 as they were, the 102 of Gibbs that's fallen down to P6 has got Slater giving him pressure as they make the way on past, and then we do have a sizable gap to the field, and here comes also the 96, which has got the 62, the 91 and the 69 all trying to nip at the heels of it, as the 68 meanwhile of what is right, the Ford Lotus Cortina, not quite on the pace at the moment, looking to try and get into the fight. But as they make the way on around through turn number 1 and up towards the S's, well, now the field continues to spread out, and well, Lewis is just starting to inch away little by little. The Mini just seems to be absolutely dialed in here, and we're really putting it in play to Providence, as meanwhile the 73 of Slater back in P7, keeping the 87 behind, and also the 538 as Ibbotson ahead of Swan on the start of this lap. And now, well, it's going to be the battle for P7 that's really going to become one of the centre stages later in this race, should they start to exchange blows. But meanwhile, as our Mini makes his way past, well, that is going to be Lewis just roaring his way on through, and right now the Mini not fast enough on the straights, but to be fair, if he can open up tenths of a second in the corners, he doesn't need to worry about it, and he's doing exactly right. As meanwhile plenty of battling there for the 22 of Wes Loveland, that's got the 87 of Ibbotson right behind Swan and Oliver on the back of that as well. So right now everyone fighting the sparring for top 10 finishes here. And that's not to forget our drives further down the order, as meanwhile we can see that Rooney has made 2 places versus Henshaw, and also what is Clayton, and meanwhile Wilson also up a place, and that's just now into P12 there for the Imp. And well, the Imps are having their own little unique battles, still some more battles to go between them. But as we do look to the S's here, well, right now as our drives make the way on past and down towards the hairpin, well, we continue to focus on the leaders for the time being as they reach the first third of this race, and we've still got plenty more to come. But there you can see that Townsend and Thompson, as they make the way on through, well, they're continuing to push each other to the absolute limit. But as our drivers make the way on through the corners, well, right now it's going to be a lovely view there as they make the way over the rise. Still plenty of exchanges to occur between our drivers, and well, as they make the way on around, will meanwhile as they come charging down towards turn number 1. I've been trying to hold in the seats for a little while. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. and with sneeze removed, the racing continues on, and as they come charging around turn number 1 right now, well, there's no change in the front of the field, and indeed any changes afoot in the field. Let's give you an update on that. Well, none at this time by looks of things, but what is becoming more and more certain is that whilst things might be going a little bit quieter towards the front of the field, where we have had one move, Swan ahead of Ibbotson for P9 in the battle of the Ford Anglia and the Hillman Imp, and well, they're fighting across 2 different classes but fighting for overall position, and meanwhile the drivers make their way on through. The S is there. We can see what is a little bit further on down the number 73 of Slater under increasing pressure from Loveland, and well, the drivers making their way on out of the corner and onwards towards what is the hairpin and coming in towards that braking zone. It does look as though, well, we've got more battling at the front of the field here as the 2-2-3 now of what is Townsend continues to hold on Thompson, but Thompson right now putting increasing pressure on, and the Lotus Cortina, where it's the battle of the 2 Lotus Cortinas, and well, Townsend right now, whilst he was looking strong in the early stages, he does seem now to be wilting a little bit. Meanwhile, the 5-3-8 there of Swan has got ahead of Loveland. We saw that happen down into the S's only moments ago, and right now it does seem as though Swan is just trying to stay clear of what is a 5-way battle for the P8 spot as all the drivers push on through, but meanwhile keeping in mind as well that Loveland being dropped down to P9, he's the lead driver in Class E and the battle of where's the Imps, and therefore he's going to take the pressure now from where's his Class E rivals of Ibbotson, Oliver, Rooney, all together. We've got 4 Imps running in the space of only 2 seconds of each other, so therefore that is going to get very, very delicate towards the end of the race, and we look forward to seeing how that panders out. But meanwhile, looking back towards the leaders as our overall leader now comes up against some traffic coming out of the hairpin in towards Devil's Elbow. He negotiates it just about. Well, meanwhile, the 2-2-3 and the 71, they're yet to negotiate that traffic. Could it play into what is Thompson's hands? Could he use it to be able to make a move, or could Townsend use it to create some space? That's all part of the tactics of the race, of course, and it's all part of the tactics in terms of us. Meanwhile, we do hear a misfire in number 20, and Crosley is falling down the order. The Mini seems to be wounded, and it's going to be coming to a stop by the sounds of things, or coming into the pits as the Morris Mini drops down the order little by little, and that's a sad end to the race for Crosley. If that is the end, the simple reason running so well inside what was the top 10 for so long, and well, the car has just given away, it would seem, in the late stage of this race day with 7.5 minutes left on the clock. But as our drivers make their way in towards the hairpin, where you continue to look there, away is your leader Oliver Lewis as he continues to extract more and more of advantage. Almost 3 seconds is the gap going onto this lap. We suspect it will be 3 seconds as they come through, and well, absolutely dancing all over the place, although Lewis had a bit of power oversteer there as he made his way through the corner. Meanwhile, you see the difference of the two. Where's the 2 Lotus Cortinas? They continue to fight for what is the spoils of P2. Meanwhile, they're the 539 of what is Swan, now with no pressure on him from what is there the cars behind, therefore just able to pull away in P4. And well, as the drivers make the way on down the round in towards turn 1, we've got more fighting to go here. The 22 of Loveland ahead of Ibbotson and Oliver as they continue to fight each other. Brilliant racing between them everywhere you go right now, and whilst it may have gone a little bit quiet towards the very front of the field, towards the back end of the top 10, well, they may not be battling for the win, but for these guys it is the win, it's the class win if Loveland can hold on versus Oliver and Ibbotson in the battle of the Imps. But meanwhile, as they come in towards turn number 2, you can see right now weaving their way on through the S's with 6.5 minutes left on the clock and a few more laps still to play out in this story, this saga, where they make their way on around. And as they do, well, we do look to what is the run up towards the hairpin shortly, and our drivers right now continuing to battle back and forth, and well, our leaders as well making their way past us, but we stay focused on the hairpin battle here. And as you can see, the battle of the Imps now getting very, very testy as they practically go side by side on through the corner, and as they're going to make their way past us here, we'll see it as there's a bit of traffic to be contested as well. Some cars going slowly to respect the blue flags, but as they make their way through, who's ahead of who, I hear you ask? Well, it is going to be Slater who snuck ahead of Gibbs coming through the hairpin onto the Devil's Elbow, and that means that Gibbs drops down to P6, Slater up to P5, Ibbotson up 2 places, and Loveland dropping down there behind above Ibbotson, and Oliver drops down to P10. Ibbotson is now your leading Hillman Imp, and Oliver is giving the chase. But as our drivers make the way in towards the next lap, meanwhile, we look back up towards what is the top end of the field as they come winding on down step, and in fact what we can see is that as our drivers make their way through, that's the 73 that you see leading into the corner, that's Slater, and Slater in a very comfortable position right now. Meanwhile, there's a move there from what is, I do believe, the number 13 looking for its way out the inside of what is Ibbotson, but Ibbotson not being perturbed by that. He's seen that all before. Meanwhile, off camera, Townsend and Thompson are getting closer together as well. They're only separated now by 2 tenths in the battle for P2. We'll keep you appraised of that, as meanwhile we've got the ongoing battle of the Imps all the way to the end of this race. They can't pull away from each other as they make their way through the hairpin. And as they go back and forth, meanwhile making his way past us is Gibbs. Gibbs has had to retire from this race. There's an issue with the car, and that means everybody gains a place behind him. And as they do, right now Swan moves up to P6. Meanwhile Iverson, your lead imp, moves into P7 ahead of Oliver and Loveland. But as they charge them through, meanwhile Gibbs just bringing his day to an end. I'm very unfortunate after a great day yesterday. It's all ended with misfortune there for Gibbs, much like with Crosley in the Morris Mini when it all went wrong so early on. But meanwhile, as our drivers make the way on through turns 2 and 3, well, we continue to see the 33 there, Slater. And in fact, is that the 538 there? I can see a Swan that is closed up. I think the Ford Anglia is getting closer. I wonder if Slater has perhaps pushed a bit too hard in the opening stage of this race. That gap has come down very quickly indeed. And meanwhile, in all this, we've also had a change for what is P2. Thompson has moved ahead of Townsend. Now, we're not quite sure what has happened. I believe it may have happened on the run up towards the hairpin. But has Townsend got a problem? I think he has, as the fact that Swan has got through as well. And now it means that the podium places are swapping hands, and the top 5 is becoming an ever more realistic target for those further down. As they charge their way on through. Well, meanwhile, Oliver up into what is there now P7, and Loveland, Iverson, Rooney all following him on through. And well, right now it is becoming more and more the field further on down. They're all chasing potential top 10s, as meanwhile the 87 of what was there, I do believe Iverson, struggling on the start for the straight. Iverson, it's all gone wrong for. And now as our drivers make the way over the Devil's Elbow, we're looking back to your overall leader. There he is, the 171 of Lewis, the Austin Mini Cooper, as he makes his way on past. And right now, can anybody stop him? The answer is no, nobody can, it would seem, with 3.5 minutes left on the clock as they make the way down towards turn number 1. And with the 71 of Thompson giving its pursuit still as they make their way upwards towards the next braking zone, well then we do have what is the 223 and the 539. They've swapped places, of course, with Swan getting to Townsend, with Townsend having some misfortune on the previous lap, so therefore we're not quite sure whether Townsend's got a problem or whether he just simply locked up. But either way, Swan now under pressure to hold on to P3, and we'll keep it in mind in the meantime, as the drivers make their way into the S's, there's still more to come here. This race is not over yet, and at any moment, of course, it could be blown up wide open. It only takes what is the error, alternatively a mechanical fault for one driver, and this race will suddenly be flipped upside down. But as we do look to where's the hairpin, we've also got the 87 into the pits, and that is Iverson, the first imp to fall into the pit lane, and that's a shame for the number 87 driver who was right in that battle. But as our leaders make their way over the crest at the Devil's Elbow, there's the 171. Its advantage was almost 9 seconds going on to this lap. He continues just to run away, does Lewis, as they make the way onto lap number 14. We'll get a couple more laps to go. Albeit Thompson is closing a little bit, but I suspect traffic is a big part of that story in terms of the gap being winding down. And as they make the way onwards towards what will be at turn number 1, well, meanwhile we stay looking at the Devil's Elbow, because there's more to come here in the fact that whilst you have seen what is your top 4 making the way on through, well, meanwhile the hairpin, what we can see is there's the 73 and the 538 going on through, and now we do have what is the run here, and this is going to be the number 13 of Oliver, your lead imp, who right now trying to keep Loveland behind for as long as he can. The gap between the two of them now 1.2 seconds as they make the way up towards turn number 1, and I think the confidence is continuing to shine high with regards to how that performance is going. As we now follow the leader, and we'll hear the Mini comes as it makes its way out to the hairpin and over towards what is the Devil's Elbow, and it rolls its way on down. And at this point, Lewis right now only what is 2 laps away from the checkered flag. The Mini has done a fantastic job so far. It has dominated this weekend, but can it get all the way to the end? Commentator's curse not being casted on it, we hope. But as our drivers make the way on down towards what is now lap number 15 on the race, and Thompson falling to now 10.7 seconds back. So Lewis has got this all in the bag. He could back off if he wanted to, but I don't think that word's back and off are in his directive in a single sentence, so they make the way on through. Meanwhile, going into the S's, well, as we can see here, your leader just continuing to hold on elsewhere down on the circuit as we focus on the leader. What we can also tell you is that everyone's staying in their places at this time. Other battles to keep our eyes out for are Oliver and Loveland in the battle for P7, the battle of the lead imps, and what is there, the battle for the win of Class E. That is now only 1 point, in fact less than 1 second. It's 7 tenths between the two of them. But meanwhile, as we look to the hairpin to make his way on around to what will be his final lap of racing here at Mallory Park, it is Lewis who makes his way on through. The last lap sign is put in front of him. He knows now the job is almost there. 1 more lap to go. Can he bring it all the way to the end? That will be the challenge that confronts him. As meanwhile, the number 71 of Thompson knows that P2 is all he needs to do to take the win in Class F, and therefore he's not going to push any further. Meanwhile, in the battle for P3, it's Swan versus Townsend. Townsend trying to go around the outside into turn 1. 1. This is going to be absolutely brilliant as he looks to the move there. You can see they're neck and neck as they make the way on in. But who's going to be ahead coming out the corner? It looks as though it might be a move made by Townsend as he makes his way on around. And I think it is going to be a fantastic move there. Townsend does get ahead into P3 and Swan falls behind, but they're still battling each other. As you can see there in the distant view, making their way down into the Cooper S's here. And it's going to be what will be Townsend who's been able to break clear. But meanwhile, coming out of the last couple of corners, it is going to be what's been the dominant Austin Mini Cooper. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen, giving it a round of applause. Lewis takes the win in the 171 as the checker flag waves, and an absolutely brilliant pair of tries. He did it the hard way in the end, losing a couple of places at the start, but he never gave up. And meanwhile, behind him is going to be a sizable 11 seconds before you do see what is the Class F winner of Thompson coming to the line, P2 overall. And then we will have in due course the 2-2-3 away Swan holding of was Townsend to well, the 2-2-3 of Townsend beating Swan to line, I should say, and then it will be in P5 shortly. I do believe Slater will come on through in the number 73. And he does there in a brilliant effort for Slater, taking P3 in the F class ahead of Swan, and then a little bit of battle all the way to the end here. The number 22 and the 13 and the 22 of Loveland just creeps ahead to take victory in the battle of the Imps there with what is the winning Class E. So leaving it to the last lap and getting it done. The fans around me can't believe it. The change of places right at the end, and it will be at Rooney P9, Wilson P10, and that will be a top 10 completed with all the drivers having finished this race. We'll get those results up on the screen very shortly for you, but goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, an absolutely fantastic race. And here are those provisional results subject to any stewards inquiries, and here they are. Dan Lewis, your overall winner in the end, the Austin Mini Cooper, taking victory by 14.5 seconds over Ian Thompson, who was victor in his class P2 overall. Gary Townsend taking P3 there ahead of what was Kevin Swan, and then we can see Robin Slater taking P5 ahead of Jake Swan, ahead of Michael Loveland, Adrian Oliver, and then Brendan Rooney, Luke Wilson. And they completed your top 10. Jim Henshaw in P11, Keith Wright P12, Stuart Radford and Steve Evans completing your finishing order. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race, no doubt about that. And well, we are going to have a little bit of time in the build-up to what will be the MG Owners Club run into race number 16 of the day. But I do have some fans around me who absolutely enjoyed that race. And well, let's try and get a quick word with them if we can with regards to their thoughts on the racing action this weekend. Because of course, motorsport is not just made by the drivers out of the circuit, but it's also made with the fans. And I do believe, and you have to quickly forgot your name, good sir, is it Adrian? Oh, David, Damien, sorry. David got it that third time lucky. And well, how have you been enjoying the racing?
I really enjoyed that race. They all had some really good fun, very good battles.
Oh, indeed. And we did catch up in the Saturday evening barbecue yesterday, and you were talking about this really inspiring you to want to do your own racing as part of the series.
Yeah, I want to go racing. You only live once.
Oh, that's the truth about it. And all of our drivers absolutely enjoyed it out there, inspiring not just also youngsters, but also more established gentlemen, shall we say, who could be joining the grid. And well, he doesn't look a day over 30. That's what I always like to say. But to be fair, I mean, the Mallory Park circuit, of course, a very fast circuit, a very simple one. But to be fair, sometimes keeping it simple is sometimes the best.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, 100%. And well, with more racing to come, we've still got the best part of what is 5 races still. Are there any others you're specifically looking forward to?
Not sure.
Oh, that's absolutely
good. They're all good. They're all good.
Oh, appreciate that. Well, thank you for your time, and we'll enjoy the rest of the racing, and well, we'll see you around, of course. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen, speaking with one of the many spectators here, absolutely enjoyed the fantastic racing today. And well, next up, of course, is none other than our pre-83 touring cars, and then, of course, it will be after them the CMMC ASHTONE MEPs. But as our drivers get themselves all set up for the next race, well, in the meantime, we are just going to see if we can find anybody to have a quick word or chat to. Of course, we've spoken to our spectators there only moments ago, and well, we now will try and see if we can catch up with any of our drivers. So give us a brief moment. We'll be back shortly with potentially some post-race interviews or even some pre-race interviews for the final race of the day.
The 28th I can't do because I'm on the way to Swan. That's the weekend up. The week I've gone away, Shelton Welsh is one weekend and Prescott's the following week or vice versa. Yeah. And I've fucked up both because I'm travelling both days too from Ireland. It's a wow, man, mate. It is, yeah. You say it's like a Swan, huh? Yeah, tomorrow Tuesday. Wednesday, Wednesday to go. Right, I'm off. down to Dover. About 3, they reckon about. Down the Foss, the old Foss road. The biggest problem with that is what the fucking work. Is that going through Ashford? 9-10 hours, yeah. And this is England. Yeah. You know what I mean? How often is the weather? The same, 10 hours, you know? Especially when you're travelling 130 miles away.
Would it help if someone jiggles your cellar?
There is one of the routes actually, just take you down there. Yeah. Because there's an M5, there's that one down through Oxford. So I'm guessing that part uses like the M40 with it. Yeah. Yeah, and the A34. Yeah. And then, you know, the Foss, which is, I mean, that's how as a rider, it's without doubt. Because the worst place is Stowe and Morton. Aren't too bad, because you can filter. Yeah. Oh, I heard it this morning. I don't know what was the first class around about 9:30. I heard it from our house. That's unusual.
It might have been the 500s on the practice.
Could have been. Oh, could be, yeah. We've got the MGO
They're a bit sluggish, them 500s.
Are they running ethanol?
Yeah.
It's all Formula 1. Yeah, well, they are in effect, yeah. You're like shit, you are. You've got fucking ants all over here. Look, all down in front of you.
It's not that, it's got plenty of fucking fuel.
You know that they bred probably one of the most famous fucking motorbikes, those Coopers. Oh yeah, yeah. Because Norton's got to the point they wouldn't sell engines to Coopers. Yeah. So Cooper had to buy Norton bikes. Of course, he just took the engines out and sold the frame on it. They became the Norton Featherweight became the fucking frame to do you know, like custom cafe races. So. Well, I mean, he was the first guy to put cars in the rear, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, he was a fucking engineer, of course.
Gary's brought on the bike.
Is that red one? Yeah, it's an RF he's been on about.
In the garden.
Yeah. You know what? They're one of those bikes that they are a really good bike. The biking fraternity just didn't like the style. Just, you know, basically motorcycle news crushed it. Because back in the day, they had the power to do that. But if they didn't like something, it didn't sell. They worked on it all night. He's a weird genius, this Gary, isn't he? The thing is, he's not like book learning. He knows his shit. Because I've spoken to him, I am sort of book learning mechanics, you know. I did an apprenticeship with him. And it's like talking to a football ball. And a good one. And yet, you think,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set, we didn't get a chance to catch up with too many drivers in the intervening period, and we did get ahead of ourselves a little bit there, or I did, I should say. I'll put my hand up and own it, in the fact I did say we only had 4 races left. In fact, we're going to race number 16 now, and this is going to be with the MG Owners Club, and, well, this will be their second and final race of the day. Of course, their day really being Sunday. They're out there, and there's your grid on the screen. Let's take you through how they line up, and it will be Steve McDermott who lined up on pole position after that brilliant win in race number 1 ahead of Adrian Olsen. We'll then have Jimmy Work and Jake McDermott on row number 2, with Luke Boniface and Mark Grant on row 3, Riley Price and Joshua Addison on row 4, Darren Leonard and Henry Sharp on your 5th row to complete your top 10. And then looking to what will be the second half of the grid, as they make the way on down. And then see on row number 6, it is going to be Andy Heitman and David Amphlett, with Gary Puxty and Jim Bainham, I should say, in P14 there. Mark Ryhorski being in P15 ahead of Malk Best. Then William Sharp and Ashley Barnes, the final completed row of the grid, starting P17, P18, and Robert Fisher, last but not least, in what is P19. But the grid is almost set, ladies and gentlemen. You can see in the camera shot there, they're being pulled into position. This is a standing start race, so therefore we are going to practically go straight into the racing once the information, the lights will go on. They haven't had too much time to warm up those tyres. It was a fiery MG race early this morning, particularly when it came to the more modern MGs towards the front of the field, and the ones to watch out for, the number 17 there, keep your eyes out for. I do believe that is the car of Price, unless I'm very much mistaken, and I get the feeling that they're going to be wanting to try and make a bit more progress in this race after a great start, but it all went a bit wrong midway through the race, falling a long way down the order, and will not want that to happen once again at all. But still, ladies and gentlemen, that's why it is an opportunity to make up the places you lose in the second race today. Tweaks to the setup, and of course trying to see what went wrong and trying to dial in the parts, and it's going to be 20 minutes of racing for this one, as we are running the best part of 10 minutes behind schedule at the moment, but our marshals doing everything they can to try and make up that time as soon as possible, in the fact that we have had a couple of lull periods where cars have to be recovered from at circuit side. And as our drivers get themselves set, last couple of cars in position, the number 1 and the number 59 at the back of the grid, some of the older MGs finally taking their spots. But with that, we can see the marshal at the back. He's going to wave the green flag. The 5-second board goes up. You know what time it means. It's time for another race here at Mallory Park. Those engines are revving, and without further ado, it is going to be the one and only lights out, and away we go as McDermott there picks up a lot of wheel spin. Olsen, meanwhile, immediately looking to go on the attack round the outside as they charge their way into turn 1, and Olsen getting the better start this time after a difficult start in race number 1, but seemingly finding the pace this time around. And as they make their way on through the opening corner, will charging their way on or around through that right-hander, and it's now going to be onto the step straight they go. But as they make their way on down, you can see they once again McDermott now clear of the pressure, will now holding on to P2, and it's going to be Olsen holding on to P2, I should say, as meanwhile behind we can see the number 17 making plenty of places early on this race, looking up the inside. That's going to be a lovely move there into the S's, and in the end they do survive it too wide, even on cold tyres and relatively cold brakes. But there's nothing stopping the number 17 of what is Price, already 4 places gained, and Price is absolutely tearing his way on through the field right now. But still, it's early stages. There's 20 minutes in this race, and using the tyres early on can always cause the tyres to fall apart later on. After one lap, it is going to be McDermott who is leading this race as he takes to what is the timing line. Behind him it's going to be Olsen, followed by what will be Price, then McDermott, followed by Work, then Sharp, then Boniface, then Addison, Grant, Leonard, Heitman, followed by Amphlett, and then Bainham, Railski, Puxley at Best, Sharp and Barnes are completing your running order. In fact, we have had Barnes get 2 places ahead of Best and Sharp, so therefore a bit of an exchange of places. And as the drivers make the way on down on towards the S's once again, already we can see Olsen under huge pressure. This time it's Price looking around the outside. He went up the inside of a driver on the previous lap. Now he's going to try the other line. Is there anything Price can't do here? Well, right now he's going to prove no. He can do whatever he wants. He looks at a move around the outside of 2 wide as they come over the crest of Frey. In towards the hairpin they go. And as they do, well, this is going to be stern stuff under brake as the rest of the field gives pursuit here. But right now, Price versus Olsen, this is going to go all the way to the wire through the corner. Olsen defends the inside. I think Price in the end having to simply take the outside line. And with the machinery here, will now Price under pressure from McDermott, who looks to go around the outside in through the devil's elbow, and Olsen doing well to defend and forcing Price backwards into the clutches of his rival. And sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to get your elbows out, make yourself wide, and force your rival to battle with the drivers behind. And well, it does mean the leader gradually breaks away, but to be fair, if you're able to get it done, you hold on to at least one position as they make the way onwards towards Steb. Now charging away onto that back straight, well, as we can see here, well, your race leader right now continue to break away. Meanwhile, it is going to be Olsen who still holds on. The number 17 of Price now re-establishing itself in P3. But I do wonder here whether Price might be starting to think to himself now, okay, I've been a bit brave on the opening couple of laps, now got to cool it down and look for the more tactical moves, as otherwise I could be under pressure, falling back down the order, much like we did see for Price in our first race of the day. But still, we'll have to wait and see whether the drivers make the way in toward what is turn number 4. Well, right now it's going to be very close between them, but no changes at this time as they come on through. Or is it as Price there having to go very defensive through Devil's Elbow as they make into the start finish straight, and this is only going to encourage what will be the 67 McDermott even more as they make the way across that timeline. Price holding on for now as they make the way on towards the timeline, and well, making the way on down now in towards turn 1 for the 4th time of asking. Meanwhile, further down the order, no changes, and well, I do believe that car number 1 being told that they still have no working tracker on the car, but still, let's forget that fault for right now, as meanwhile we look to what is the batting up towards turn number 2, 3. Further down the order, we should point out that Sharp has got ahead of Ryhorski for P14 and what is P3 in the A class, and well, right now as our leaders make the way on through the Cooper S's, well, it is all line astern for a brief moment, but one drive to keep your eyes out for as they are setting some personal best. It is Boniface in P7. Addison giving chase, but Boniface has a pace advantage as they make the way on through the hairpin. No changes at this time, as so it would seem, as they come through, but everyone now getting dicey as meanwhile McDermott in the 77 breaking away, but Price battling side by side with the number 67 in the McDermott family as they come through, and it will be the 67 that moves into P3. Price losing out here. Now, has Price cut the tyres too soon? Could this be a repeat of race number 1, but happened much earlier on in the race, where Price now is paying for what was a rather aggressive start? To be fair, we love to see it, but are we going to see Price now fall back into the clutches of other drivers and have to defend all the way to the very end? Well, I think Price right now would have something to say about that as they make the way up towards Steb, as they go down on towards the S's, and the fact that whilst he's not quite able to get alongside, he's still there as meanwhile Olsen not able to pull away despite the battling behind him. Meanwhile, further down the order, keep your eyes on Boniface and Addison. They're very close as they come out the S's and make the way up towards the hairpin. In fact, it's going to be a move from Addison into the hairpin. The number 99 driver is going to try and go up the inside under braking here and trying to claim what is that P7 position. We'll be able to confirm it as they are so going into the corner, and we'll be able to confirm exactly how it's played out by the time they come through. But meanwhile, in the battle for P2, McDermott has broken clear. He's going to get ahead of Olsen now as they make the way down the start finish straight, and meanwhile the 13 has held off the 99 just for the time being, but McDermott now, it's a McDermott 1-2, but Olsen's going to try and come back through the opening corner. Can he find a way to claim it back? As meanwhile your leader is just running away. The gap of the timeline was 5.5 seconds. I suspect it's going to be at least another second added on at this point, because Olsen right now still not giving in, still holding on. McDermott's still in the chase in the number 67, and as they come down towards Steb, well, Olsen going defensive every step of the way, all the way to the finish here, it would seem. And to be fair, they're not even halfway through this race. They've still got a long way to go. And with the amount of wear they're putting on those front tyres at the moment, you can imagine that Price, Work, Sharp, Boniface and Addison will all be thinking about this and thinking how can they potentially siphon what would be a podium off of their rivals in front of them. Well, as they make the way around and in towards the hairpin, we can see plenty more side by side there between the drivers. Indeed, this battle for P2 right now really does seem to be the talking point over the course of this race. And Price under pressure from the 82 of what is Work, as Jimmy Work now looks to try and cut one way, then the other. Can he find a way through? No, he can't, it would seem, as they head in towards turn number 1. Looking for his way on through that right-hander, and right now there's no way coming to him. It's not prevailing for Work. Instead, he's having to push even harder to try and make some magic happen here as they head down onto the step straight, and everyone lying astern right now. But you can see Price there with Olsen going back to the inside line. I think Olsen trying to simply take away the toe of his rivals. I think conscious of the fact that if he's able to bleed off the toe on the straights, then it does mean that his rivals don't have enough speed. But of course, in that inside line, before breaking into the S's, it puts him off race line. It actually costs him some natural pace. So really right now it's the harder of two positions to be in the fact that whilst he doesn't want to give the toe to his rivals, he's also compromised his line into the S's. But as they make the way on through the hairpin, as you can see there right now, it only takes one small mistake and this could open the battle up even more, as it's a McDermott 1-2 still. Meanwhile, Price there in the 17 has got Work now looking for the move. Work getting the overspeed here as they make the way down towards turn 1, but it's a very gradual gain in equal machinery as they head in towards that braking zone. And well, as they do in the Z class there, all these drivers absolutely giving it everything they can as they come through that right-hander, but Price still holding on. As meanwhile Work cuts to the inside. It's a cutback move for the opening corner, and this could work out for Work, but keep in mind as well, this could become free abreast, as behind them we do have what is Sharp, who's looking for an opportunity to get involved, but then Sharp can't do so. He backs out here into the S as they go too wide, and it is going to be Work who holds that inside line. Price is still there. Price is refusing to budge. He's like a nasty rat. He just will not go away. But to be fair, we love to see that as they make their way in towards turn 4 for the simple reason that Price right now absolutely digging in his fangs and trying to make sure he's not going to be shaken off. But as they make their way in towards turn number 4, there you can see right now it is a bit of a run wide from one of our drivers, and well, how will that change the complexion as they make the way on around? Well, in the end it is Price who falls down. He also drops behind the 85 of what is Sharp, so battling so hard, and Price now starting to struggle a little bit in terms of staying in that hunt. And again, I don't think it's the car that's letting down, I don't think it's the driver either, but he's just working so hard to try and maintain positions, and those positions are gradually trickling away from him as they make the way onto what is the 9th lap of racing in their final race of this weekend. They're going through turns 2 and 3, and as they do, all the drivers are down. Where's the back straight? They make the way on through, and as they do, well, right now, work has still got more pressure coming in the form of what is there. The car is sharp behind, and he's sharp right now. I think seeing that he's making places, he wants some more. And well, to be fair, you can understand why. As a bit further down the order, we should also tell you that we do have a bit of a battle brewing in the battle for what is P16, and that is the battle between Best, Ryhorski and Barnes. They're separated by only a second between them, albeit that's now the battle for P15. I do believe there's been an issue for where's the MG Midget as sharp further down that order. But as we continue to look on the start finish straight, and as we can see here, well, the battle from P2 all the way down to P8 of Addison. So that's going from McDermott in the number 67 to Addison in the number 99. The battle has subsided for a little bit here as they reach the halfway point of this race. And what I would imagine, I think a few drivers now are really assessing where they are in terms of how they plan this race to play out versus how the race is playing out, and are wondering how much life have they got left to give in this race. Because of course it's not just about driver stamina, but it's how much tyre life they've got on the car, and therefore can they make these tyres continue all the way. Well, as they make the way on through the Cupresses, well, meanwhile we can see what is a growing move between Addison on Boniface, and well, Addison right now trying to find a way to make his way in position to take that P7. We're not quite able to find it currently as they head down in towards what is turn number 4. It does seem as though he's still following in line the stern formation at the moment, but then again, this will be the calm before the proverbial storm as the wind continues to pick up here at the Mallory Park circuit. And indeed, absolutely lovely cool wind, and well, that's going to help cool these cars when they drive into it. But the problem is right now, as they make their way down the start finish straight, it's only heated up in those cockpits, and our drivers right now all just getting themselves set and looking for that one opportunity to gain one more place before all is said and done over the course of the distance. We do reach the halfway point, still 10 minutes plus the final lap to go, and as our leaders make the way on around through turns 2 and 3, well, here we can see there is going to be the 77 and the 67 just gradually managing their lead. Well, it does look as though the lead two of the McDermott family now starting to be reeled in a little bit. I wonder if he's just backed off of the traffic and therefore wanting to negotiate the track as best as possible. As meanwhile, some battling going on in what is the battle of the A class, as the number 50 of what is Puxley has got ahead of Sharp in the number 1, so we'll just keep you updated on that. As meanwhile, our race leader now picks his way on past what is the back market Class A cars, and also, well, in fact, just the Class A cars, I should say, but as they make their way into the timeline. Meanwhile, you can see in the rear of your picture there, Price still keeping what is Boniface at bay, and Addison closed up, and so is Grant. Interestingly, Grant hasn't really been a player in this race so far in terms of fighting to be inside that top 8, but now he is looking at this, and I think he fancies his opportunities, particularly with traffic starting to merge. It is causing a continuing together of the cars here as they make their way on down the step straight, and this may be just exactly what the doctor ordered. But meanwhile, one thing we can definitely say is that the 77 of McDermott, your leader, has lost a lot of time, was leading this race by 5 seconds or so, and right now the rest of the field is closing up now. Does McDermott have a problem on the car, or is it something else? We'll have to wait and see, but that gap is coming down, and it's coming down fast, losing 2.5 seconds a lap. And well, as they make the way on through the hairpin, well, right now there is your leader as they make the way onto the start finish straight. But as you can see, the 77 and the 67 not too far away, and meanwhile the 3, the 82, the 85, and also the 17, the 13, the 99 and the 46, they're all right now chasing what is the win. They don't want it to be a McDermott 1-2 once again, but then again it may just go that way. And as they make the way onto what is now lap number 13, your race leader, well, losing 8 tenths to his rivals on that lap, but no change this time. And well, it does look as though perhaps the 77 driver just backing the car off as they make the way on and through. But as they charge the way on around, well, meanwhile we do have an update, which is with regards to, I think the number 76 may have come into a bit of an issue down to P11, in fact coming into the pit lane as I understand it. Yeah, and we just had it confirmed in our ear that Leonard, the number 76, is into the pit lane with some sort of technical issue on the car. So we have had our first retirement of this race, albeit just over the halfway point, still more to come. As well, mechanical faults can always be an issue. We've seen plenty of those over the course of this weekend, and as our drivers make the way on down onto another lap they go, and McDermott just sets the fastest lap. He's been keeping us guessing, surely, with a 55.391. Perhaps just backing the car off and deciding to cool everything down to go for a very aggressive lap to make sure he takes the fastest lap and runs away with it. But to put you in the frame of mind, that 55.391, that is almost a second faster than what anybody else has been able to do, and it's the only 55 that has been clocked in this race this afternoon. And therefore our number 77 leader, I think, definitely there trying to take the approach of saving the best till last of the day with 7 minutes left on the clock. But as they come on through the S's there, as you can see in the picture, and indeed the sun still shining strongly on our drivers, and a bright day for racing. Well, we do still have a little bit more to come as the drivers continue to push their way on around, and as they do, well, it's going to be close and absolutely brilliant all the way to the very end here, as our number 77 driver making his way through, the 67 just behind, and then we do have what is the 3 and the 82 going battling once again, and Work has been building himself up to this, and we're now looking for the movement on Olsen as they head in towards turn number 1, but will he be able to find it here as they come in towards the braking zone? And no, he can't indeed. Hands back out there, and with the traffic in front as well, I think trying to seize on the opportunity while the A-class cars is coming past us in the pit lane. We have had what is the number 59 of Barnes, who's just coming from P16. The MG midget, I think, has seen where's the end of the race, and well, as a result there, we have 2 retirements now chalked up. Unfortunate, but still, well, the driver's doing okay, and well, if it's a mechanical fault, they can get that car repaired for what is the next round of race in a couple of weeks' time. But as we look to the hairpin, as you can see, the McDermott's leading the way and continuing to push on here, and not too far away. And well, as they do, well, it's going to be, where's the 77 still holding on, and will this lap deciding to go significantly slower compared to the previous one. I think deciding to back the car off once again, knowing that he doesn't have to do anything flashy in order to bring home this win, and a 1-2 for the family. But meanwhile, Olsen still ahead of Work. The gap is 4 tenths, and it's for 1.2 seconds to Sharp in P5. And then P6 Price, of course, and right now from P6 through to P9, having Price, Boniface, Addison and Grant, the gap between them is less than 2 seconds. It is 1.4 seconds as it currently stands, and these drivers right now absolutely nip and tuck. But meanwhile, speaking of nip and tuck, here we go into the S's, and this is going to be Olsen under pressure and Work very close to the rear of his rival there, could almost reach out and touch the rear bumper. He won't mean to do that, but Olsen in the end going defensive and losing a lot of speed in the run up towards the hairpin, and well, unfortunately Work not able to capitalise on it initially. But I think right now Work just trying to figure out what's the best way to attack, as meanwhile Paul run from the S's into the hairpin from what was there, I do believe, Boniface. I mean, Addison has a golden opportunity to try and look for P7. The drives come through the hairpin there. As you can see, the battling continues to get closer and closer. 5 minutes left on the clock as they make their way down the start for this straight, and as they roar their way past us once again, well, it is going to be what is there, McDermott still leading ahead of fellow family member Jake McDermott, and then we do have what's Olsen, who Work is pushing to the absolute limit, 3 tenths between them, and then we do have what is Sharp in P5, who right now will only in P5 and not close up to Work, and Olsen at this time of watching it in the wings and waiting. But meanwhile, speaking as they come into the S's, you'll see in the distant view there, Olsen right now calls in what is Sharp and Work to go toe to toe as they head in towards turn number 4, and as they do, Sharp looks at the inside. Olsen has a poor run through the corner, it gives Work the opportunity to come back, and Sharp in the end can't make the move happen. Work can't either, but still Olsen keeps them fighting each other, really having to use tactics here in order to be able to stay ahead in that battle for P3. And whilst he man starts in the front row, he's going to fight to hold on to that final spot of the overall and Class Z podium as they make the way onwards towards the Devil's Elbow. Well, as they do, and they make the way onto the start for the straight, I can tell you they are as they were. But the problem is now that Work has got Sharp immediately behind him. The gap between them, it's less than 2 tenths. So they make the way on down for another lap. 3.5 minutes still left on the clock. And as they charge their way in towards turn number 1, there's still more to come between the drivers. And well, as we can see, making the way on through in towards turn number 1. And out here on towards step they go, and no change between them as that battle for P3 continues to take another turn in the story. Onwards they go up towards turns 2 and 3, and as they do, well, this time no moves being made, albeit Work once again a little bit deeper into the corner. Just loves that deeper line and the speed he can be able to carry. And well, then it is going to be at what we Price ahead of the 99. And well, we have heard that Best in number 26 is off. Now, whether that is an off onto the grass or alternatively a mechanical fault, we're just trying to understand what's happened there for Best. I do believe it might be an off on circuit. In fact, we are just trying to ascertain the facts behind that. But what I can tell you is that it's gone wrong with the MG GT 1800 machine that was in P16. But meanwhile, as our leaders make the way up towards turn number 1, you can see in the rear of your picture there, well, that is going to be Addison looking for a move. As meanwhile, Boniface has found his way ahead of Grant. Grant in the 46 has fallen behind. A mistake at the hairpin cost him dear, from what I understand. And well, as our drive's making the way out towards turn number 2. Well, there you can see again your top 2, they run away, 7 seconds between them, and it's a further almost 7 seconds to Olsen, who right now just keeping work and also sharp behind. But I would imagine at this point that Olsen right now we thinking, when does this race end? Well, it ends in the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds plus a final lap to be accrued onto it, to be precise. But the point being here, you can't let your guard down at all. It was work, otherwise we'll be right there ready to pounce and looking to do everything in his power in order to be able to find that move. As our leaders make the way to the start-finish straight, we look at the hairpin briefly, and then we continue to look on to another lap number 20, now being added to the board as our drivers make the way down. And there you can see in the rear of your picture, where's that P3 battle. Meanwhile, at the back, they went too wide, almost coming out of what was turn number 5 out the Devil's Elbow, and Price right now making Addison look around the outside, then back to the outside again, going into turn number 1. And right now, Will Price channeling his absolute defence masterclass here and making sure that his rival cannot find a way through it whatsoever. But meanwhile, going up towards the S's, you can see also a poor run out of turn 1, weren't getting alongside around the outside initially, backs off there. But of course he's got to worry about the fact that he's got Sharp waiting the wings, and Sharp will be very keen to try and make that move happen. So Olsen right now really in what is the hot seat in terms of defending. Meanwhile, we can update it to say that Price and the number 99 of Addison have swapped places. The number 17 falls behind Addison on the run out of turn 1 into 2, and with that change of position now, as you'll see it confirmed into the hairpin here, where it does mean now with what is 2 more laps to go as they make the way onto the penultimate lap. Well, it's the McDermott family that leads 1-2, Olsen in P3, Work in P4, Sharp in P5, and then Price, Addison and Boniface complete your top 8, and Addison confirmed there as moving up into P60 across the timeline on your timing tower. So therefore that swap of positions there as we did see earlier on. But meanwhile, our leaders look to be completely in control of top 2 as we are Olsen once again find himself in what is a nipple tuck battle, but this time Work not able to even consider getting alongside, and I would imagine now that whatever Work had as an advantage, that may have just petered out as time has gone on here, given the fact as our drivers make the way on through what is turn number 2 and 3, and no change between them this time. But then again, it could all be saved up for one final lap, and we've also got to keep that in mind. We've still got one more lap to be turned as our leader will squeeze in one last lap. The board says it, and indeed the number 17 has already got through. The 67 comes past us now, and as they make the way almost towards the timing line, well, right now it's the 82 versus the 85 that takes centre stage in the run of battling positions. Work under pressure from Sharp in towards turn number 1, but as they make the way on through, meanwhile the 17 having to defend versus what is Boniface as they head into turn 1. That being off camera, we stay with the leader for this final lap, but just keep you updated into turn 1. It's side by side between Price and Boniface as they coming out. Price will get back ahead, but meanwhile at the hairpin here in absolute control all the way through when it is going to be what is back-to-back wins here for today for the McDermott family, and in particular as he makes his way through the final corner. Give a round of applause, give a cheer, because the 77 of Stephen McDermott takes the win in the final race of the day for the MG Owners Club, and he takes that winning style. As meanwhile it's a McDermott 1-2, much like race number 1 earlier on with a 67 following on through. Jake McDermott takes P2 there, and well, they're absolutely chuffed with that. Meanwhile, to take P3, he's done everything he can, he's done it, and Ollie Olsen who holds up to third place ahead of what is Sharp, who's passed Work on the final lap. That completes your top 5. Number 99 of what is Addison P6, Price holds on to P7 ahead of Boniface, and with a 46 of Grant that stumbles its way across the line, I think missing a gear perhaps almost as he comes across the line. And then we've got one more finisher to come on the lead lap, and that is going to be none other than Heitman, who in a car that at the start of today looked like it was not going to be out of the circuit, when in the end it's made it to both races, and here he comes in number 60. They've done the work, and in the end it makes it to the checker flag, and that's lovely to see. Anvelet and Bainham have finished P11, P12 already. We're a lap down, 2 laps down to what is here. In fact, I think it'll be classified a lap down to the number 1 of Sharp, and then Puxty will take P14 there. In fact, that won't be Puxty who takes P14, that will be Ryhorski who takes P13. I think both Sharp and Puxty have both been involved in offs of some description, or the cars had to be retired at very short notice, and well, in the end we are just waiting for final confirmation of those provisional results. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. Indeed, wrapping up the racing for the ADRIAN FLUX Insurance sponsored MG Owners Club Championship. But there you are on screen, and after 22 laps in their second round of racing here today in this third meet of the season for them, Steve McDermott, Steve McDermott, they're taking the win overall in class ahead of Jake McDermott, a 1-2 for the McDermott family once again, and then Adrian Olsen taking what was P3, Ollie to friends ahead of Henry Sharp. Jimmy Work completed the top 5, Joshua Addison what was P6 ahead of Riley Price, with what was Luke Boniface, Mark Grant and Andy Heitman completing a top 10, and then winner of the A-Class, David Amphlett, by what was a good amount of time between himself and Jim Bainham, with William Sharp and Mark Ryhorski completing your top 14. Fastest lap, of course, going to Steve McDermott, and that was at 55.39. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a race, and that was race number 16 of your charts. And well, we still got plenty more to come, including what is the build-up to race number 17, and that'll be our next race on the schedule, the pre-83s. And well, they're already down in the assembly area, so I think we're going to be going racing soon. But before that, we've got a quick interview with one of the drivers who's going to be on the grid with a lovely Volkswagen Golf GTI. And without further ado, we'll cut to that interview. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the build-up to the second of our pre-83 touring car races this weekend, I'm here down in the paddock with the number 16 driver, Malcolm Jeffs, and his wonderful Volkswagen Golf GTI. I mean, Malcolm, it's a lovely machine, it's a lovely day, and, well, you've had a good start to the weekend yesterday, and you've got plenty more on the cards today.
Yeah, it was a lovely day yesterday. A few mechanicals. The brakes are not completely right on the car, so we popped home last night and we fitted new brakes today. So it'll be a bit of a test, first couple of laps, but you know, we're hopeful. We won't be up the front, but you know, it'll be a good test day for us.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, today it's going to be then more about finding out what the car can and can't do at a circuit that can be quite aggressive as well. But in terms of setting yourself any targets here, as well as getting the car home, are there any drivers out there you'd like to beat if possible?
I'd like to beat the lot, but you know, we'll pick them off one by one as the reliability gets better. But first time at Mallory, and it looks a simple circuit on paper, but when you're out there, it's not. There's lots of lumps and bumps and off cambers and all sorts of things that caught me out in qualifying yesterday. But now I know where they are. We'll try and avoid them.
Well, that's the spirit. Well, we'll have to cut this interview slightly short. I think our drivers are getting ready to go race it again. But Malcolm, appreciate a short but great amount of time for yourself, and good luck in your final race of the weekend.
Thanks, Paul.
All the best. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard from one of our many drivers there on this upcoming grid for what is the pre-83s, and well, race number 17 coming up, and here is going to be your grid for what is one of another races this afternoon. We've still got plenty more to come, and on pole position will be Stephen Primmett there, line up on the front row with Jonathan Corker alongside Carl Shreve, and Nick Strong will line up on row number 2. With Graham Smith and Nick Williamson on row number 3, and then we'll have David Thomas and Malcolm Jeffs on row 4, ahead of Peter Bulbick and Mark Fowler. That's going to be your top 10. We've still got more drivers than just your top 10, however, on this grid. And in terms of your other drivers there for this pre-83, the second of their races at Mallory Park and the sixth for their season, we will see Mark Chollerton, we should say, in the Volkswagen. Not in the Volkswagen, let me get myself corrected there, in the Ford Escort, and also our other driver there in P12. And well, as we get set, that driver in P12, of course, being none other than what was, as we just double check our names there, and excuse me in the fact that I do seem to have missed a name or two, but that is going to be your final driver on the grid, and that's none other than what is Anton Martin. But we quickly got through the grid, and our drivers are already out of the circuit. That's why I'm going to quickly transition back into the racing once again. And well, as we can see, it's still an absolutely packed circuit around here. We've got plenty more racing, and these pre-83 cars running by themselves. Originally envisioned to have the 93s running with them, but indeed an absolutely packed grid in of its own right, and therefore we've got plenty to look out for. And the most important thing to look out for is the battle between Stephen Primmett and Jonathan Corker on that front row of the grid. The 85 versus the 1, definitely perhaps the big battle to keep your eyes out for as this race does get underway in due course. And as all our drivers get set here as well, well, keeping in mind that they all fall into position. Also, Nick Williamson in that Rover SD1, a car that went very well yesterday. Lost a bit of pace towards the end of the race, but still you can imagine that he'll be hoping for a good continuation over from what was the race of yesterday in what is the number 60. So therefore, the Rover having plenty of life left in it yet, and also further down the field, you'll see the battle between what will be Anton Martin and also Mark Collerton in the 81. And well, as all drivers get set and ready to go, well, everybody practically in position. The green flag is going up. It's going to be a standing start for this race, ladies and gentlemen. The 5-second board does go up. You know what time it means for race number 17. It's going to be 3, 2, 1, and they're off as they make the way away from the start finish line and upwards towards turn number 1. Now as our drivers roar their way in towards the opening braking zone, well, will it be Primmett, will it be Cork who's leading the battle, the Escort versus the Datsun? And as they make the way through the right-hander. It does look as though in the end it is going to be Primit who holds on as the Ford Escort pounds its way out onto the step straight. But still, that's just the start, and here comes the 85 immediately coming back on the offensive as they make the one free. You can see they're going defensive, breaking off a racing line in order to be able to break off the toe further back. We've got the 3-wide battle building there with the Golf in between the two. It's a reverse Moses manoeuvre as they make the way in towards the S's, and beautiful racing there. And in the end, well, the Golf GTI have just been swamped by Williamson and Thomas as they make the way in towards the hairpin. You don't see that every day, ladies and gentlemen. You see the Moses manoeuvre, but not the reverse one. And as they make the way down to the hairpin, there's still more to play out here as our drivers come through turn number 4. And well, with all the batting as well, that Golf GTI now needed to get up to speed. But as our leaders make the way on down towards the timeline, it is the number 1 that leads after one lap of racing ahead of its peers. And as they make the way down, it's Primit ahead of Corker, followed by Strong, who's gained the place at Shreve. Williamson up to P5, Chollerton up to P6, Smith down to P7, and then it's Jeffs, followed by Thomas, then Warwick, Fowler and Martin completing that running order, albeit I haven't seen Fowler or Martin out there. I believe we may only have a 10-car grid as it stands, but as our drivers make the way down towards the S's once again, well, here they come, and that top 2 right now absolutely nip and tuck, nothing between them. Meanwhile, behind there goes the Rover looking up the inside, going for the move is Williamson versus Shreve. The Triumph Dolomite now under major pressure. It's going to be too wide as they come up towards what we turn number 4. And as they come in towards that braking zone, well, confirmation only 10 cars on this grid, ladies and gentlemen, as the time tag is updated there. So unfortunately we lost some before we can go green flag racing, but still what we have got on the grid is making some brilliant racing right now as your leaders make their way almost side by side coming on to the start for this straight. And as they charge on down behind them, well, it is now the chase of P3 with Strong in the Ford Capri looking to keep Shreve and Williamson behind. But you see the top 2 waiting for the spark that could ignite an even further battle between them. And well, now Primit definitely feeling the pressure. If he wasn't over the opening 2 laps, he'll be feeling it on lap number 3 for the simple reason there right now he just cannot shrug off Corker, and Corker proving to be absolutely obstinate as they head on down towards what is turns at 2 and 3 here, heading towards the braking zone. Of course, we've got the lead battles to contend with. We've also got the battle for P3 and that Rover SD1. Oh, but it's Williamson right now absolutely on the attack. And well, they say that a V8 doesn't have its place in the motorsporting world. They are wrong as they make the way in towards that turn at number 4. But as they do also further down the order, Smith versus Jeffs, that gap opening up for P7 there to the best part of 2 seconds. But as our drivers make the way through that hairpin wall, meanwhile, side by side there between Williamson and Shreve as they make the way out, still side by side as they come and throw headed back. That is going to be number 81, that's Chollerton, apologies, looking around the outside there, and Chollerton's going to get ahead of the Rover. That's had a poor run on the second half of the lap, and therefore right now it's the little Ford Escort that finds its way past the lumbering form of the Rover SD1. But to be fair, these two machines for their own unique traits and characteristics, and therefore they'll look to exploit them as much as humanly possible as our drivers make the way down towards turns 2 and 3. You can see in the distant view there, Strong and Shreve still separated by practically nothing as they're coming into that right-hander, and Strong was at the start of this lap 6 tenths clear, but right now he's not even 2 tenths clear as they make the way on through in towards turn number 3. Brilliant racing between them, and also keeping the fact that Chollerton and Williamson still there and involved, wanting to get the fight. I think Williamson at this point will just have to play the game of wait, watch and listen now and see how he can get involved in that 4-way fight as Thomas has passed Jeffs further down the order. But our leaders making their way on past us again. There's nothing between them. Primit and Corker perhaps inseparable, as meanwhile we can see the rest of the field Cobra in behind, and the 81 of Chollerton now looking for a move around the outside of what is Shreve as they head in towards turn number 1 for the 5th time of asking. As they come on through there, well, right now Chollerton trying to show that every place he goes he can make a move and make it stick, and try to look around the outside there into turn 1. Is there the grip to do it? No, doesn't seem to be, but he will have the better run going on to the step straight, and now cutting back to the inside as they make the way down onto the anchors. And here they come, ladies and gentlemen. Chollerton up the inside, gets the nose slightly in, and well, in the end it is going to be a move. Shreve has to back off there. Chollerton's up his inside, and he moves up into P4 as they charge the way up the hill, and as they make the way in towards the hairpin. Brilliant racing right now. More still to come here from our drivers. We've still got the best part of 10.5 minutes to go. It's not over yet as your leaders make their way onto the start of this straight. Meanwhile, we're focusing more and more on that battle for P3 at the moment as it takes centre stage, and as we can see right now, Strong holding off a fast charging Triumph Dolomite there, as right now in fact a Ford Escort I should say, then the Triumph Dolomite behind as they head on to another lap. Nothing between them at this current time, but then again of course as this race race goes on. Could tyre wear become a factor? Could also stamina become a factor here? Could the cars behave differently as the race goes deeper and deeper? That's all to be considered at this point. And whilst it's only 15 minutes of racing, of course, in these really tough races on the car, but they've been pushed to the limit. You want to be 100% all the way through, but nothing can be 100%, and who can push it too far? Well, right now there is a little bit of quiet here, as meanwhile it is going to be the challenge for what will be the battle for P4 between Cholerton, Shreve and Williams as they make the way on through. Strong still holding on for now as they make the way down. But meanwhile, as our leaders make the way past us, just notice a bit of sideways motion from Corker in the Datsun, and will Corker losing the rear end slightly coming on through. But meanwhile, that is Cholerton who makes his way to the timeline to confirm he's now up in a P3. Meanwhile, the 32 of Strong falls down to P4 ahead of Shreve, and then it will be Williamson who completes your top 6 with Smith Weebar with the Ford Escort, the 197. Well, with all the battling going on in front of him here, we think as he has an opportunity to get a bit closer, as will Thomas, as will Jeffs there in number 16 as they make the way on up towards turn number 1. And last at the moment is Bulbick in the Ford Capri 3100, and he's currently in P10, but all still going strong. But meanwhile, the drivers come down in towards what is turns 2 and 3, as we can see there. We're at a side by side, and that's going to be a move for Shreve up the inside of what will be, I do believe, Strong. Another move being made, and Strong now starting to fall down the order, as it's going to be Williamson also looking for a move. But as they make the way in towards the hairpin, we'll continue that story as they come down into the braking zone. And who's it going to be as they make the way around where it is not going to be any side by side there? I think everybody right now just trying to keep it cool, keep it calm tempered, and as they make the way out of the corner onwards towards what will be the next lap as they come roaring on through. Well, right now it is going to be a change, and there's the confirmation. Shreve does get ahead of Strong. That move in the S's and through to the hairpin being solidified, and now with what is just over half the race remaining, will we see Shreve go hunting after what will be Cholerton? Well, if he's going to be able to do so, because Cholerton right now is arguably the second fastest driver out there after your race leader of Primmett, albeit Corker still keeping with Primmett just about, but that top 2 right now Roman pace. Oh goodness me, and we can see it looks like there's some smoke coming out the back of the rear of the Rover SD1. Could that be oil coming out the back of it? Where so that's oil coming out the exhaust. There might be some cautions, there may be a flag thrown as a result. As meanwhile your leaders are battling side by side out of turn 1, and once they make the way to the start finish straight, here they come, ladies and gentlemen, and Primmett is holding on just about right now as they go to lap number 9. Corker looking around the outside, can he make it happen? It's side by side into the corner, and at the moment the answer is no, he can't. The Datsun made to wait, but Corker is getting closer and closer with each and every lap turn, and looking to go on the mission, on the charge to take the lead of this race with what is now less than half of it remaining. 7 minutes on the clock plus the final lap, and the attack is still there. He's not giving in, he's not backing off, and right now doing everything in his power to try and make the magic happen. As meanwhile Cholerton in P3 looks to try and close up. He's 7 seconds back, but then again if they fight this hard all the way through, you could see Cholerton suddenly make a surprise appearance in the closing stage of this race. It's about for P4 between Shreve and Strong has now opened up quite considerably, so therefore things have calmed down between the drivers. We have lost the Rover SD1, as I'm to understand it, of Williamson, and I believe that may be due to the issue with the car, and therefore we are going to be focusing on your lead battle a little bit more now in terms of the fact the battle for P3 downwards does seem to have subsided. As soon as we know anything about Williamson's car, we will keep you posted, but in the meantime it means now it's Primmett ahead of Corker, followed by Cholerton, then Shreve, Strong, Smith. Williamson is currently on the timing tower, Thomas, Jeffs, Bulbick, and well, I believe Williamson may have had to bring the car into the bits, so I can't see him out there, and well, we'll try and keep you posted on that where we can. Meanwhile, whilst all that's going on, well, in fact, what we can tell you is our leaders making their way through the S's at the moment, and Williamson has had to bring the car into the bits. We can confirm it somewhere on circuit. We can't see the yellow flags out there at the moment, but as the race it continues to push on to its natural conclusion, well, we've still got 6 minutes left to go. There's your leaders on the screen, still battling back and forth, and it is Primmett holding off Corker as they come on around, and we're both machines right now absolutely loving the race, no doubt about it, but the problem is, can Corker find a way to get back alongside again? And if he can do so, can he find a way to make the move at this time? And well, gut instinct says here he's going to have to be made to work even harder if he wants to make this move happen, in the simple reason that it would seem as though Stephen Primmett has got an answer for everything that Jonathan Corker can throw at him. Well, as they come down the step straight and almost still go towards the S's, meanwhile the rest of the field continue to charge them through. Gap's not closed up too much, although Shreve and Strong are separated by a second or 1.1 seconds at the moment, so you may see some battling between them not before long, so therefore keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen, because we've still got more to come, no doubt about it. As the drive's making their way on around here, well, right now it is coming towards the equinox of this race. 5 minutes left of the clock. There's still plenty more laps to be turned before all is said and done. But who is going to be the winner out of this Titanic battle at the front of the field as they make their way on to the next lap? And well, last lap it was 4 attempts. This time as they make their way across the line, it's going to be less than 2. The gap has been halved, but will we see a move from Corker this time? He's thinking about it. He's up the inside. In fact, he's made the move into turn 1, and well, Primmett loses out to Corker in the opening corner. But is this all part of the master plan? Is Primmett thinking right now that all he needs to do is keep the pressure on Corker and then try to come back in the closing stages? But there it is. They make the way into the S. As you can see, the blue and white 85 leading this race ahead of Primmett now as they make the way on through ways turns 2 and 3. As they head upwards towards turn 4, where it's going to be nose to tail between them, but the gap has swapped around, and it is really now Corker who seems to be in control as the drivers continue to charge on. And we have had the confirmation with regards to the unfortunate what is retirement of Williamson from this race, the Rover SD1, unfortunately with that issue that we did spot. But as we do see our leaders making the way down the start for this straight, it is a new fastest lap of the race for Corker, who now, Jonathan Corker, leading this race, takes the fastest lap with 54.170, and that being what is 2 tenths faster than the fastest lap previously set by Stephen Primmett. And as they come on down, I want to tell you one thing, some of the fans around me are absolutely ecstatic seeing Corker now leading in that battle. And well, Corker just gradually putting away. Has Primmett finally fallen? Has the hurdle finally hit him right towards the end of this race with 3.5 minutes to go? It would seem as though now that Corker is in control, and can Primmett find a response? He's running out of time. Meanwhile, in B3, Chollerton is continuing to close up little by little. Last lap, in fact, gaining what was 8 attempts on that battle lap. But we'll see on the next one whether he's able to close that gap down even more and potentially think about making a move in the late stages. But he's going to have to keep closing the gap down by at least 1.5 seconds a lap if he wants to be on the final lap and to be able to make a move. So therefore that may be a bit more of a pipe dream rather than reality. But as they come across the timeline this time for Corker, it was a 54.251. For Primmett, it was a 54.446. Meanwhile for Chollerton, a 54.722. So the pace does not seem to be forthcoming for the Ford Escort driver in P3. But as they make the way down towards turn 1, Shreve as well in the Triumph Dolomite still pushing on here, lapping in the 55s. He's being chased by Strom, but the Ford Capri driver not quite able to match the pace. In fact, almost a second slower on that lap, and it does seem as though down the field it starts to be a little bit more static in the late stage of this race as they make the way towards the end. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and now it will be the test. Will the cars hold up here in what have been very warm conditions over the entirety of this weekend, but particularly too today? And well, as the thermometers continue to stay high, it does mean that the machinery right now can be prone to those little mechanical issues, and nobody will want to see that. We never want to see a race ended for a driver based on mechanical failure, but it's always an ever-present risk, and the hand of the gods will right now continue to shine down on our rivals. And well, as they continue to push around here and they make the way towards another lap. Well, right now Corker open that gap up to 1.3 seconds, and that gap firmly in his capable hands, it would seem, as he continues to charge on, and it's beginning to close up to the P9 Capri. Oh, where's Bulbic, who right now making his way into the S's. Well, I would imagine, given the relative pace between the drivers and what is a 3-second delta, Bulbic may be closed up to on what will be the final lap. So this lap they're currently on, they will get what will be at least 2 more laps in after this one. They'll just squeeze them in, is where to understand it. The drivers make the way on through it. Meanwhile, we have got a little bit of battle building, and I think it's going to be Thomas and Jeffs unless I'm mistaken, and in fact they're separated by only what is 4 attempts as they've made the way in towards turn number 1. So right now the battle for P7 is well and truly on. We'll keep you apprised of that where we can, as our focus is going to be on the leaders as we come towards the closing laps. But right now Jeffs, after what was a difficult start, is now trying to come back strong in the late stage of this race to pick up one more place before all is said and done. And well, he's not going to be able to catch up to his Class C roles at this point, because the Class C leader is none other than Corker, but Jeffs would love to take a scout before all is said and done. While the leaders make the way on around and continue to push on through turns 2 and 3. Well, right now it's going to be what is your leader on the 85 of Corker, who's got 1 more lap to go after this. And well, meanwhile Stephen Primmett just holding on to P2 with what is Chollerton. And Chollerton in P3 is continuing to try and charge after Primmett, but the gap is so large at this point, it's going to require a huge intervention should the number 81 driver want to try and take a further step up the podium. But as the racing carries on, meanwhile Jeffs chasing down Thomas, their gap still standing at always a second. In fact, Jeffs falling back on that lap, but as the leader goes on to the final lap, well, here it goes, and ladies and gentlemen, a 17th of the final turn of the circuit for the Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship in round number 6 of their series, as they make the way on through what is turn number 1. One more lap remains, and right now the gaps are evenly spread. It looks so here it's all going to come down to just a natural run to the finish line. And well, for Corker, you can understand it in the fact that he's had to work hard to find a way past Primmett, but the gap is open to 8.5 seconds. And in fact, Chollerton has found his way ahead of Primmett through turn 1. I think it might be that Primmett's got a problem with the car, because Chollerton is up into P2 as they make the way in towards the S's here. And it's a late twist of fate, but in the end, that's the way it's gone. And Primmett falls, and Chollerton right now, he's not going to believe his fortunes to take P2 right to the end. But meanwhile, we stay focused on your leader. He was made to work for every yard, but as he makes his way out for the final quarter to the final couple of yards, it's going to be the number 85 of Corker that takes the win in what is their final race of the day. And then behind, well, we'll firstly see Bulwick a lap down the Fort Capri, but P2 will go to none other than Chollerton. Mark Chollerton taking that position ahead of Stephen Primmett to round off your top 3 there in a thrilling conclusion to the race. And then it will be a bit of time before we do see the one and only Triumph Dolomite of Shreve coming towards the line. Started off strong, wasn't quite on the pace of what was the top 3, but to be fair, he'll take a valiant P4 ahead of Smith there, with that strong there I should say in P5. And then it will be in short order the Ford Escort of Smith, we believe, that we're waiting for, coming out of the hairpin. Here comes through Devil's Elbow and onto the start finish straight. You'll see it in the rear of the picture, the yellow machine, you can't miss it in the 197, and he'll cross the line there. P6 overall, P5 in the C class, and then it will be to line just holding on to P7. Thomas in the Ford Capri ahead of the Volkswagen Golf GTI of Jeffs, and that will be your finishing order, ladies and gentlemen. 10 starters, 9 finishers, 8 on the lead lap, and what a race. And all in all, Jonathan Corker leading us through to a thrilling victory there in what has been a great race 17 of this weekend. But as we bring the results up on the screen, and as we can see, after what was a grand total of 17 laps of racing, Jonathan Corker taking that win there in the Datsun over the Ford Escort and Mark Chollerton, with Stephen Primmett, who started very strong in the Ford Escort. In the end, it seems as though the pace fell out of the car, mechanical issue or not. Well, that's something which Stephen Primmett will know and his team will know about, with Carl Shreve at P4 there ahead of Nick Strong, P5 overall, but winner in class ahead of Graham Smith, P6, David Thomas, P7, then Malcolm Jess, Peter Bulwick. They were your finishers. And then we did have P10 with that unfortunate early retirement, the Rover ST1 of Nick Williamson and Anton Martin as duplicated there, not able to make it to the grid. So what was only 10 starters, and in the end 8 finishers on the lead lap. But as that race concludes, well, as our drivers are all set with regards to all the racing there, we're going to be going to a brief what will be intermission in due course with regards to the racing, but in due order. We've still got plenty more to come, of course, because that was race 17 of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. We've got race 18 coming up shortly. That will be the CMMC ASHTONE MEPs, and that'll be the Super Saloons, plus also what will be there, the Tin Tops. And then we've got 2 more races after that, and that will be the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's final race of the day, the pre-93s, the pre-03s, and also the Boss or the Blue Oval Saloon Series. And our last race of the day will be to close us out, the 500 owners there. As you can see on screen, we haven't got many more races to go, and well, already what I can tell you is that we do have what is our lead car making its way on down the pit lane, so we might be going racing again very soon for what will be at race number 18. And well, as we do wait, the circuit is gradually cooling down. Things are looking a little bit chillier at the moment, but we're going to take a brief breather, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back for the build up to what will be race number 18 in due course.
Within 2 or 3 minutes, the next fucking guy will come around. Slower today, there's no doubt about that. Can't make my mind on whether to spray this stuff on. I've used the sprayer before.
Very easy, but pushing it better. Pushing it better again.
I've got to put something weaker than our next one as well. They won't fucking do that. You'll mow his lawn and that's it. And then he has a job to do that.
There's still a couple still in the assembly area.
There's at least 15, I think.
Well, a brief intermission, but we're now on to what is race number 18, and the grid on screen for you in what is going to be here the Super Saloons and Tin Tops, so the CMMC ASHTONE MEP, and it is going to be a pole position. Adrian Bradley with Paul Watson alongside. Now we have Ronan Bradley and Chris Bassett on row number 2, with Jax Whitehead and Dave Avis on row number 3, James Hunt and Sam Hayward on row number 4, and then behind the more famous version of James Hunt on row number 5, it'll be Neil Gardner, followed by Adrian Matthews. That's your top 10, and then we'll have on the next 5 rows Rodder Burley, who of course in the fiberglass film machine has made his way through. We've got Rick Skelsey alongside Ian James Sill in P13 ahead of Leah Clue, and then we'll have Matt Rowling and Martin Scott line up your 16 cars on this grid. Everyone getting into position, and we're right now all being directed to the right spots on the grid. You can see the marshals frantically working as we get the lovely view, the tailwind shot of what is the grid, and as all our drivers are getting themselves in position. And as they do, well, right now those cars are going to be hot, and these guys and girls have been absolutely patient with regards to the fact they've been sat around for some time after their race number 1, and well, this is one of the hotly anticipated races of the afternoon. I can tell you right now, a lot of spectators have come up alongside me here in order to get ready to watch what is going to be a thrilling race. And the race this morning was absolutely terrific. Everywhere you looked, plenty of battling to be contested. And well, as the field gets itself in position, well, we are going to get ready for what will be at the formation lap. And as they do get underway, it then is going to be, of course, what will be the lead car taken around. But the next time they come around, well, then it will be green flag conditions. But all the drivers sat there on the grid, doors getting ready to shut. Indeed, I can see a few drivers there fanning themselves and getting ready to really slam the door shut of themselves. And well, as they all get themselves set, that lovely view of the grid, of course. And this will be race 18 of the day. As the lead car pulls away, all the drivers now gradually fall away in formation behind. Of course, they will go one line formation initially when they're running behind the pace car in order to try and get as much tyre warmth as they can, plus also the brake warmth. But when they do come around, of course, and we go racing, it'll be 2 by 2, and it's going to be a 15-minute race. And well, we are back on schedule, ladies and gentlemen, back to what is our schedule, 4 o'clock for this race. We've made up the time, everybody's set, everyone's itching to go racing, and we're itching to see how it all plays out. But as they do, all drivers absolutely ready to go, and as they make the way on through, sorry, they're just having to let a spectator on through. Our drivers all get themselves comfortably set out on the grid and roaring the way on down what is the Steb Straight right now, albeit at a very gentle pace at this point in time. And of course, it will be the calm before the proverbial storm as they head on down towards the S's. And in this race, of course, we do have a number of BMWs up front, and it really was the BMW battling bonanza at the very front of the field. But one driver to keep your eyes out for, and a driver who captured the hearts of many out there, it was none other than the Peugeot that you do see, that Peugeot 306, the car that in the end took the fight to practically everybody over the course of the race. And your driver behind the helm of that Peugeot being none other than what is, as we do just double check our records there, and well, don't have the memory, unfortunately. My memory going to that of a bit of a goldfish, as the saying goes, at the moment. But as they make the way on around, that is going to be the Peugeot of none other than what would be, as we do get the data up on screen, I do believe that is the Peugeot of Chris Bassett in the 33, the all-white machine. Watch out for Bassett as he will look to try and hold on. But here they come, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for them to go racing. The pace car is going to peel off, and as they do, we're going to go green flag. It is going to be in what will be 3, 2, 1. The pace car is away. The pace will be dictated, and it's lights out, and away we go as the 612 immediately goes on the attack on the start-finish line straight. As all the field gets underway, they all queue up behind one another now as they roar their way in towards turn number 1. But as they do, all drives safely on through the opening corner. Brilliant racing thus far, and making the way on around where it's going to be there. Looking almost free wide out the opening corner, and that's a move being made for lead of the race. And I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, is that the car of Watson now leading? The 101 seemed to be given an absolute 101 in the masterclass coming out of turn number 1 on the inside. In fact, our race leader Bradley has lost 2 places. The invitational machine falling down the order, and Bradley of course dominating what was race number 1 of the day. And as they make the way up towards what is turn number 4, well, right now things have not worked out for what is Bradley, the first of the Bradley family immediately. But as they make the way onwards towards where's the hairpin and out of it, it's still very nip and tuck between our drivers. But as they make the way over the Devil's Elbow, and here they come. Well, your leader now is going to be the 78, and that is the other member of the Bradley family ahead of what will be Watson, followed by Bradley, then Bassett, followed by what will be Whitehead, then it's Avis, Hunt, Gardiner and Burley, followed by Hayward who complete your top 10, then Matthews in P11, followed by Clue, Skelsey, Scott, Seal and Rowling as they come across the line. And as they charge away on down, well, I can't see it Rollins on the Civic Type R anymore. I think that might have had to come into the pits already. But meanwhile, focusing on that battle that's heading on down in towards what is turn number 2. Well, right now, your leaders, your top 3, really going toe to toe and giving each other, everybody in turn, well, giving everyone here an absolutely brilliant battle, a spectacle to play out. But meanwhile, Bassett, meanwhile, people, the Peugeot 306 that right now in the T2 class is absolutely just keeping its head cool and carried on. With his head's down here, he's looking to try and break away from Whitehead, and Whitehead in the BMW 3, of course, absolutely keeping under pressure in the first race today. But meanwhile, as the drives main on the start finish straight here, we can see a potential attempt to move. Watson having to go defensive versus Bradley behind them. What we do have is number 3, that of Whitehead, as they make the way down. Meanwhile, also moves being made further afield with Hayward right now in P10 in the Renault Megane, looking for a move on Rod Burley. Burley making plenty of places on the open lap, up to P9 already, 3 places gained. So Rod Burley right now, maybe in a completely different car today, but he feels absolutely clocked in it already. But as they come on through what is turn number 2 and into 3 there, through the right into left they go. And as they do, well, your leader right now of Bradley are just pulling away little by little as Watson and Bradley A continue to fight their battle in towards the hairpin, but on they come. And well, right now, as we can see there's nothing between them all, as we have had confirmation of Rollins' retirement on this race. But as they come on through the hairpin, you can see Bassett gradually being reeled on in as your race leader continues to pull away. And right now, in the 612, still chasing after Watson. The 33 carrying on. Another tries to make the way through. Hunt as well, having a good start in at what is the number 92 there, making some progress. But meanwhile, the big question mark will be in the battle to be inside the top 10. Is it going to be Burley or will it be Hayward who continues to hold on, as we do look at that wonderful scenic view across the lake there? Always your leaders making the way on around, and Bradley are right now absolutely tearing away. But Watson and Bradley A still next, not Toe and Nettle, but meanwhile head to head there as they make the way on through, and as they come charging on towards what will be the hairpin. We look down further on the field, and it is going to be what will be the running order of our drivers. But now everyone mostly line astern at this point, albeit we've had an off somewhere, and I think that's our leader who's gone off circuit. And indeed, our leader has fallen foul coming on through what was turn number 4, as I understand it. So we have lost our leader, and it means now from Bradley R to Bradley A, the leaders exchange hands, and as they charge their way across the timeline, well, there's yellow flags down at the hairpin, as I'm to understand it. But meanwhile, it's now Bassett up into P3, Whitehead P4, Avis P5, Hunt P6, Bradley R continues to drop down the order and it's dropped down to P7 in the end, with Gardner, Burley and Hayward completing a top 10. So a surprise there, and not a welcome one to be sure if you are a fan of the number 78 driver. But now he's got his hard work cut out for him after that error coming out of turn 3 in the run towards 4. And now our drivers here know that this race is going to be finally poised in the fact that we're going to have to see what is a 7th to 1st, I should say, reprisal from what is Bradley R. But meanwhile, as the drivers make the way in towards what is turn number 4, we're charging the way on through the S's there and making the way on through with the invitational driver of Bradley A leading this race meanwhile. But as they make the way on through, we continue to look at a lovely scenic view of where's the S's there as the drivers come on through there and looking on further down the order, and in particular to the Volkswagen Golf of what was Scott, and we're from them into the hairpin here, and it's going to be what is the cars batting away on through the corner, and almost at the start of this straight, they're going side by side almost there, and that is a move being made, I believe, a position, that is a place already being gained by what is Bradley are taking a move versus, well, in fact that wasn't a move on Hunt. I'm trying to understand who that was. I think that might have been Gardner trying to make a move on Bradley are as they made the way through, but looking in towards turns 2 and 3 now, and as they do, well, in fact that battle that we did see, that was a bit further down the order, and in the end we'll get an update on that when we can. But as I try to make the way in towards turn number 3, well, as we can tell you that Skilsey, in fact that was Skilsey versus Clue battling a little bit further down the order, and they swap places, but meanwhile at the hairpin it is all as order, and well, they'll try to continue to push on onto another lap. It's Watson who is leading this race ahead of Bradley A, and well, the Invitational driver losing a place as they come up through turn number 1. Meanwhile Bassett and B3 ahead of Whitehead, and Avis and Bradley are getting ahead of Hunt, and that does confirm that we were right the first time round, that it is the recovery drive being made from the 78, the BMW E36 M3, that right now he's made one place, he's still got plenty more to go before all is said and done here, as I try to come down into the S's, and it's absolutely nose to tail the way through as Ian James Sill just steps aside there and decides he doesn't want to play any part of it in the Ford Fiesta, understandably so, but as I try to make the way onwards and up towards the hairpin, well, right now I think the question is going to be when, not if we're going to see plenty more side by side battling. We've still got 9 minutes of this race to go as they make the way through. You can see there how close it's getting. Blue flag waving, and that is for the TT of Glue, who steps aside, as meanwhile it's going to be Watson and Bradley battling for the lead, and as our leaders make the way on down towards what is turn number 1, already Bradley R can now see what is the lead, 5.3 seconds in front of him, and is still chasing after it as much as he possibly can as they make the way on through the opening corner. Meanwhile elsewhere, we've still got Burnley holding off Hayward in the battle for P9. Hayward, of course, leader of his class, and a sizable lead over Skelsey, so not having to worry too much there, but meanwhile as they come into the S's, we've now got Bassett under pressure on Whitehead. We are seeing a repeat of Wiz race number 1 earlier today, where in the end the Peugeot 306 GT now needs to try and keep what is the BMW of Whitehead behind it all the way to the finish, and well, that's a lot easier said than done, I can assure you, with all the battling between these two drivers, as we did see in race number 1, and Bassett right now has got his work cut out for him, and I can only imagine that Whitehead might be saying under his visor, do you remember me? Because now they're going to go toe to toe again, but using a little bit of tactical advantage there. With regards to the car, that's a lap down. That was the 29 there, as Skelsey being used as a bit of a buffer for Bassett, and that's forced Whitehead back into a battle with Avis, with Bradley are also to the back of this, and we expect the second member of the Bradley family in the number 78 will be right on the heels of this battle very shortly, and looking to try and get involved as they make the way onwards towards what is turns 2 and 3. But as they come on down in towards the right-hander, well, it is going to be all the way a line here, and nobody this time looking for a potential move, and in fact it looks like the gaps have been dispersed. In fact, hold up a second, there has been a change of place, and that, unless I'm very much mistaken, Bradley R has got ahead of both Avis and Whitehead going through turn 1 in towards what is turns 2 and 3. So that move's happened, and it's happened very quickly between them as the drivers make the way on around. But meanwhile, as they make the way through the hairpin, well, they'll calm it down for a brief moment. Meanwhile, off camera, I can tell you that our invitational driver of Bradley A has got the lead, but as our leaders make the way towards turn number 1, there's the confirmation, and Bassett right now trying to keep Bradley R behind him for as long as he can as they head in towards over the corner, but it's going to be Bradley on the inside, and in the end Bassett lets the place go, and I think the Peugeot 306 driver might be thinking, what can I do now in order to get back at him? Well, as they make the way through, there's a little bit of smoke coming off the rear of the car there. Is there an issue for Bassett's Peugeot? It looks as though there was a bit of smoke, but that might just be with the wheels rubbing against the piece of the frame, and therefore it may be nothing. But as the drivers make the way on around, Avis now thinking that he has an opportunity to go hunting after what is Bassett as they make the way on very keen mind, of course, that Whitehead and Hunt are on the back of this battle, and therefore they'd love for a golden opportunity to go racing, and more importantly for them, well, right now is the fact that whilst Bassett is in the T2 class, well, from him, meanwhile we've got the battle in the C class, and Avis is leading that as they make the way onto another lap. They got to lap number 11, and as they charge their way on this lap, 6 minutes still left on the clock, going in towards turn number 1, they go once again, and Avis right now leading the C class by only what is 4 tenths, if that, over his rival of Whitehead, with Hunt a bit further back, and in fact 7 seconds off there, so it's a two-way battle. Where's the Class C lead, and meanwhile the Class B lead, where it's a 2-second gap between Watson and Bradley R, with Bradley A, which should remind you, your overall leader being an invitational car and therefore not in any of the listed classes. But as the drivers make the way on through, what is turn number 2 and 3 there, you can see it on camera right now, it's still no doubt, it's the game of the chase, and the chase is afoot at this point. We suspect there's going to be a bit more battling before all is said and done, but then again, which way is the battling going to fall before it is all over? Well, we'll have to wait and see as they head on to the start for this straight. But the biggest question now is with the fact after it's off, he's already back up into his P3, and right now we do have Bradley R chasing it down. What is Watson for the lead of the B class and P2 overall as they make their way past the camera shot. Elsewhere, meanwhile, the battle to be the leader of the C class, where Avis has got ahead of Bassett and has put the Persian between himself and Whitehead and Hunt, and he might just be able to buy himself a little bit more breathing room in order to be able to bring that class win home. But as they charge in towards turns 2 and 3, you can see now how close Bradley R is getting to Watson as they make the way up towards what is turn number 4. They continue to charge their way in towards that hairpin, and well, I get the feeling that Bradley's going to be thinking about the move soon if he hasn't already started to plan it out. And indeed, a master tactician here is going to be needed, because we've only, where's the third race remaining? Well, Watson right now, he's got a BMW that's absolutely eager to try and go after him here in the hunt as they roar their way onto another lap. They're onto lap number 13, and well, they're going to get plenty more of all is said and done in this final Super Saloons and Tin Tops race of the series for this weekend. And well, as the drivers make the way on through, we can see Ian Sill there just stepping aside as they make the way on down the step straight, not wanting to be part of this battle and being blue flagged. And as they make the way onwards towards what is turns 2 and 3, right now Watson still hold off Bradley just about, albeit again we say just about because at any moment this race could turn. Meanwhile, elsewhere on circuit, we do have a bit of battle cry between the 132 and what is the 41 of Hayward as they're getting closer together. And well, of course, a little bit of traffic intervening in that battle and potentially bringing them closer together than they would like. But still, as I try to make the way out the hairpin onto the start finish straight, making the way on around here, and with Watson right now really struggling for lap time. That last lap from Watson, a 51.343. Bradley R, meanwhile, 50.973, and that battle absolutely raged on. Meanwhile, in a similar fashion, Bassett in P5, he's got Whitehead getting extremely close now. Only what is the best part of 3 attempts between the two of them as they head onwards, and well, as they make the way inwards towards what is turn number 1. Well, the absolute hunt is on between the drivers, no doubt about it. And well, we're coming towards the very end of this race, but still 3 minutes left on the clock. There's opportunities that do abound at this point, but is there the stamina left? Do our drivers still have what it takes in the tank in order to be able to make those last minute moves, or are the tyres gone? Have they got the energy to be able to find it? All these questions right now, and we're waiting for the answers all the way to the finish line here as we do come closer and closer towards time. But speaking of which, here comes Watson, here comes Bradley R as they make the way to the start finish straight, and as they do, and we look from their hairpin up there very shortly, we've got Bassett further on down the order, and I believe that might be Whitehead looking to battle his way past Bassett as they come through turn number 4 and onto the start finish straight. And there you can see that battle, what is P2, it makes its way on past, and meanwhile a bit further back the pack continues to push onwards, but as they head onwards towards what will be turn number 2 and in towards 3. Well, right now it's the battle between Watson and Bradley R, which is slightly off camera, albeit we'll see it as it makes its way around, and there it is as it makes its way through the corners, and Watson under a sensational pressure here as they make the way upwards towards what is turn number 4. Meanwhile, further off camera, we also have a battle whereby Hayward has just found his way around the outside of Rob Burley and has taken what is P9 with only a few laps to go. So therefore there's action everywhere you look, and right now Hayward making more progress, but meanwhile the hairpin, he was able to get ahead and he's converting it onto the start finish straight, and there you can see your Class B lead has changed. It's now Bradley R who has taken it in the 78 off of Watson in the 101. And well, it's going to be Bradley who now looks to try and hold on for a little bit longer. But I don't think this is over yet, because as they make the way on through turn number 1, it looks as though Watson's got back ahead. There's a problem. There's a problem for Bradley R's car. It's crawling by comparison with pace down the step straight. There's some smoke coming out the back of it as well. Albeit I'm wondering if that's a bit of oil coming out of the exhaust. And as they make the way on down through what is turn number 2 into 3, well, in the end, that is a disaster. What is Bradley R in the battle after making that move? Well, something is definitely not working anymore on the car as he's lost out. 1.5 minutes left to go, and meanwhile elsewhere we still got Hayward ahead of what is Burley, and then the 132 of what is Matthews giving chase that battle. But as we look at turn number 3, our drivers here right now making the way onto the start finish straight, and as they do, there you can see Hayward under pressure and Burley in the battle of what is P9, and in the 132 of what is Matthew just holding on, watching behind. But meanwhile Watson there making his way through your camera shot. He is your Class B leader. The confirmation of the swap, and I believe we might be seeing Bradley crawling to the end of this race. Alternatively, it may be a visit to the pitch just before that checker flag, as Avis is now up into P3, and well, Avis is not going to believe his fortune as our drivers push on through. Meanwhile, we have had somebody have an off on the circuit, and I believe we might get a replay of what's exactly happened. And well, as our drivers make the way through, here is the replay as to what happened, and it was a major lock-up Oh goodness me, and that I do believe was the number 70 of Bradley R that took a trip to the grass and managed to make its way to the runoff area at the hairpin, and that might explain perhaps there's a brake line failure on the car or something even more serious than that, but that's why it's fallen out to lead. And Neville Watson right now happily in a position to bring this on home as we are onto the final lap, and will our drivers continue to push on as Bradley R continues to try avoid a way to the finish with 11 seconds left on the clock. He's going to try and hold on for as long as he can. More smoke at the turn 4 hairpin, and why I suspect the driver might have run a bit wide there, or a car's gone. I think I can hear Clue's car, the Audi TT, coming past us with an issue. But meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, as our leader makes the way on and around, and in fact I do believe they're heading towards the very end, it is going to be a controlled lead. The clock strikes 0, and here comes your winner overall, the invitational car of Bradley A to take the win in the second race of the day. Much like in the first, Ian James Hill comes on through to take P14 behind. It will then be the 1AA coming across the line, the P8 of Gardner, but meanwhile then we see Hayward holds on to what will be P9 ahead of Burley in the end, with Matthews just behind. But in P2, your Class B winner, the 101 of Watson, earning that second place. Absolutely hard crafted. We still got more drivers come to the finish. Avis will come on through in P3 here all the way to in the number 97. Leah Britton, and we're absolutely pleased with that. We'll then have Bassett coming through in what will be P4 ahead of the car of Whitehead that just sneaks at Bradley R at the finish line, and then it will be coming after them a lap down the car of what is there the 29 of Skelsey, and then we'll have the 45 of Scott coming home in P12, and the 134 of Clue making its way to the line, and we'll have our last off finishers, and that will be James Hunt. They're taking what is 7th place in the number 92. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen, battling in both the top order of the field and also just inside the top 10. Everywhere you looked, a thriller, but in our invitational driver Bradley A making it 2 wins out of 2, and Watson earning the Class B win, and effectively the overall win when you discount invitational drivers. A thrilling race, and we'll get those results up on the screen for you very shortly. And here they are, subject to any stewards' inquiries. And well, Adrian Bradley taking that win in the invitational class car by what was 18.2 seconds in over Paul Watson, who grafted himself to that Class B win. Dave Davis taking the win there in the alternative class in the number 97 at Class C ahead of Chris Bassett. A brilliant drive there for the Peugeot 306 driver, holding on to P4 ahead of Jack Whitehead. And then we can see Ronan Bradley just missing out on the what was the top 5 there, taking home P6 ahead of James Hunt, with Neil Gardner, Sam Hayward and Rob Burley completing your top 10, and Burley adding another class win after what was a difficult day at Brands Hatch. Well, he's back to full form here today. And then Adrian Matthews, Martin Scott, Rich Skelsey and Ian Seal completing what was your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap going to the 612 of what was Adrian Bradley. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that marks what is our 18th race on the schedule here this weekend, and what is our 10th race over the course of our racing today specifically. And we've got 2 more races to come, but with a quick turnaround time, we're going to quickly jump to an interview with one of our drivers, and it's going to be none other than Ollie Allen from the Pre-93, Pre-03 and also the Boss Series. So we'll be back in shortly to take you to the grid for our penultimate race of the day. Okay, in the build-up to our Pre-83 second race of the weekend, I'm here with none other than Mark Chollerton. And, well, Mark, a lovely car and quite a bit of history behind this car. Before we get to the history, let's talk a little bit how you're feeling for today in the second race of the series.
Disappointing.
Blue oval saloons. I didn't see that at the bottom. No, I made a shout over there. Marshall. Yeah, I said thank you. White line. No. It's open, mate.
BMW? Probably more. Probably more. More like 70.
We're only allowed Gary in here. Gary,
Come back for half hour. Took Tony up for a bit.
Oh, is he coming back?
He's gone now, no, he's gone.
you've not got huggies
When?
today. Even of it.
5 minutes. I'm too knackered. Yeah, they weren't no really wanted. No.
What's the idea of the hairline?
They cut my arms out for that much.
Can't get the root in.
I can't get to do it.
What would you like us to do? Because I'm
No, yeah. Still keep off for this already. I've got a big hole in the head here.
Well, that's not an excuse.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we couldn't quite get you the interview that we did take with Ollie Allen earlier today. Unfortunately, a little bit of a technical hitch preventing us from being able to present that interview, and we do apologise for that. But what I can give you a quick synopsis in the fact that, of course, gutted after what happened in the race yesterday, with the fact having that off and ended up in the barrier. But the key things were being the hammers were out late yesterday evening and able to straighten out the exhaust and also do some repair work to the rear bumper. But the car absolutely fired up, and will the challenge for what will be our Ford Fiesta Mark 6 driver will be that he's going to have to do a last to first challenge, and he'll be looking to pick his way through the field as quickly as possible. But speaking of that field, let's take you through the grid order then for what is this penultimate race of the day. Piers Grange lines up on the front row, P1 taking the win yesterday with Stuart Wade alongside. Then it's going to be Ian Butt and Terry Davis on row number 2, with Sean Morris and Kevin Willis on row number 3. William Davison starts P7 ahead of Graham Myers, with Don Hughes and Cameron Granger on what is row number 5 to complete your top 10. We then come on to the next 5 rows of the grid, and to complete your top 20 it is going to be first and foremost Anton Martin ahead of Mike Nash, with John Hillier P13, William Hunt P14, then Craig Owen and Tim Mizzen completing what is row number 8. Row number 9 goes to Sam Daffin and Andy Abrams, and then we will have Steve Walden and Simon Mann completing your top 20. And well, I do believe we might have a couple more cars on that grid. Indeed we do, and it's going to be another 3 rows, Vic Hope and Gary Preble on what is row number 11. Row 12 up and ultimate row goes to Darren Owen and Ollie Allen. Keep your eyes out for him. Remember, he is the driver everybody is going to be watching out for the simple reason he's got a car to take the win here, but he's got to do it from P24. Can he do it? And then our final row of the grid there, as our grid gets made up, will be contested by Martin Reynolds and Jonathan Cooper. So 26 starters. This is the biggest grid of today, the biggest grid of the weekend. It is the pre-90 race, the pre-2000 race, and also the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Everybody is set and ready to go. We've got the spectators all around us right now. Everybody's set, everyone's itching to watch the racing, and as everyone gets themselves into position, all drivers absolutely comfortably set, and they're all being gradually queued up here in order to get into position. And well, as they just gradually wind their way down, well, we are going to get a lovely shot of all the drivers coming into formation on the grid. And well, from looking from the front of the grid to what is now side on and towards the rear of the grid, well, absolutely ecstatic fans all around us right now, and all the cars getting into position. And well, with that in mind, well, what we do have here is, of course, a 15-minute race, which is going to be absolutely packed. There's going to be battles left, right and centre from start all the way to the finish. And once everybody gets themselves into position here, well, it's been the most hotly anticipated race of the day, with the sheer volume of cars out here and everyone staying around for as long as they can in order to see this race, no doubt about it. And the last, 10 cars gradually being formed up here. Indeed, it's going to take a bit of time to get everyone into position, but that's what our cameraman is showing you right now. Everyone trying to find their position in this order, and the marshals doing their hard work, the Orange Army as always, making sure that our unruly drivers find their way into the right positions on that grid. A mixture of Fords, BMWs, Hondas, you name it, it's on this grid in terms of touring cars and Blue Oval Saloons. And well, we're only a couple more to go, and the Cadbury car getting in place as well, and I might feel the need for a chocolate after this one, but again, I'm not allowed, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to do the final race of the day as well. And either star with me here, ladies and gentlemen, help me out. Well, only joking aside, as we all get ready right now, the last cars come onto the grid, and there we can see at the back the number 17 of what is Ollie Allen pulling into position there, and the green flags are going to go up. The 5-second board is up. We've got this race underway very shortly. The lights are on. Who's going to be winning coming in? Will Piers Grange take it? Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's lights out, away we go, and Piers Grange has an awful start, falling down the order. It's the BMW of Weight that takes the lead as they make the way in towards turn number 1. And as they charge their way in towards the opening corner, well, this is going to get very close. It could get rough very quickly between our drivers as they make the way around. onto the step straight, they'll pour in as they do. Well, immediately Grange coming back at weight as he makes his way around the outside, and that Ford is absolutely, the Ford Escort is tearing its way down, but as they make the way in towards what will be the next braking zone, here they go, and where it's going to be Grange who gets back ahead of Wade. Meanwhile, behind Boa right now on the attack versus Wade as they make the way on through the S's. Further behind, we have got a car going slowly on the outside. It seems to have been elbowed out there quite a bit. I believe that's the BMW Myers that's falling down the order. In fact, that might be Morris, in fact, as I look more closely, and as the drivers make the way up towards the hairpin, well, right now, everyone close together right now, and as they roar their way down the hill, well, here they come. It is going to be Grange who leads as they come down and further down the order already. The number 95 there falling away as they make the way across the line. So after one lap of racing, it's Grange ahead of Wade, followed by Boa, then it will be Davids, followed by Morris, and then it will be Willis ahead of Davidson, Myers, Granger and Martin complete your top 10. Best the rest is Hunt as they make the way onwards towards another lap. Meanwhile, in terms of giving you an update already with regards to Allen, he's up to P16, 8 places gained. He's already cut his deficit to leader by a third. He's still got 2 more thirds to cut down as the drivers roar on through. But as they do, make the way towards turn number 2. Well, right now, still absolutely attack from all the drivers here. Indeed, the track might be hot, but it's not preventing them from doing some brilliant racing, and more to come as some drivers make the way towards the hairpin side by side there between Preble and what is, I believe, Hillier as they went up towards what was the hairpin, and therefore it's going to get very, very tasty as they make the way to the start of this straight. As they come out the hairpin now, and well, the field makes its way down towards what is turn number 1, and as they do, we can see Preble has found his way on ahead of Owen as they make the way onto another lap. And here comes Allen once again. Allen looking to go around the outside of the 192. He does it on the straight. Hillier falls. Next up, the Allen is Huns as they make the way onwards towards turn number 1. But as they do, everyone charge up through the corners, and I believe Allen looking for a move around the outside there, getting the move done versus Hunt as well. Martin's his next target. We look towards turn 2. Oh goodness, there's been a huge incident. 2 cars off on the exit onto step straight. That's Preble and the number 95 or the BMW there. And well, as our drivers make the way on past, Preble's going to get the car turned around back up to racing. Can they both get back to racing? That's the question. I think they can. We're going to go back to racing, ladies and gentlemen. There's not going to be a yellow flag for too long there. They have gone racing once again, and as they heading towards the hairpin, well, right now Grange, your leader, is not pulling away from Wade, and well, that is going to help out Allen in terms of a couple more cars clear. Meanwhile, further down the order, we've got a battle growing up between the 9 and 137 of what is there, Myers and Granger as they head down towards turn 1. Allen now up into what is there, into P9, and Allen's only got 8 more places to go. Meanwhile, behind the number 10 makes his way, and that's Mizzen, who's moved up the order as well. Plenty to come as they make the way onwards towards the next lap. We still got 12 minutes in this race though. It's a long journey and anything can happen as they make the way across the lake. And well, as our cameraman keeps an eye on them there, and now making the way on through what is turns 2 and 3. Everyone making the way around the corners and onwards they go up towards the hairpin. But right now anything can happen. It's an absolute firecracker of a race here as they come towards the hairpin, and as you can see, our leaders right now absolutely nose to tail as Grange still holds on to this lead. But Wade coming back at him, and the 441 there also staying close, and that's the 441 of Boa as the BMWs charge on. We do have a sizable gap, and the 17 really holding on there. It's meanwhile behind Allen now up to another position in towards what will be there as he moves on through. That's going to be up into P8 as now the gaps are getting bigger as they make the way on towards what will be the step straight. Further down the order still, we've also got some more battling occurring with what is the number 214 getting ahead of what is the Class B machine there of none other than, I do believe, the number 8 of Owen. And as our drivers make the way in towards turns 2 and 3, until the BMWs continue to fight on. There's fighting everywhere you look as Allen makes another position. This time he's up the inside of the BMW Myers now into P7, and meanwhile at the hairpin, as we can see there, getting very different up between Morris and Davies as they come through the corner, as they make their way back. That's not Morris and Davies, man, it's a move from Boa on Wade. Wade drops to P3, Boa moves up to P2, leading the BMWs, and as they make the way through with the top 6 right now coming past us, and then it is going to be what will be Allen, who right now makes his way on through, and Allen right now is absolutely charging. He's absolutely reeling the time of everybody around him. A second, if not 2 seconds lap, side by side behind him. Meanwhile, between Miles and Granger, and I believe it is going to be Granger in the Touring. The 330 is going to get on the inside of Granger in turn 1. But as our drivers make the way on around and coming up towards turns 2 and 3, we're looking to your lead pack here, and there's your top 6 who make the way onwards, and then we do look to what is that panel view, and there you can see the following view, and this is going to be of what is, I do believe, the car, the BMW Tourer there, as it tries to break away from its rivals behind, but as they make the way in towards turns 2 and 3, well, in the end, And they are going to be, as they were, as they make the way through the corner and as they charged away in towards the hairpin. Well, right now, it seems as though it's going to be what will be Granger getting ahead of Myers, but our drivers have still got a lot of distance to go here. A third of the race complete, 9.5 minutes still on the clock, plus the final lap. More laps to tick off as Allen sets the fastest lap of the race at 49.824. He is stripping 2 seconds a lap out of the top 6 pack right now. He is closing fast, and the man is on a mission. Meanwhile, further behind, we can tell you the number 95 is battling with the 191 once again. They had an off together coming onto Stead. Only 4 laps to go. Only 4 laps to go, I should say. And now they continue to fight each other as if it never happened, and that's racing spirit. But as they make the way towards turn number 1, I believe Preble right now just holding on the time in. We also do have the Ford Fiesta of Hunt falling down to P13, loose down to Owen and Hillier as our tries to make the way onto the back straight. And as they do, we look back towards the front of the field for a brief moment. Here's more tries to make the way through. This is the lead pack once again, indeed, racing everywhere you look at the moment. It's hard to keep up with it all, but there's battles aplenty between all the drivers. They make the way on around, and well, as we do look to what is that running towards turn number 1. No changes at this time. Everyone's staying in their positions, but we are expecting more to come. As meanwhile, where's the 192 of Hillier falling behind Owen, and behind him he's got the Hunt. He's got Hunt chasing after him, I should say. As meanwhile, our driver's making the way in towards the hairpin, and as we can see here, well, right now it is going to be another move being made there from our driver, and that is Grange, who's having to go defensive as they come on down in towards the Devil's Elbow. And this is the leaders making the way through in this lovely close-up shot as they make the way past us. And right now, Grange is under huge pressure. Bo is putting the pressure on, and your Class B leader wants to take on the boss leader. As meanwhile, making the way on past us, there goes Allen. He's already passed the 717 of what is Davison. He's up to P5. He could just do this, ladies and gentlemen. 7.5 minutes left on the clock, and as they come through turn 1, is that Grange? Is he going slowly through turn 1? I'm not quite sure. There's a car going slowly there, and somebody could be coming to a crawl. As meanwhile, coming up towards turn 2 and 3, it's going to be Allen up the inside there. Oh, but what is, I do believe, another car making the move on the BMW, and that was the 36. He just found his way past Morris. But meanwhile, as I try to make the way through turns 2 and 3, and well, we've got also further battling occurring, and the hairpin there, as you can see, they get ready to spit themselves out the hairpin and onto the start finish straight. It's not Grange, not quite sure what car it was. The 56 right now, still under huge pressure. The 441 continues to charge, the 17 chase, and here comes Allen as he makes his way through. And I can confirm that was the car of Wait with an issue, and the car may just not be able to go any further as the racing continues, so Wait falls out the order. We have to take a brief breather there, ladies and gentlemen, because right now the batteries of the microphone gave way, but we're back, and apologies for that, but still more racing to come. And well, whilst the batteries may have run dry for a brief moment, this race has not run dry at all, as I try to make the way through turns 2 and 3. And well, that there again was Grange still holding on to the lead for now, but the gap is coming out every which way as they get ready to make their way onto the start finish straight once more. 5.5 minutes still left on the clock. We're starting the green flag conditions, and as they come around, there's Grange. There is also Boa as they make their way on past us. And meanwhile, Allen now looking to take another one down, looking to take on the number 17 Davies. Allen's close. Davies goes to Vincent from the outside. Allen's going to switch back to the inside as they make their way to the corner. It's going to be absolutely daring, but Allen is going all the way, and he's got it done. It's another one down, but now it's 3 seconds. It's 3 seconds he's got to close out, and Grange is battling with Boa. This could be a dream that comes real here as they make their way down the back straight and onwards towards turns 2 and 3. But as they do, a little bit of traffic also intervening. Meanwhile, elsewhere on circuit, number 137 of Wes Granger is right now into Keith Martin, ONC, Hillier and Willis all behind. They're separated, but only Wes 1.5 seconds between
5 cars. Meanwhile, further down the order, we can see the 157 also keeping the 70 at bay, and the number 10 giving chase there, and absolutely brilliant racing between them as they continue to push on. But as our leaders make the way through, here they come, and it's going to be in towards turn 1, and Alan here right now is just picking them off one by one as they go. As meanwhile, further back the order, we can see there the battle between Wesley 36 and the 717 as they come on through, and well, as the drivers make the way on around, more battling to come, and I do believe the number 10 is going to try and find a way past the Fiesta in towards turns 2 and 3 off camera here. There's so many battles going on right now, you don't know which way to look, but on our cameras at the moment you can see there is Grange, and there behind him is Boa, and meanwhile here comes Alan, still he's 3 seconds away. Meanwhile, coming out of the final corner, Preble goes around the outside of the 137, making another place. 137 seems to be struggling. I think Grange has got a problem as he falls down the order, and well, meanwhile we have an absolutely brilliant battle as well going to the start of the straight between the 70 and the 10. That is between what is none other than, I do believe, the 170 of Hunt and the 10 of Mizzen. But meanwhile, Grange and West Bar made the way through. Alan is now only what is there falling behind, but he is only what is the best part of 3 seconds off the leaders, and as they make the way on around, still more laps to be turned here, ladies and gentlemen, and indeed right now the pace of Alan seems to have faltered slightly, but he's still got more to go, and as they make the way in towards turn number 1, plenty more battling. Meanwhile, off camera, Mizzen up the inside of what is there, the 170 of Hunt, and finding the move, and well, right now Alan only 2 seconds away as the leaders make the way through turns 2 and 3. You can see, look how that gap is continuing to come down, and Grange right now, I don't think knows what to do. I think with Boa so close behind him right now, he wants to just break away, but Boa is not letting him do so, and as they make the way up towards the hairpin, well, this goes to show you how that gap just continues to come down, and as they make the way through, well, meanwhile Mizzen now ahead, always the 170, but here are your top 3, they're literally nose to tail. I don't believe it as they make the way on passes, and there goes Alan, he's up the inside of Bar into the start finish straight. It's now going to be Grange versus Alan part 2, and well, 3 minutes to go. All he's got to do at this point is find that place, one more place, and he'll cover the back of the field to make an absolutely magical race happen, and the crowd right now around me are absolutely going ecstatic as they make the way on down, and here they go as Grange is going to look up the inside here into the S's. It's going to get dicey in the simple reason here they've got traffic to deal with that's also battling, so right now Grange falling into the worst possible place. Alan's going to try and come through. As meanwhile, Preble off camera makes a move on the 95, but from them, as the order makes way through, there's going to be traffic aplenty ahead of the remaining 2 laps. Blue flags are being waved, and those blue flags are going to be a nightmare to negotiate, and as they come down the hill, here they come. Grange is ready to go one way, Alan is ready to go the other, and Alan right now will have the run. It's absolutely packed as they make the way down the start finish straight in towards turn 1 they go, and as they do, in towards the right hander, and it's going to be Grange who's given the option to defend in naturally, given that Alan's all over the back, but Alan right now is there, he's all over the back of him, and as they head down the step, it is now race number 1, 2 minutes left on the clock, and as they charge their way down, it's going to be Alan now who recognises, of course, that he can't rush this. He's got time, he doesn't need to do anything silly straight away as they make their way through, but Alan's so close as they head up towards the hairpin, and well, as they make their way in towards turn number 3, there's a long line of cars they'll next come up behind soon that are all battling for position as they head in towards the hairpin. It's going to be a look round the outside initially, no, he decides against it. And as they head over the rise and in towards the final corner this time, it's going to be Alan falling back a little bit here, but saving himself up for one more attack as they make the way on past us as the tries charge on. Meanwhile, in the battle between the 170 and the 10, as you see in the rear of the camera shot, it is going to be the 170 that's got back ahead of the 10 for the meantime, and Mizzen falling back behind Owen, but as they charge their way on to another lap, 2 to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Barely any time left in this race, the time has flown by, and my lungs are almost at empty capacity right now. I don't know what's going to give first, and Alan's still in the chase. Meanwhile, the 170 continues to push on, but Tim Mizzen up the inside of the 170 there in the rear of the picture, and it is going to be ONC. Well, no, not ONC, apologies, that is going to be Hunt who falls back behind as we get the surnames mixed up. But as I try to head down in towards where's the hairpin this time, is it going to be a change, or is it not? Well, it's traffic holding them up here, and this could be the opportunity that Alan's looking for. It's the final lap as they head to the line, and Alan now knows he's got to go for it as they make the way on past us. They charge the way on down, and as they do, the last lap board flies high, and meanwhile from them, the 170 battles to the 10 as they drag race their way. The little Ford Fiesta battling with its older brethren. as they head in towards what is the opening corner. Well, we're going to stay transfixed with the lead battle as Alan right now could be there. There's traffic involved in, and it's too wide. It's going to be too wide down into the S's, and Alan gets on through. Alan's taking the lead as they make the way in towards turns 2 and 3. The crowd's going wild around me right now as they make the way on through. There's still 2 more corners to go. There's still traffic in front of them, however. Could it impede or will it not? As they make the way in towards the S's right now and out of it in towards the hairpin. Alan will be absolutely going around the outside. He's got a long way to go, but here they come, ladies and gentlemen. It's all the way to the line, and as they make the way through, Ollie Allen's done it. He's going to take the win. The last advance change is complete, and Ollie Allen wins ahead of Piers Grange. And as they cross the line, meanwhile, Bar will be taking what will be P3 in the end when all is said and done, in an absolutely brilliant race as they cross the line. The checker flag waves. Davies will in the end take what will be P4. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that race was so intense, in fact, that my timing sheet in front of me on my phone has actually decided to glitch out, so therefore I can't give you a run through of the rest of the order right now. But what an incredible race, and Ollie Allen, hats off to the man. He said he wanted to go for the last and first challenge, and we may not be able to get that interview of him before the race played on screen, but I'll tell you right now, that definitely makes up for an absolutely incredible end to the run as the checker flag continues to wave as Breville crosses the line, as to a number of our other drivers here, as the 151 just pips what is, I do believe there, the number, what is, I don't think that's the one, that's the number 8 across the line. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. And here are the results, subject to Eddie Stewart's inquiries, and Ollie Allen in the end taking the win by 5.5 tenths over Piers Grange. I don't think anyone's going to quite believe this, and the battle of the 2 Ford drivers. Ian Bower taking a winning class in the BMW's P3 ahead of Terry Davies, and then Sean Morris P5 ahead of William Davison. Gary Preble taking the class win in P7, then the Honda Civic Type R, and then Kevin Willis, Graham Myers and Cameron Granger completing your top 10, with Granger taking a class win, a deserved win there. Also Anton Martin just behind Best Dressed P11 ahead of Craig and John Hillier, and Tim Mizzen taking a class win there, a deserved win in the number 10 ahead of the 170 of James Hunt, and that was also a thrilling battle that played its way into the mix of that. Well, my goodness, ladies and gents, we've got one more race to go, and well, what a race. And as we do take a look back to the circuit there, well, what we are going to try and do, if we can, given the fact that we've got one more race to go and it may be coming up very quickly after this, we are going to try and grab a word with Ollie Allen. If not now, then we will try and do so before we wrap up today's broadcast, because we need to hear the inside story from the man himself. We will try and do that as we get ready to cut to what is a brief intermission for the final race of the day, and that of course is the second race in the 500 Owners Association Championship, race 20 of 20 here. So don't be alarmed if we do step away for a brief moment, but we'll be back shortly, either for the race or for a quick interview with Ollie Allen, whichever comes first forth. I'm back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the man of mystery, mission, and the hour, and perhaps the man of the weekend as well, Ollie Allen. I mean, he's absolutely exhausted by looks. I mean, Ollie, you said you were going to go for a last to first change, and you've done it with a lap in to spare as well. I mean, how was that for you?
Well, I'm back. My rust's gone. I had a bit of a bad day yesterday, but today, a new day. Backofthegrid.com. Awesome.
Oh, 100%.
Thanks for all my support. Even my sister's come today. That's a really rarity. Yeah, just all my supporters, Kimberly, my missus, Teresa, my office manager, Honest, my best mate. Yeah, he works like a Trojan. My boys, Maisie's watching. They are Maisie. You should have come, darling. Christopher, Sam, Lola and Zara. We're all ecstatic. That was a good drive, I must admit.
I mean, if that's a good drive, I don't know what a fantastic drive is. I would say that's perhaps one of the drives of the year from what I can tell. I can tell you that. I mean, just take us through, of course, picking up places quickly in the early stages, but then once the field's spread out, it was the chase of the top six. Of course, Wait having that retirement, unfortunately, an issue with the car. And it looks like then it all came down to just head down and use the traffic to your advantage.
Yeah, the first part cost me a lot of time. Gary Pebble went off. There was a big oil slick down Gerrard's. So my first few laps were tedious laps because I thought I'm not having a repeat from yesterday. But yeah, I was very surprised to catch Piers up because he's rapid in the modified Fords. He's top man. He's the man to beat. So there you go. I feel a bit cocky, but I feel cocky because of how hard we've worked on the car. You know, I've had a new roof. Rusty Fad put a roof on it and made me a splitter. I put me spoiler back on the back, which I took off, which was a bad move, and it's got some grip now. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm chuffed. And my dad made him raw. Not bad.
Oh, definitely. And where we were sat and covering the racing, I mean, all the family and whatnot around us, I mean, every time you gained a place, it was getting louder and louder. I mean, I have to ask, at what point do you think, you know what, we might actually make this happen because you could see Piers in the distance?
Yeah, Piers got held up quite a lot in the back marker part, which was to my advantage, and I thought, I am not. I did it a corner early. I thought I'm not having another backwards moment into the barrier. Sorted my brakes out, the car, to say I've only driven it 6 times since I've built it, it's rocking. You know, it's a Mark 6 Fiesta, you know, and it's doing lap times like a you know, like the Thunder Saloons. I think the quickest Thunder Saloon was 0.1 of a second faster. I don't know what time I did. Did you know what my fastest lap was?
I'll see if we can get that whispered into my ear in the meantime. The time was a 49.65.
Well, quite slow then. I don't know how. Probably traffic. I was expecting a 48, but it is what it is. Did I get the fastest lap of the...
Was it the fastest lap? That's the question we'll also get answered shortly. I'll be able to give it. I think it would have been the fastest lap. Your times were going purple after purple after purple. And it was the fastest lap of the race as well.
Oh, awesome. That's finished it for me then. Fastest is fastest. If I'd have got the second fastest time, then he would have been the winner. But fair play if I've done that as well. Yeah, I'm chuffed to bits.
Well, Ollie, we'll leave you to it. Enjoy the celebrations. You've earned it. The reef is there as well. Go on, put the reef on in front of the camera.
Thank you for great commentary as well. You've been a proper commentator.
Oh, thank you, Ollie. Well, congratulations once again. Enjoy the time with the family and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much.
All the best. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, what a penultimate racer day. And I mean, we still got
one more race after. We just heard from Ollie Allen there. One more race to come, of course, and it is race number 20 of 20 for what has been a legendary weekend here at Mallory Park in the Classic and Modern Motorsport Festival for 2024. And our grid for that final race in the 500 Owners Association Championship is as follows. It is Alex Wilson and Chris Wilson on the front row, the two Wilson family members battling into turn one, no doubt about it. Then we will have what will be Simon Dedman and Zaria Kingsland on row number 2, with what will be Mike Fowler and also there Stuart Wright on row number 3. Then it's going to be JB Jones and Richard Fuller on row 4. And then Finlay McIntosh and what will be Mike Painter completing your top 10. And well, we did of course have a couple of retirees from the first race, but were they able to make it back onto the grid for the second one? Well, we can see that. In fact, we do have another 10 drivers, and it will be Chaz Reynolds and Roy Wright ahead of what will be Richard Kelly and also Andy Rayner. And then we are going to have on row number 8 Kerry Horan and Jack Bond, John Chasholm and what will be Douglas McClay, and then Martin Shepherd and Andrew Turner completing your 20 car lineup as the field behind the pace car is getting ready to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Here they go then. The pace car pulls off. It is the final race of the day, and here we go. The Wilson family will battle into turn 1 as the 99 pulls along. It is going to be lights out and away we go for the final time today. The 500 Owners Association gets underway for their second race of this Mallory Park weekend, and as they roar their way in towards turn number 1, it's a good start from none other than what is there, Wilson, as my time machine does come back alive after we're glitching out after what was the previous race. But as they make the way up towards turn number 1, well, right now it's Wilson A ahead of Wilson C, with Dedman still there with him as they charge their way in towards what is Steb. And as they make the way down that straight, you can see further down the order the battle for P4 there, almost 3 wide. In fact, it is going to be 3 wide for a brief moment, and I do believe that is the number what is 92 of Fuller, who's had a legendary start, no doubt about it, making 2 places off the line, but now losing out in the drag race up towards the S's. Well, still, there's plenty of places to be gained here, no doubt about it, and I think it's an early start, and now looking to go back on the attack as they make the way in towards the hairpin. Buzzer drivers come roaring on through in towards the braking zone, coming out of where's the S's and coming on down in towards what is the hairpin there. As we can see, the top 2 now starting to pull away as already Wilson A comes across the line to lead his way onto another lap. Behind him, meanwhile, is the 59 of Kingston, who's got ahead, and in fact, I think we are missing Wilson C. In fact, didn't see him on the grid there, ladies and gentlemen, so therefore we might have had a retiree before the race even got underway. So therefore, McIntosh battling here with Painter as they head in towards what is lap number 2. Behind them, meanwhile, we do have Wright, Fuller, Jones, Kelly, McClay, Painter and Wright completing what is your top 10 best of the rest, P11 Horan. And well, with what is the loss of Wilson C already, indeed the car not making it to the grid here, we're down to 18 cars as they make the way in towards the S's. But as we can see there, the battle for P3 is on, and that is going to be a move from what is Wright up the inside of Painter to gain another place there in the long-tailed machine as they make the way on out of turns 2 and 3 and upwards towards 4 they go. And well, as the number 78 falls down to a degree, all still plenty of battling happening further down the order, as in the hairpin now our drivers will go, and as they make the way uphill into the braking zone, we go onto the start finish straight, and as they do, well, there is the 99 continues to peel away off into the distance. It's running and running well, with where's the 59 giving chase, but right now the 59 under more pressure from the 76 as they charge their way on towards the next lap, and the 76 there being of what is, I do believe, they're none other than McIntosh as they make the way up towards the next corner. And as our drivers do, right now the gap starting to increase ever more and ever so as they make the way down towards another lap. And we're looking further down the order, the 94 there of what is McClay still on a charge here, as in fact we do have our timing tower update, and that is Kingsland who is leading the battle for P2 there. And indeed a bit of our data not coming through correctly, but as our drivers continue to charge their way in towards turns 2 and 3, will the battle for P3 definitely heating up there as McIntosh looking to hold on, albeit I think being passed around the outside there by the 16 of Wright. That was right on Painter as they head in towards the hairpin now, and we'll see them as they make the way in towards the low speed corner. Here they come as they head in towards the right-hander, well, making the way on through there, and upwards they'll go towards, and it's too wide as they made the way under braking, albeit looking as though in the end holding on is our P4 driver as they make the way on through Devil's Elbow now, and it is going to be in P4 currently what is the number 9 and the number 19 as they charge their way past us, and the number 19 of course as piloted by none other than what is Jones, making up another place, getting ahead of Wright, and in the Fuller a bit behind, as meanwhile the 76 is struggling along on the start of the straight here, and I think that could be a premature retirement for McIntosh. The car
really struggling to build up any speed on the straight, and I think that might be a trip to the pits for where's the 76 in the Cooper Mark 1, and will that race coming to a premature end? But these machines, of course, well, we did see in race number 1 a number of retirements due to mechanical issues, and we're better to bring the car in given their schedule, which will see them visit Austria later this year, and also at Goodwood towards the end of the year. And as I try to make the way through turn 1, still more to play out in front of us, including what's a battle between Wright, R and Horan in the battle for P10 as they make them through. In fact, that's McClay versus Wright, I should say, with the battle for P9 instead, and will Wright trying to make a little bit more progress there in the number 4 as the guys come charging on through. But as they do, in towards another lap they go. The race leader already making their way past us, then Kingsland, and then we do have what is Painter holding on to P3 in the 78 at the moment, as meanwhile the 19 of Jones makes his way past Wright, moving back into P4 once again, and then Fuller still hot on the heels of the trio in P6 as they head in towards what is the open corner. But as they make the way on in and come on through the right-hander, we're right on nose to tail they go, and well, as the drivers make the way onwards towards what is turns 2 and 3, we do have the number 76 into the pit lane, we can confirm, and that's an unfortunate end to the day for what is a McIntosh there, making his way down pit row, and well, as he does so, well, meanwhile, in the fight between the 94 and the 4, which makes its way past us here, I can tell you the 4 still chasing after McClay, but meanwhile, turns 2 and 3, well, right now the field making its way on through, and we try to discern, well, how the battle is playing out there as they make their way towards the hairpin, and well, as the drivers coming in towards the hairpin now, we do have there was the 2 wide moment. That's the battle there for what is P4, and that's going on between the number 16 and the 92 of Wright and Fuller as they make the way out the corner. They begin to make the way up to where's the Devil's Elbow and onto the start finish straight, and as they come on down, in the foreground shot you can see where's the move there. It's the new fastest lap of the race being set by none other than Wilson A, and well, an average lap speed there of what is, I do believe, 82.37 miles an hour. Astonishing speed they're carrying even for these machines of their vintage era. And well, as we do see that battle of P4 continue to play out through turn number 1, and our drivers here at this time absolutely giving it their everything in the final race of the day to end us on a high. But as they make the way on around, we can see a car going slowly there on down towards what is turns 2 and 3, and I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that is the number 59 of Kingsland that is coming to a very gradual, in fact a lot of smoke billowing out the back of it whenever the throttle goes down. So I think Kingsland's race is an M, and I do wonder whether there might be some oil going across the circuit as a result of that. We'll keep you apprised where we can, ladies and gentlemen, but I believe he's going to try and bring that car into the pit in order to prevent a potential halting to the racing. But as we look to the hairpin and onwards out of it, well, we still do have the battle now. What was previously for P4, now it's going to be the battle for P5, or sorry, P3 I should say, as they make the way towards the timeline, and as they come on through, we'll give you an update on the car that we saw crawling into the pits very shortly. But as it currently stands, it is still Wilson A ahead of Kingsland, followed by Jones, then Ryan S, and we do hear the rumble of a car making its way past us, and that's the 79 in fact that's making its way down. Apologies there, we did mistake, it was the 59 and the 79, so it's not Kingsland that's having the issue at a distance that we did see, it was instead none other than Painter, and therefore the number 79 out of this race. But still more to come as our race leader makes their way past us onto what is now lap number 8, and well, in the meantime we're taking a look at turns 2 and 3 of that enthralling battle between what is Fuller and Wright, the battle for P4 as it continues to rage out in front of us. And well, this time it does seem as though Fuller still holding on firm at the moment. But more time to come here in this battle. We're only halfway through this race. Blue flag being waved for our drivers as they make their way on through the hairpin and over the crest in towards what is the final corner. And as they make their way on through, well, right now in the battle for P3, Jones still holding on in P19 with Wright and Fuller behind as they head down towards turn 1 once more. And making their way in towards the opening corner, and as they do, we'll riding on through the right-hander. Absolutely brilliant to see the back and forth battle in between them, and well, at this time I would imagine that the focus will be more towards that battle for P4 than it will be to Jones in P3, as Jones might be able to use this to his advantage to just gradually sneak away into the final podium position. But as we look to the run through turn number 2, as you can see there, the 59 of what is Kingsland still holding on strong, and therefore continues to press on without any issues, as the battle in fact now for P3 has swapped hands. In fact the battle for P4 has swapped hands, and again it's now going to be the 92 that's trying to charge after Jones here for P3. So very quickly Jones has leapt on, well, Jones has been caught up to by Fuller, and Fuller now on the attack here as they come in towards the hairpin. Other drivers make the way on down and around. Well, still they have to negotiate a bit of traffic as well. in a gentlemanly fashion as they head onto the start-finish straight. And the number 19 now under pressure on the 92 as they head down towards turn 1, and there you can see the 92 in its yellow colour, Fuller in the Cooper Mark 8 looking for a potential move as another car comes past me in the pit entry, and well, couldn't quite catch the number of that, but another driver falls by, it would seem, 2 mechanical issues with the car or some sort of fault, but those we've lost. Still, we've got plenty out of the circuit, still 11 drivers racing currently, and well, as our drivers continue to push onwards here in towards turns 2 and 3, well, it does look as though they're right now the battle for what is going to be that P3 position raging on, as they'll stop the battle there for a brief moment, but the fact they do have the where's the car a lap down, which does bring a brief interruption to the battle, but still more to come as the number 16 of what is right now tries to catch up in the chase of getting back into the podium positions. But as I head up towards the hairpin there, you can see line formation this time, no change between our drivers, and therefore I do believe it's all going to now be about the run on the next lap, as we have got 1/3 of the race still to go as they make the one to the start finish straight. Already Wilson A clearing turn number 1. Meanwhile, we can see there Kingsland, leader of class in P2, and then it is going to be the Jones Fuller right battle as they head in towards what will be turn number 1 for them, what is now going to be at the 10th time of asking, as the drivers make their way on around. We're all carrying on, and also as they roar their way on around this Mallory Park circuit, and as the sun gradually not setting right now but falling in the distance, well, you can definitely feel a change of temperature on the road, and the tyres may just stick a little bit more compared to in the first instance. But still, as they come in towards turns 2 and 3, drivers are pushing on as much as they dare to dream to do so all the way over, and there you can see still what is the chase from Fuller versus Jones in the hunt for P3, but Jones opened up a bit of a gap as they head up towards turn number 4 in towards the hairpin, and well, right now it does seem as though Jones in the Kusi number 2 is able to keep the Cooper Mark 8 of Fuller firmly at a distance as they make their way out of the hairpin, and onwards they go towards the next lap. Intriguingly, as this battle plays out, one thing that should be noted is that Kingsland, who's currently in P2, lapping in what is the 103s, while meanwhile Jones, Fuller and Wright lapping in the 103s as well, but on average 3 to 4 attempts a lap faster. In fact, Jones on that previous lap a 102.911, and therefore Jones right now absolutely clawing that gap to Kingsland down, and it has come down to its 3.6 seconds, so we may yet see a battle for P2 all the way to the end here. And should Jones be able to maintain this momentum, and if Kingsland does fall a little bit beside it, if a second lap is gained here, then we could have a battle for P2 right at the end of this race, albeit it's going to require a mammoth effort from Jones all the way to the checkered flag. But as the drivers come through turns 2 and 3, all the way up through and up towards what is turn number 4 they go, and as they do, well, right now we can see the leaders making their way in towards the quarter shortly. As your overall leader of Wilson continues just to stream away. In fact, he's become a speck in the distance in relative sense as we look to the start finish straight. And well, Wilson already on to his lap number 12. But meanwhile, Kingsland making his way onwards. And as he comes across the timeline this time, it is going to be a 103.713 for Kingsland. Meanwhile, for Jones, it is going to be a 102.835. Well, if Jones has been listening to us, he's certainly trying to close that gap down to P2. And the fact that is 9 tenths stripped out as the gap now drops down to 2.7 seconds in his chase up to Kingsland. He just needs to do that 2 more times, and he'll be there on what will be the penultimate, if not the final lap of this race, and all the racing here at Mallory Park today and this weekend. But as the drivers continue to charge on and the battling rages on in towards turn number 2, indeed this is a battle that's building up here. It takes its time, but it's worth the payoff in the end. And well, in the meantime, with what is Fuller falling further and further away, 1.5 seconds away now from what is Jones. We look to the hairpin as the drivers make the way on through turn number 4, and as they make the way up to the rise, well, there you can see it line astern at the moment, as that is Kingsland who makes his way on around. And then we will have a little bit further back what will be Jones, who's still in that chase and looking to get closer and closer as they roar on, they wage on towards another lap. And now all 3 of them in the battle for P2 through to P4, they can all see each other in a single line distance. Number 16 of what is their right falling a bit further back in P5, so right now may not have enough steam in the tank in order to be able to find this move, where the gap between Kingsland and Jones now down to 1.4 seconds and Fuller further 1.1 seconds behind. We could definitely have a great battle for where's the second place spot on that podium when all is said and done. But as they make the way onwards, they go towards what is turns 2 and 3. Well, with that in mind, It's going to be now a run on through the corners there all the way to the finish, and well, as they do, well, we will have our leader already going to lap number 13 as they've made the way on past us, but we're staying focused on this battle for P2 until that final lap, for the simple reason it is building up to a potential crescendo here. But will we hear the orchestra of those engines roar as they go toe to toe, or will it be a bridge too far for Jones to close the gap down to Kingston? Well, they make the way on out onto the start finish straight. Here comes Kinglands firstly in the back of the picture, and there you can see the long line of cars only interrupted by what is the 63 of Kelly, who's now a lap down in the highest of Mark 1 as they charged away onto lap number 14. Now the gap, Jones 1.2 seconds off of Kingston, Fuller still 1.1 seconds off the back of Jones, so Fuller not really making any further ground, but meanwhile Jones certainly continuing to cut away at the advantage. Wilson meanwhile being on lap number 15 already as he's crossed the timeline, and in fact potentially coming up to almost, in a way it looked to be lapping, if there was a bit more time in this race, all the way up to P2. Although I don't think that's going to happen here. Well, the point is this race may go on for quite some time. What is that battle for P2, and they'll effectively squeeze another lap in, as in fact as they come through turns 2 and 3, well, I said that we may not see it up to P2 laps, but there is Wilson lapping on average 4 seconds a lap faster than compared to his roles in the lead in the P3 class, and right now Wilson absolutely charging onwards here. And well, with only 10 seconds left to go, we will be seeing one more lap recorded as Wilson will be taking us on to a 15th and final lap of racing here with what is only 5 seconds left on the clock. The checker flag won't be called, in fact it will be called, and it is waved there literally on the close. The race ends and it is Wilson who takes the win in the end, almost by a lap over the field. Meanwhile the number 16 of Wright finishes P5 a lap down, and behind him will be the 63 of Kelly 2 laps down in P7. But the big question is, what about that battle for P2? We're going on to lap. Kingston was half a second clear of Jones, and the drivers make the way onwards when the number 4 crossed the line of Wright R, and what is P8 there in the number 4. But meanwhile that battle for P2, here it is on your camera screens, ladies and gentlemen, going through the S's, and Kingston ahead right now, but the gap only 3/10 as they make the way up towards the hairpin. It's going to be close, as meanwhile off camera the number 78 will be coming to the line of Painter. He'll finish P6 ahead of what will be the 94 McClay, but as they make the way through the hairpin, no move at the moment. Looking around the outside is Jones. The 36 comes to the line for McIntosh, but meanwhile the battle for P2 comes at the final corner, and in the end it's going to be Kingston who holds on to say the runner-up spot with what is the number 19 P3 of Jones, and Fuller will complete the finishing order P4 there. And well, building up there, not quite needed one more lap for Jones to try and make the move on Kingston, but still kept us guessing all the way to the end. And well, what a race to wrap up the day, ladies and gentlemen, in our 20th and final race here at the Mallory Park circuit. And well, we're going to show you those provisional results from what was the 500 Owners Association, what was race number 2 here at Mallory Park, and here they are in the championship, and Alex Wilson taking that win in the end by a minute after 15 laps over Xavier Kingsland. And then JB Jones taking what was a P3 there ahead of Richard Fuller, Stuart Wright, and then it will have been what was Harry Painter taking P6 ahead of Richard Kelly, with Roy Wright, Douglas McKay and Finlay McIntosh completing a top 10 2 laps down. 9 laps down the end, the retirement of Kerry Horan, a retirement with 11 laps to go of Mike Painter, 13 laps to go for James Wilson, and Andrew Turner in the end, P14 but not started this race. So 13 starters, and in the end we did have what was 4 finishers on the lead lap. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, what a weekend it has been, no doubt about it. And that brings us to the conclusion with regards to all of our racing here at the Mallory Park circuit, not just for this Sunday, but indeed for the entirety of this weekend. And well, with that, what else is there to say than a fantastic racing weekend over Saturday and Sunday in what's been the Classic and Modern Motorsport Festival for 2024 at Mallory Park. And well, as we bring things to a close, we have seen everything over the course of the last 2 days. We've seen thrilling battles, we've seen when it's been wheel to wheel. Sometimes it's gone right, sometimes it's gone wrong, but for the most part it's been absolutely incredible. And well, over the course of this Sunday, of course, we got to see an absolutely legendary drive in race number 19 from Ollie Allen. One of the major highlights. Do let us know what your highlights were in the YouTube chats over the course of the weekend. There's been so much racing and indeed unpredictable all the way through. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, again, a huge thank you to a number of people personally. And firstly, with what is the Orange Army of the Marshals, of course, making everything proceed smoothly. And of course, this event being put on by the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern in collaboration with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and also the support races brought to us by the MG Owners Club, the 500 Association, and also what was the pre-99 Formula Ford at 1600s. And I think that's everybody covered there. Also the OT Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres that we did see on the Saturday. But with that, it's time for us to wind down. That is it from us here at the circuit side. A huge thank you to all the camera team and the broadcast team as well, as we're all part of the one big unit. Thank you to you all, you guys and girls at home tuning in throughout the weekend. We've had the pleasure of having you tune in with us, and well, until next time, as always, ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, but most importantly, remember to stay on track as we sign off here from Mallory Park.